Chapter 672. Attention, the wind is coming. Adjust the sails. The sailors immediately obeyed and ran to the rigging to control the sails. Their actions were orderly. The fleet was commanded by Queen Herbo and Princess Cassandra. At this time, Paziyun's fleet had left the Mediterranean Sea and entered the vast Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic Ocean was calm and the waves were small. A flock of seabirds flew freely above the sea, occasionally flying past the fleet. Many people walked out of their cabins to enjoy the good weather. The crew stood on the deck and quietly looked at the horizon, as if there was everything they wanted to pursue there. However, when there was no wind, or when the wind was small, the entire fleet moved slowly. They could only slowly move forward with the current. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew out of nowhere, causing the sails of the ships to flutter. The entire fleet sped up under this gust of wind, sailing quickly and steadily on the surface of the sea. The fleet sped all the way towards the British Isles. At first, everyone did not think much of it. They thought that it was a sudden gust of wind, causing the fleet to speed up. This was a very common occurrence. The weather on the sea was unpredictable and unpredictable. Everyone thought that with the help of this gust of wind, the time it took to reach their destination would be shortened. However, when the sun set and the stars shone in the sky, the wind did not stop. Everyone was shocked. This wind did not change at all. It did not change even when the sun set. Normally, it would not appear. Queen Herbo was shocked too. She found Cassandra on the deck and asked her daughter, "Cassandra, the wind has been following us. What is going on?" Cassandra looked at the wind thoughtfully. She went back to get a gold cup. This gold cup was the work of Hephaestus. It became the heirloom of the Trojan royal family and was given to Memnon. However, Memnon died in battle, and it was returned to the Trojan royal family. When Troy was destroyed, the Greek allied forces plundered a lot of wealth. However, King Priam was reminded by Paris and buried the most precious treasures before the destruction. The Greek allied forces did not win for long, so they were not excavated. Now, they were all on the fleet. Cassandra raised the gold cup filled with wine and prayed silently. Suddenly, she received a revelation and tears flowed down her face. "Cassandra, what is it?" Queen Herbo was startled. "Mother, this is a good thing. This gust of wind was given to us by the vanishing god. In order for us to reach our destination as soon as possible, we will ride the wind and quickly reach our island." "God of disappearance? We have to return the favor," Queen Hub murmured. Suddenly, she froze. "The god of disappearance? I've never heard of it. Is it? Her heart was beating so fast that she couldn't breathe. "You're right. It's Paris. Paris has become the immortal god of disappearance. Like Hercules, he ascended Mount Olympus. Paris gave us a favorable wind, and our Prince Paris will be waiting for us at our destination." Queen Herb was overcome with deep joy. She stood still, letting her tears flow freely, and even ignoring etiquette, uttered a ho-ho sound. England, although this was not the name of the island, but on the pure white beach, the soft sand shone brightly under the sunlight. Paziyun stood quietly on the beach, looking out at the sea, waiting for the arrival of the Trojan fleet. He gave them a favorable wind, allowing the fleet to reach the British Isles faster. He had also arrived earlier to welcome them. At this point, a shadow appeared in front of him. It was silent and without any warning. Paziyun's pupils shrank, and he was relieved when he saw who it was. "Respected lady, you're here?" Paziyun said. "Paris, why are you still fighting against Gaia?" The moment the lady appeared, she questioned Paziyun about the battle with Gaia. Paziyun bowed. Even at this point, he couldn't feel her true nature. He was now a god, and the lady's power was unfathomable. Facing the lady's question, Paziyun replied, "You're wise, so you should have seen it. It's not that I'm fighting against Gaia, but Gaia is fighting against me. She sent the giants to fight against me. You should be clear of my situation at that time. I didn't want to be her enemy." The lady knew the situation as well, and knew that Paziyun wasn't lying. She said, "That's because you should have only plucked one golden apple and not the entire tree. The golden apple tree is also very precious to Gaia. If you take the entire golden apple tree, she will definitely attack you, Lady Phantom said. Lady, you should understand that this is fate. I didn't get the golden apple tree. Pei Ziyin said. He didn't get the golden apple tree, but the system did. As for the system, it meant that he had completely disappeared from this world. Perhaps this was the true meaning of the vanishing god. Furthermore, if I really wanted to be Gaia's enemy, I could have stayed in Greece or somewhere nearby and become an official member of the Olympic Mountains. My arrival here has already proven my intentions. Pei Ziyun's words made sense. He had already obtained the approval of Mount Olympus and could have stayed in Greece. However, he chose the remote British Isles instead. Although Pei Ziyun's goal was to occupy this island that would shine brightly in the future, no one else knew about this. Even the gods could only see Pei Ziyun retreating to the remote British Isles at this moment. Hua, hua, hua. The waves washed over the pristine white beach. Occasionally, some seashells would be washed up on the sand. The sea breeze blew, and their hair danced in the wind. The two of them fell silent. The lady looked up at the sea and saw a fleet of ships speeding towards them. This fleet was just a small dot, but as it got closer, the silhouette of the fleet could be seen. The lady sighed softly and said, "What do you intend to do next?" She didn't want to force Pei Ziyun to be too anxious. This time, she was here to find out more about Pei Ziyun's plans. "Let's develop on this island," Pei Ziyun said as he looked at the approaching fleet. After becoming a god, he had gained control of many powers. Earth, fire, wind. Only water was slightly weaker. Now, he could easily use the power of wind. Pei Ziyun didn't intend to fly over to welcome them. There was still some time before the fleet reached the shore. Pei Ziyun looked at the lady. "Lady, developing on this island is much better than developing on the mainland. You should understand that we will not be the main characters on the mainland. If we continue to develop on the mainland, we will be swallowed up." The lady nodded, agreeing with Pei Ziyun's words. "If fate allows it, I believe that Aeneas's fleet will be able to accomplish everything." Pei Ziyun said plainly. Myths and reality were different. In history, the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire were just a coincidence. They had nothing to do with Troy. But in this world, perhaps Aeneas's descendants would establish the great Roman Empire. But this was not something he could meddle in. Establishing a kingdom on the British Isles was the best choice for him. Besides, the kingdom that was established here had the potential to dominate the world. It was just that in the distant future. Do you know that Aeneas's future achievements are far greater than you can imagine? The lady wanted to continue, but Pei Ziyun stopped her. Of course, he knew of Aeneas's future achievements, but he didn't want her to continue. He interrupted her. "Lady, even in the face of fate, I will not be greedy. I am content on this island. I will not participate in the conflicts on the mainland. I hope you understand." Pei Ziyun didn't want to be provoked by the lady. If he fought with Hercules in Greece or nearby, it could lead to the next battle of Troy. This would cause the descendants of Zeus to kill each other, and even cause a civil war on Mount Olympus. Actually, the Battle of Troy had caused a deep conflict between the gods of Mount Olympus. Now, it wasn't enough to split Mount Olympus, but if there was a next time, it would be different. This was the future that Gaia wanted, but Pei Ziyun didn't want to become a pawn. Besides, he wouldn't be able to exist in this world for long. "All right, you are indeed very wise." Pei Ziyun's words dispelled the lady's doubts. The lady had said the same thing as Athena. To a god who was seeking to develop on a remote island, she was undoubtedly less of a threat. After saying this, she didn't continue. Her figure disappeared. Pei Ziyun still couldn't see where she disappeared to. He had a better understanding of the lady's power. Pei Ziyun's temporary retreat could reduce many conflicts. This allowed him to develop in the British Isles without any gods or humans coming to this remote place to disturb him. The gods approved of this method, and Pei Ziyun didn't have many conflicts with them at the moment. In the distance, the fleet gradually approached the island. Pei Ziyun watched as the fleet approached. Then, the fleet landed on the beach. Almost everyone was on the deck. Anon and Helen ran down the warship and shouted, "Paris!" Anon, Helen. Pei Ziyun called out their names happily. They quickly ran into Pei Ziyun's arms. Pei Ziyun hugged them tightly. Paris, I will never leave you again. I will stay on this island, Anon said. Paris, I miss you so much. The days without you are too lonely. Helen also said her words of longing. All right, it's all over. I will stay on this island for a long time. I will build a city here and restore our glory. Chapter 673. England 3 years. The drizzle hit the wet plains, but the chariot was still moving forward. On the sides of the chariot, there were all kinds of warriors. At a glance, there were citizens of Troy, but most of them were tribal warriors painted with totems. They held flags, and there were dozens of them. At that moment, they slowly advanced with their weapons in hand and arrived at the entrance of a valley. A soldier came to report that there was no ambush at the entrance of the valley, and the army carefully entered the valley. The valley was not deep, but under the drizzle, the plants were lush and verdant, blocking one's line of sight. There were 2 tribes living in the valley. One of the tribes did not have many people, only a few hundred. Usually, the people of this tribe mainly hunted for a living. There was only one road leading to the valley from the outside world, and it had already been occupied. The horde soon appeared in front of the allied forces. The entire horde was surrounded by a wooden fence. There was a wooden gate in front of the allied forces. The horde was made of wood and grass. During war, it was easy for the enemy to destroy it with fire. However, this was already a fairly civilized horde in England. The war chariot stopped in the middle of the valley. Inside the chariot was a man dressed in armor. It was Pei Ziyun. Even after a few years, he had not changed at all. In fact, he looked younger than before. Your Majesty, we've arrived, a soldier reported. Follow the rules and persuade them to surrender. Pei Ziyun said. Yes. The warrior approached the gate and shouted to the people of the tribe. The king has given his order. If you surrender immediately, you will be conferred the title of nobility. Those who resist will be exterminated. You should have heard a lot of news. Surrender quickly. After the warrior finished shouting, the allied army stood quietly and did not urge the tribe to move. One of the tribes was silent for a long time. Just when everyone was getting impatient, the main gate opened and a white-haired tribal chief walked out, trembling. The chief stepped forward silently. There were sentries standing guard in front of him. He trembled and knelt down. You are the chieftain of the wild boar tribe? Pei Ziyun broke the silence. Why are you so afraid of me? In the future, you will know that I will give you even more. As he spoke, he glanced at the tribes behind him. Many of them had expressions of agreement on their faces. These were all tribal chiefs who were now following the king to encircle and suppress the tribes that had yet to submit. As he spoke, Pei Ziyun jumped down and asked, Are you truly willing to become a citizen of my kingdom without any reservations? The chief of the wild boar tribe hesitated for a moment before answering, I'm willing. Hearing this reply, everyone revealed a knowing smile. This was someone who knew how to adapt to circumstances, who knew how many tribes resisted to the end, but the results were all extremely miserable. Since that's the case, we shall enter into a sacred contract. Any deceit or betrayal is a sin. Pei Ziyun smiled, raised his sword and patted the tribal chief's shoulder. He said, I accept your allegiance and officially declare this place as Sark County. You will be the Baron of Siphon. The tribal chief's body trembled, and he said dryly, King, thank you for your reward. As long as you work hard for the royal family, the kingdom will not mistreat you. In the future, there will be new lands for you. Pei Ziyun said. A scribe behind him was busy writing. Soon, the scribe was done. He shouted, Baron Siphon, from now on, you are the Baron Siphon of the kingdom. You must fulfill your duty and build a temple for the god of disappearance. Also, you must send 15 soldiers to serve the king for 40 days every year. At the same time, you must pay 1/20 of your annual income as tribute. Yes, I can fulfill all of these requirements. The new baron said. The scribe nodded his head in satisfaction. This Baron Siphon was very obedient and continued. Once every 3 years, the king can summon you to participate in the war. If you are successful, the king will bestow you with new lands. Do you have any more questions? The scribe asked. I have no more questions. The scribe nodded and said, Actually, you will know in the future how much you have benefited from this. Other things aside, the chief cannot be inherited. There will be warriors in the tribe to replace you. Now, you can rely on the authority of the king to pass on the title to your son. If you die in battle, your son will inherit your power and wealth. Whoever opposes will face the wrath of the entire kingdom. Hearing this, the wild boar tribe's tribal chief did not fully understand. However, some of the tribal chiefs were already smiling in satisfaction. Just as the scribe was patiently explaining the duties of the new baron, the soldiers had already started to rest and cook. One by one, they went to the nearby forest to pick up firewood, while another group of people built stoves on the spot. A rich aroma quickly spread throughout the camp. Everyone had just taken over a small tribe and was in a good mood. Now that there was food to eat, everyone's appetites increased. Pei Ziyun was dressed in armor, with a belt and a long sword at his waist. He looked around, and behind him was a young boy of about 11 or 12 years of age. Pei Ziyun asked, After this war, the kingdom will have to rest for many years. Astyanax, what do you understand? Astyanax was Hector's son. Pei Ziyun had established the kingdom, and he could not manage it forever. Sooner or later, he would have to hand over the kingdom, and the most suitable person to do so was Astyanax. These past 3 years, Pei Ziyun had been nurturing Astyanax. Every time he went to war, he would bring Astyanax along, so that he could witness the establishment of the kingdom. This way, after he left, Astyanax would still be able to rule the kingdom. Astyanax thought for a while and said, Uncle King, the Trojans, oh no, the British only have 1,000 men. We cannot afford to lose them. That's why we decided to conquer them gently. We will first conquer the weaker tribes, and then use them to conquer the stronger ones. Although we tried our best to use the tribes to fight, we still suffered some losses. We need to rest and recuperate so that we can regain our population. That's not all, Astyanax. Pei Ziyun said, We also colluded with the chief. Originally, the position of chief was not hereditary. Now that we are colluding with him, we're using the feudal system to replace the ancient democratic system. The chief quickly realized that by relying on the royal family, he would only lose the tribe. He himself would be able to turn all his fellow tribesmen into his subjects, and thus reap great benefits. This is why I am using the feudal system. Pei Ziyun had just started to impart his knowledge when a soldier was carried back, covered in blood. Everyone looked over and saw that his ear had been sliced off. This was undoubtedly a sign of disdain. The surrounding people roared in anger, expressing their desire to wipe out this arrogant tribe. What the hell is going on? Astyanax asked as he pulled over a soldier. Prince, the leader of the Wild Wolves tribe, doesn't respect us at all. When our soldiers went in and explained our intentions, they shouted that the Wild Wolves will never be slaves and cut off our soldiers' ears. The soldier replied, Is there any other reason? Pei Ziyun asked. No, King. The soldier replied. Pei Ziyun's eyes turned cold. This tribe was a provocation to the royal family. If he didn't take them down quickly, it would damage the image of the royal family. It might even cause some of the new chiefs to have bad intentions. Pei Ziyun then gave the order, Wipe out their entire tribe, kill them without mercy. Yes, the soldier replied. Pei Ziyun's order was passed down very quickly. The soldiers had just seen their comrades' ear being sliced off by the Wild Wolves tribe. They were all enraged and carried out the order with high efficiency. All the soldiers took out their weapons and prepared to take action. The archers also took out their arrows and aimed them at the Wild Wolves tribe. Kill! A few thousand people roared in anger, shaking the heavens and the earth as they charged forward. There was no order to their actions. However, the Wild Wolves tribe only had a few hundred people fighting. Now that there were a few thousand of them charging forward, their faces turned pale. However, they were indeed worthy of the name Wild Wolves as they fought back with all their might. On top of the wooden fence, the warriors of the Wild Wolves tribe faced the oncoming enemies. Arrows and spears rained down on them, and the sound of screams could be heard. The soldiers of the kingdom's alliance army also used their arrows and spears to attack the Wild Wolves tribe. Even the Wild Boar tribe's chief, the newly appointed Baron Siphon, had no choice but to lead his tribe's warriors to attack their brother tribe. This tribe had been living with them for hundreds of years. At this moment, they had no choice but to fight back. There was no order to the battle. The only thing they knew was to charge forward. However, there were only 1,000 people in the Wild Wolves tribe, and half of them were women. There were only 200 to 300 of them who could fight. Facing the attack of a few thousand soldiers, no matter how stubborn they were, it was of no use. In just a few moments, there was a boom sound, and the fence collapsed. Kill, kill, kill! The tribe's army rushed in. Not long after, several plumes of thick smoke rose from the inside, and one could vaguely see the rising flames. The men of the Wild Wolves tribe were indeed worthy of the name wolves. In this situation, they were still stubbornly resisting, blocking the tide of ferocious enemies. However, what they got in return was even more ferocious killing. After an hour, the sounds of killing gradually stopped. All the people of the tribe who were still alive were gathered in an open space. The women and children were gathered on one side of the open space, and the men who were taller than 1 meter were gathered on another side. Today, I will let all of you understand the consequences of stubbornly resisting. A Troy warrior said. The warrior whose frosted ear was cut off was his comrade. He gnashed his teeth in hatred towards this stubborn tribe. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and shouted, "Kill!" Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds of spears piercing into bodies were heard. This tribe's men who were taller than 1 meter were all slaughtered. Their bodies fell to the cold ground with a plop sound. Blood spurted out from these people's bodies, dyeing the surrounding area red. Immediately, all the women and children began to cry. This tribe had been slaughtered, and all the women and children had become slaves. The battle had officially come to an end. Pei Ziyin stepped forward and took the document. After looking at it and seeing that there were no problems, he said, "In the battle just now, the first place goes to Baron Berkless. He is bestowed with 2 knight territories. Sir Ko Vasily bestows 1 knight territory. Sir Masako bestows 1 knight territory. 70% of the wealth and half of the population will be distributed to all the warriors who participated in the battle. The remaining 30% of the wealth and half of the captives, as well as the land, will belong to the kingdom according to the rules." In this era, land was not the most precious thing. Wealth was. Hearing these words, the tribe leaders who had just become nobles cheered. Chapter 674. After distributing the wealth, Pei Ziyin pointed at the tribesmen. They were all smiling, as though they had forgotten about the time when Pei Ziyin had conquered them. He looked at Astyanax and said, "Look, the tribes that followed me received land and wealth. This is why we were able to snowball so quickly. Uncle King, as long as we give them land and wealth, they will continue to grow stronger?" Astyanax asked. "No, land and wealth are limited. There will always be a limit. Once we exceed this limit, we will have nothing to give them. Hence, we must control the amount of land and wealth we give them. We cannot exceed this limit. Understand, we are very weak now. We must control the land and wealth of these nobles within a reasonable limit." Astyanax said, "Uncle King, even if we do this, we still have too few people. We only have 1,000 people, while there are 50,000 tribes that have submitted to us. What if they rebel?" Astyanax asked. "Astyanax, a single tribe has very little loyalty to us. If we had only conquered 7 tribes, the situation would be very dangerous. They could rebel at any time. But now, you must understand that we have conquered 70 tribes, and they are keeping each other in check. Uncle King, so the number of tribes we have conquered is not good for us, and the more tribes we conquer, the better it is for us?" "Yes, Astyanax, we have conquered 70 tribes, and our position is stable, because they all have a blood feud with each other. They are keeping each other in check. No one can rebel. Even if someone rebels, just give the order, and everyone will attack and destroy them." You might ask, why don't these conquered tribes unite? The problem is between them. Who will obey who? No one could be the leader. If there is, let me give you a piece of advice. Kill that person immediately and destroy the entire tribe. Pei Ziyun said seriously, his gaze cold. But then he smiled and said, "Of course, I have already solved this problem for you. Look, for those who have contributed in battle, I have given them titles. However, they're not in their original locations, but in other counties. This way, in order to protect their land, the tribes that originally lived in one place have no choice but to split up and move to new territories. A tribe that can't unite is nothing," Wang Chong said. "Astyanax, you must remember, there is no relationship between the nobles and the nobles. Those who make contributions will be rewarded, and those who make mistakes will be punished. This is the way to maintain order. If you can't give fair rewards and punishments, who will listen to your orders? As long as you remember one principle, the estates of any great noble must be scattered across the counties, or even the entire country. They must not be directly connected to each other. A tribe that can't unite is nothing. Similarly, a territory that can't be united is nothing. This is the reason why Uncle King built the manor. The estate ranges from 300 to 1,000 acres, but none more than 1,000. This was a skill that only the elites of Pei Ziyun's era could learn. That's right, we absolutely cannot allow the nobles' manors to be connected together. Not only that, I've also implemented the enfeoffment order. The enfeoffment decrees cause clans and tribes to split up their land and population. Once they are split up, after a few generations, they will no longer be a threat to the kingdom. Kinship? How much kinship do you think there is between the generations? This way, they won't be able to band together. The tribes are being split up while the royal family is growing stronger." Pei Ziyun continued, "Listen up, Astyanax. With this skill, even if I only have 1,000 men now, I can still control tens of thousands. Don't be fooled by the precarious situation the royal family is in. With every passing day, the royal family's power will stabilize and expand, while the tribes will become more and more scattered. Eventually, they will be completely subservient to the royal family. In 30 years, the royal family will truly rule over England. Your destiny, and that of the future monarchs, will be to unify the entire British Isles. Of course, the division cannot be too big. If the division turns into commoners, their loyalty to the royal family will be extinguished. Hence, when it comes to barons and knights, the division cannot be made. Maintaining the strength of the nobles is the only way to protect the royal family. If the royal family becomes stronger, then maintaining the legacy of the nobles will be necessary." "I see," Astyanax muttered to himself. He was both fearful and happy at the same time, at the same time. Pei Ziyun looked at Astyanax's pensive expression and smiled. As a god, if he wanted to forcefully unify the kingdom, he would be able to do it quickly. However, this could lead to a backlash from fate. Furthermore, he would not be able to educate Astyanax. If he did not have anyone to teach him, and had to rely on himself to figure it out, it would take a lot of effort and a lot of time to prove it. Many principles were like a thin layer of paper. Those who understood would be able to see through it with a single poke. Those who did not might not understand it, even if they spent their entire lives trying. The strategy that Pei Ziyun taught Astyanax had been tested by the conquest of Normandy and the Imperial Order of Taon. It could be said that it was a snowball's essence. Otherwise, even with Pei Ziyun's capabilities, it would be extremely difficult for him to establish a kingdom with just a few thousand people. Furthermore, it would be extremely difficult for him to stabilize the foundation of the kingdom. Although he had become a god, and his martial prowess was far above that of the mortal world, the kingdom's operations and management still required a monarch and a system. Without these, even if he established a kingdom, it would collapse quickly after he left. But now, things were different. In front of Pei Ziyun and Astyanax stood many women and children. These people's tribes had been destroyed, and all the men had been killed. Their expressions were numb. Pei Ziyun had a smile on his face as he pointed at the women and children. He then said to Astyanax, "Do you understand how we should deal with these people?" "Uncle King, I understand. We have to kill all the men. We have to kill all those who are knowledgeable. This way, we will not be able to pass on our hatred and traditions. These people will be distributed to our warriors. Perhaps there is still some hatred among the women and children, but time will erase everything. When they grow up, they will be our people. When the second generation is born, they will be completely loyal subjects of the royal family. Well said, Pei Ziyun praised. Our warriors have achieved great merits. Other than wealth, it is necessary to reward them with some slaves. Don't be fooled by their numbness. They may be filled with hatred towards us, but they have no knowledge and traditions. Once they have assimilated into their new lives, they will forget all these things. Pei Ziyun said, but he did not mention that the system established in this way could only be stabilized by the next king and could not be changed. Let's go back. As he finished, Pei Ziyun called for the messenger. Pass down my orders. Everyone is to pack their belongings and head back to the city. Yes. The messenger received Pei Ziyun's order and immediately passed it down. The troops gathered very quickly. Everyone placed the loot on the war chariot, while the captives were slowly driven back to the city. Pei Ziyun boarded the war chariot as well, and the war chariot headed back to the city. Your Majesty, we have arrived at my territory. I bid you farewell. Baron Berkeley came forward and bowed. Of course, I am Your Majesty's soldier on duty this year. I will accompany you on your journey. Your Majesty, we have arrived at my territory. I bid you farewell. Sir Covazely came forward and bowed. Of course, I am Your Majesty's soldier on duty this year. I will accompany you on your journey. Every time they reached a county, besides the soldiers who were still serving, there would be a large number of people returning to their original tribes. These people had responded to Pei Ziyun's call to participate in the war. Now that the war had ended, they brought their spoils of war back to their original tribes. As these people left, the number of troops continued to decrease. In the end, only about 1,000 people returned to a city. The city was not big, and many of the houses were newly built. The entire city was full of vitality and prosperity. Everyone was busy, unlike some of the ancient cities where many people had nothing to do. There were almost no idlers in this new city. Not far from this city, there was a brickmaking workshop. At this moment, the sound of gongs and gongs were being produced. Thick smoke billowed from within the workshop. Although it was not as good as Troy, it was already a complete city. Everywhere in the city, new buildings were being built. The bricks that were produced were continuously being transported into the city. Everywhere they went, there were slaves. Under the supervision of the soldiers, they continuously built houses, dredged ditches, and built sewers. There were also some slaves who carried materials. Astyanax, look, the slaves are working. When I asked you to treat the slaves well, it was not out of benevolence. It was because a living slave can create more value than a dead one. Similarly, a slave with hope will be more proactive and create more value than a despairing one. Because of this, I not only paid them a meager salary, but I also gave the slaves who worked hard, the slaves who resisted, and the slaves with skills a chance at freedom. There is no good or evil in a king, only a better ruler. Pei Ziyun pointed out as he spoke. Through the continuous battles, he had already captured many slaves. These slaves were all used to build the new city, reclaiming the fields and grazing the animals. The city was flourishing with each passing day, and many of the slaves had contributed to it. Without them working day and night, the city would not have been able to develop so quickly. These people were very passionate about their work, and Pei Ziyun agreed. When this city was built, those who did well would be able to leave their slave status and become free citizens. Those who had special contributions could even become citizens. This gave many people hope, and they also became much more serious about their work. Pei Ziyun's chariot slowly stopped at the entrance of the palace. Although it was called a palace, it was actually not as good as the original prince's residence in Troy. This newly built palace only had a few houses and a few walls. When Anon and Helen heard that Pei Ziyun had returned, they came out to welcome him. Their smiles were much wider, and they said, "Dear Paris, the temple in the city has been built." Chapter 675. London, Temple compared to Greece and Troy, the temple that was built was not considered grand. The temple was a medium-sized building. The entire temple was supported by 12 cylindrical pillars. The pillars, walls, and 3 flights of stairs were all made of marble. The walls were carved with reliefs that were extremely lifelike. There were also murals that told the stories of Paisie Yun's adventures in Greece. There were stories of the 3 goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, who came to Mount Ida and gave Paisie Yun the golden apple. There are also stories of Paisie Yun killing sea demons and monsters. There were also stories of Paisie Yun charging into enemy lines and killing famous heroes. Paisie Yun wore a white tunic and entered the temple. As soon as he entered, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if compared to the palace, this was his home. There was a large hall in the temple. Other than the reliefs and murals, the hall was very spacious. There were not many things placed in the hall. Walking past the main hall and through the corridors, he arrived at the altar. In the middle of the altar was a 3-meter-tall statue. The statue was made of marble. When Paisie Yun saw the statue, he had the impression that it was a clone of him. This was his temple. Everything in the temple was built for him, and the priests were his elder and younger sisters. Paisie Yun asked Cassandra, "Cassandra, what do you see?" Cassandra was startled out of her trance. In that instant, she remembered many things. She thought of the first time she met Paisie Yun. She thought of how Prince Epiebus had made things difficult for him. She thought of how she had revealed that Paris was the son of King Priam. She thought of how Paisie Yun had killed countless monsters along the way, and how he had repeatedly killed enemy heroes on the battlefield. When she thought back to everything that had happened, she had a feeling that it was surreal. Everything seemed too perfect. Paisie Yun had even become an undying god. This was a miracle. When she heard Paisie Yun's words, she regained her senses and said, "My brother, my god, you have become an immortal god. Even if you're not a god, you must be a king that has never been seen before." "Oh, what do you mean?" Paisie Yun asked curiously. "You've only used 3 years and a mere 1,000 people to conquer a vast land. You've conquered 70 tribes and 50,000 people. You've conquered a third of England. And in this process, you didn't use any divine power at all. You used the wisdom and power of a human. I saw that even though the tribes were unwilling, they were restraining each other. No one could truly resist. And with each passing day, the royal power will stabilize a little, and the tribes will decline a little, until these tribes truly become subjects of the kingdom. I believe that day is not far away. I can even see the formation of a great kingdom in 30 years. Cassandra was a prophet. She saw the future. Cassandra, you're right. Whether it's a citizen or a noble, everything is just an external manifestation of power. If someone is obsessed with it, they won't be able to see the essence of power. A king can only rely on the unchangeable laws of power and authority. Paisie Yun said plainly. This was something that people in his previous life had summed up as science. The foundation of this kingdom will last, for it is the law of society itself. Science will not favor anyone. As long as one follows it, they will become strong. It was the same for social science. Democracy or dictatorship would not win its favor. Whoever followed it more would become stronger. Paisie Yun had never thought that theology and science were opposed. Paisie Yun changed the topic. But I can't wait for 30 years. God is urging me. Paisie Yun could stay in a human world and directly interfere with the development of the kingdom because the British Isles were too remote. No gods paid attention to him, and his actions were not valued by the gods. But there was a limit to this tolerance. He was a god recognized by the gods of Mount Olympus. He could not stay in a human world forever. The gods wanted him to return to his original place. Cassandra was silent. Of course, she knew that as a god, her brother Paris could not stay in the human world forever. He would leave sooner or later, but she did not expect him to leave so soon. Paisie Yun then turned to Anon and Helen and said, "Anon, Helen, I've already enfeoffed the Trojans. They, the tribe, and the priests will keep each other in check. You can live in peace in the manor, and you will always be rich. Listen, even if Astyanax becomes king, under this system, he cannot take away your glory. After all, I love you more. Actually, with the gods around, no one dared to look down on Anon and Helen. But Paisian knew that he was the god of disappearance, and he was not far from leaving. Paris, I love you so much, and I'm so sad that you're leaving me. But my father told me that this is all fate, and no one could stop it. Anon's eyes were red, but she was the daughter of the river god, and she knew that this was irresistible. Yes, fate has made me the god of disappearance. I have become a member of the family of the gods of Mount Olympus. So I must return to Mount Olympus. Paris, if you leave, what will I do? Helen cried. She had more human emotions. Both of them wanted to be by Paisian's side, but Paisian was already a god, and he was going to Mount Olympus. Only gods could enter that place, so they could not stay together. Now that Paisian was separated from them, they might never see each other again until death. They knew this, but they were powerless to change the outcome. Don't worry, when your lives are up, I will bring you back to live with me. As he spoke, Paisian patted Anon and Helen's hands, comforting them. With Paisian's assurance, Anon and Helen's emotions calmed down a little. Actually, this kind of parting was quite cruel. Anon and Helen were both young, and Paisian had gone to Mount Olympus and even left this world. They had no one to accompany them. But since Paisian had come to this point, they had to accept this reality. Seeing that the two of them had calmed down, Paisian called out, "Let them in." Yes. A large group of 20 to 30 people entered. The first to enter were Prince Astyanax, the Queen, Jesn, and Kusailia, as well as the young nobles of Troy. They were all now real nobles. This was especially so for Jesn and Kusailia. Their social status was very low, and Kusailia was even a slave. Now they were all nobles. King Paris, thank you for your kindness, Jesn said humbly. Jesn, actually, all of this is the result of your own hard work. Paisian said. King Paris, I am very grateful to you as well. If not for the opportunity you gave me, I would have sunk into oblivion for all eternity and would never have achieved the status I have today. Thank you, my king, my god. Kusailia bowed deeply to Paisian. Kusailia, you have also obtained all of this through your own hard work. After I leave, continue to assist the new king. Paisian said. Paisian looked at all of this and thought to himself, now, the royal power of Troy has really been established in Britain. This is really amazing. In the 12th century, an English writer, Vass, wrote a poetic chronicle in Norman called Roman de Brut, 1155. The main content was that after Troy was destroyed by the Greeks, the Trojans fled to different parts of Europe. The Trojan hero, Aeneas, fled to Italy. His descendants became the founders of the Roman Empire. One of Aeneas's great-grandchildren was called Brutus the Trojan. He was expelled from Italy because of his wrongdoings. He went to Britain and founded the new city of Troy, which was London. The name Britain was derived from his name. He became the founder of Britain, the first king of Britain. King Arthur was his direct descendant. This was a legend and did not match with history. But now, the two seem to be fused together. My business is done. If there is a King Arthur, will he be the successor of the kingdom I founded? Paisian did not say anything more, but looked at the system. Mission. The Kingdom of Britain of Dreams, 6/5 inch the system, had given Paisian the mission to build a kingdom. He had used 3 years to lay the foundation of the kingdom, so that it could continue on in a virtuous cycle. The moment he left, the kingdom would not fall apart. This had far exceeded the system's expectations. Everyone heard Paisian standing on the altar, saying, Astyanax, come up. Astyanax knew what the king wanted him to do. Paisian had already told him, so he was mentally prepared. But even so, blood still rushed to his head, and his face turned red. Astyanax walked forward and slowly knelt in front of Paisian. Cassandra had been instructed to do so, so she walked forward and washed his forehead with water. She also took out a bottle of fragrant balm and applied it on him. Finally, Cassandra tidied up Astyanax's messy hair and slowly retreated. Astyanax knelt in front of God and loudly swore, "By the grace of God, I hereby swear that I will do 3 things. First, in the name of God, I will do my best to spread the glory of God. I will ensure that its safety will not be threatened. Second, in accordance with the will of God, I will establish a stable peace throughout the kingdom. From now on, I will command everyone to uphold this peace. I will be fair and merciful. I will remove evil laws and replace them with good laws. I will uphold justice and spread my blessings throughout the kingdom, so that the people under my rule can enjoy peace and order. Third, in the future, my bloodline will carry on my oath and fulfill the mandate of unifying the 3 islands of Britain." The oath rang throughout the temple, and everyone looked on in silence. Pei Ziyun then said, "Today Astyanax has sworn an oath to me. By my grace, I will crown you. From now on, you will be the 2nd king of Britain." As he spoke, he took off the golden crown on his head. This was the crown that Pei Ziyun had asked the craftsman to make for him when he first arrived on the island. The crown wasn't extravagant, but it was the proof of his authority. Pei Ziyun placed the golden crown on Astyanax, who was kneeling in front of him. Astyanax's body trembled. Strictly speaking, he was still a young man. Facing the position of king, he couldn't help but feel excited. Astyanax turned around and gave his first speech, or rather, his first edict. This edict was written by Pei Ziyun for him to pass on the throne. "I, the King of England, greet the people of the kingdom. As everyone knows, with the grace of God and the consent of the people, I have been crowned king. I will inherit God's will and establish order in the kingdom. All order lies in power and wealth. I will bestow titles and land to the nobles. I will also give the free people the right to trade and fight, so that they can prosper. Anyone with less than 100 acres of land can inherit their father's inheritance without paying any tribute. Nobles only need to pay a fair and legal tribute to inherit their lands and titles. Marriage in the kingdom is monogamous. Nobles with extra land must consult with me if they wish to bestow a title and land to their 2nd or 3rd son. However, I will not ask for anything in return. If they have no children, their daughter can be the heir. I will not arrange a marriage for her unless it is in accordance with her wishes. No one is allowed to usurp or deprive an heir of his right to inherit. I, the protector of order, will personally watch over him until he reaches adulthood. If a usurper appears, all the nobles will join me in fighting him. The kingdom does not allow the minting of coins. They will only belong to the kingdom. Anyone, regardless of whether they are a minter or a noble, will be arrested and punished according to the law. As for all legal debts, the royal family and nobles are not allowed to use their authority to illegally pardon them. If anyone refuses to do so, they will be punished severely. All crimes committed before I was crowned will be pardoned. Crimes committed after that will be dealt with according to the law. They will not be pardoned lightly. Within 3 weeks of my ascension to the throne, all the nobles will have to pay their respects to me. This will serve as an opportunity for our kingdom to establish a stable peace. From then on, everyone will have to protect this peace so that we can prosper and have many more children. May the God be with us, and may the kingdom last for a long time. Long live! Everyone saluted after hearing Astyanax's oath. When the ceremony was completed, everyone looked at where Pei Ziyun was standing. There was nothing in front of them except for the statue of a god. Everyone could not help but shed tears. Cassandra was the first to come to her senses. She wiped her tears and stepped forward. "King Astyanax, in 3 weeks, all the nobles will be here. For the first time, all the nobles of England will be paying their respects to the god. You have a great responsibility in this process. I understand. I will personally lead the white bull to the temple," Astyanax said. Andromache, the daughter of King Uzian of Thebes and the wife of Hector, did not understand this subtle scene. Looking at all this, tears fell from her eyes, and she cried in her heart, "Hector, do you see? Your son has become king after all, and your sacrifice has not been in vain." Chapter 676. Pei Yun appeared in the air and became invisible. He shouted, "System!" A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: The Kingdom of Britain of Dreams, 6/5. Pei Yun pressed down hard on the button. With a sound, he heard the kingdom building mission completed. He had obtained 6 fate points. Not bad. I exceeded the system's limit. He then looked at the system and realized that there was one last mission left. Mission: Save Orestes and obtain the first temple in Greece. Incomplete. Saving Orestes is completed, or rather, it is not complete. I have not obtained the first temple in Greece. Pei Yun thought to himself. When Pei Yun helped Orestes escape from the palace, he had actually only completed half of saving Orestes. However, it is almost done now. Pei Yun's gaze swept over Orestes as he muttered to himself. Orestes had already reached adulthood. With the help of Apollo, he had killed his mother Clytemnestra and his cousin Aegisthus, who had usurped the throne. However, because he had killed his cousin, Orestes was persecuted by the Nemesis. He fled to Athens and sought refuge in the temple of Athena. Athena said that she would set up a court outside of Athens to judge the case. Apollo's position is above that of the Nemesis. However, the difference is not too great. Only Athena can suppress him. Therefore, it is only natural that I go to Athens. This is my final plot, Pei Yun thought to himself. Athens, in front of the city, there was a hillside. The hillside was covered with lush vegetation, and there was an empty space in the middle. Athena stood in the middle. The plaintiff was the Nemesis, who had been entrusted by Clytemnestra, and the defendant was Orestes. The jury had arrived as well. They were all citizens of Athens and were of noble character. At this time, 2 foreigners slowly walked over from afar. After a while, they stood in front of the defendant. These 2 people were actually Apollo and Pei Yun. When the Nemesis saw Apollo, they shouted, "Apollo, you should be dealing with your own matters. And you, a new god, why are you here?" Apollo replied, "I persuaded him to kill his mother. I told him that it was a piety welcomed by the gods and that I should protect him. I am Paris. Your father was once my enemy, but before he died, he prayed to me to build a temple for me so that I could protect Orestes. I also woke up Orestes' sister and escorted him out of the palace. Now, I continue to fulfill the king's promise. So, I will defend you as well," Pei Yun said to Orestes. When Athena saw that everyone had arrived, she stood up and said, "Goddess of vengeance, please provide us with a statement." "We can ask him directly," said the oldest of the vengeful goddesses. "Answer my question, defendant. Did you kill your mother?" "I do not deny it," said Orestes, who turned pale with fright at the question of the vengeance. "How did you kill her?" "I cut her neck with a sharp sword," Orestes said, trembling. "Who ordered you to do so?" "Apollo told me to do so with an oracle. He is here and can testify for me," Orestes replied. At the same time, Orestes said, "I will defend myself. I did not kill Clytemnestra because I saw her as my mother, but because she saw my father's murderer. Clytemnestra joined forces with Aegisthus to bind my father, Agamemnon, with a net. Then she stabbed my father to death. My father's blood flowed all over the ground, and I can still remember his screams. Clytemnestra murdered her husband, Agamemnon. I think it is a heinous crime and must be punished," Apollo said in defense. But Orestes killed his mother, which is equally heinous and must be severely punished. When they finished their debate, Athena stood up and said, "Citizens of Athens, please listen. Today, you have begun the first trial of the court. Henceforth, you will always keep this court, which will be located on this sacred Mount Ares. You will uphold its dignity and regard it as the pillar of the city. Now, the jury, please rise. The white stones are for innocence. The black stones are for guilt. Remember your oath and vote for this case." The jury rose from their seats in silence and lined up to cast their stones into the bowl. When all had cast their votes, and a new batch of chosen citizens came forward and counted the black and white stones which had been thrown into the bowl, and found that the two stones were equal in number. The deciding vote was in Athena's hand. Athena rose from her seat and asked Paisiun, who had been silent all this time, "Paris, what do you think?" "Athena, you're the judge, and the final vote should be in your hands. But if you ask my opinion, I will say this. All laws are designed to protect the interests of the majority and to maintain order." In front of the gods and men, Paisiun said, "This case cannot be simply judged as black and white. A wife can kill her husband for any reason. Is that right? Obviously not. This destroys the ethics and order of the family. If we do not punish it, which husband can work and fight in peace for his wife and children? If they sweat and bleed, it is meaningless." Hearing this, everyone nodded. But even if the mother is wrong, can the son kill her? Obviously not. He should not do it himself, but should be punished by the law or the king. Most of the people nodded, except for Orestes, whose face was pale. Of course, we all know that there is something special about this case. Because the usurper seized the throne, other than God, who can support Orestes? Paisiun looked at Apollo and nodded, affirming the legitimacy of Apollo's support, and said, "Other than Orestes himself, who can take revenge?" So if you ask my opinion, I would say that Orestes is not guilty of killing his cousin Aegisthus, who usurped the throne. It is necessary to kill his mother Clytemnestra, but he must atone for it. When Paisiun finished speaking, everyone was deep in thought. This time, Athena did not say, "I am not born of my mother. I sprang from the head of my father, Zeus, so I defend the rights of men." Such a statement was not justified at all, but it came from a certain standpoint. She now said, "I agree with Paris's words. It is necessary for Orestes to kill Clytemnestra, but he must atone for it." As she said this, she left the table, took a white stone and threw it in the bowl, returned to her seat, and solemnly announced, "After a vote, the majority decided that Orestes is free from punishment, but he must atone for it." Hearing this, Orestes said emotionally, "Goddess Athena, you have saved me, saved my family. I will praise your kindness to all Greece. And you, the great vanishing god Paris, you do not mind the grudge between my father and you have helped me twice. I will return home soon, and swear to the country and people here that I will fulfill my father's vow and build a temple for you." When Orestes finished speaking, he got into his carriage and left Athens. The goddess of vengeance was not satisfied with Athena's verdict. "You young gods have trampled on the ancient laws. But, Athenians, you will regret today's verdict. We will leave the cities and villages barren, and let the plague spread." Even the gods could not ignore the curse of the goddess of vengeance. Apollo hurriedly said, "You should not be angry at the verdict. This is not your failure or humiliation. The number of black and white stones in the bowl is equal. The jury did not offend you. It is the gods who bear the responsibility of the verdict. You should not vent your anger on innocent people. In the name of the people, I promise you that you will receive a distinguished position here and enjoy sacred honor. The people of this city will offer sacrifices every year and worship you as the just and merciless goddess of vengeance." Athena also repeated this promise, saying, "Dear goddesses, please believe me. The people of this city will worship you. Men, women, and children will sing your praises, and they will build your temple next to the temple of King Eurystheus. Those who do not worship you will not be blessed." The goddess of vengeance heard this promise and gradually calmed down. She said, "Mortals of Athens, if you are willing to worship me and abide by justice, then I am willing to forgive you. Great goddess of vengeance, thank you very much for your generosity. You have forgiven us for our offense." The citizens of Athens sang a song of praise as they sent the goddess of vengeance out of the city. Athena settled this matter and turned to Paisiun. She said, "Paris on Mount Olympus, the craftsmen of God have built a palace for you. You can go and take a look." Paisiun nodded his head and stepped onto Mount Olympus. Indeed, at the foot of the mountain, there was a pillar that led up to a palace. Although the palace wasn't big, it was extremely exquisite. It even surpassed the decorations of his temple back in England. Although the gods of Mount Olympus did not come personally, they sent their goddesses to deliver gifts to congratulate Pei Ziyun on moving to the new palace. Pei Ziyun asked the system, "It's almost time. What is the next world?" Pei Ziyun asked, but the system did not respond. After an unknown amount of time, Pei Ziyun suddenly opened his eyes. With a tap of his finger, a large piece of sacrificial beef appeared. This was the best piece of beef he had. "It's a sacrificial offering." Pei Ziyun laughed. In the past, he had always been the one worshipping the gods. Now, there was finally someone worshipping him. Furthermore, it was a sacrificial offering from Greece. In a flash, he disappeared and reappeared in a temple in Mykenny. The temple was situated on a small hill. This temple was relatively small, but it was still a complete temple. There were 12 pillars supporting it, and the entire temple was made of pure white marble. The altar stood tall, and not too far away was a burning holy flame. Outside the temple was a small plaza. A mountain path led from the plaza all the way to the bottom of the plaza. On the path, the new king of Mykenny, Orestes, was leading his people away. Pei Ziyun paced back and forth in the temple, looking at the first temple in Greece. After a long time, he sighed and said, "It's finally done." Pei Ziyun opened up the system and completed the last task before disappearing. Chapter 677. Tokyo History Museum. A group of primary school students wearing little yellow hats. Note 1. Lined up to visit. Not only were there primary school students, there were also high school students. A teacher was explaining. As everyone knows, in the 7th year of Chongbao, the great General Xinchuan of the Country of Feathers only had 70 stones. When he was 16, he fought against the bandits who invaded the land and obtained another 70 stones. However, the Yamashita family coveted this land. They sent an envoy saying that this land belonged to me. "Would you dare to reject me?" The great General Xinchuan pretended to return it. He attacked in the middle of the night and obtained 350 stones. He also bribed the Ryoyoshi family with a large sum of money to keep 500 stones. Although 500 stones is small, it was the battle that laid the foundation of the Xinchuan family. The high school teacher was explaining the historical significance of the battle to the students. The students listened attentively. "Teacher Hashida, can I ask a question?" A student raised his hand. "Student Shinohara, please speak." "Teacher Hashida, then why did the Ryoyoshi family attack the great General Xinchuan 3 years later?" "This is an interesting question." Teacher Hashida stood up and said, "The great General Xinchuan attacked the Yamashita family at night. Although he had no choice, it was against the rules of the time. Most importantly, according to historical records, the Xinchuan family reclaimed the land and conquered Neo-Jiozhong in the mountains. The Ryoyoshi family felt that the Xinchuan family had become a hidden threat. That was why they attacked." "Understand. Thank you, teacher." Pei Ziyun's expression was ranked among the primary school students. He had also become a primary school student with small hands and feet. He wore a little yellow hat and listened to the teacher continue to talk about the great General Xinchuan's magnificent life. Almost all Japanese people were familiar with this, but the primary school students still listened with great interest. The imprint has finally disintegrated. Pei Ziyun sank into the memories of the original owner of this body, Yamada Shinji. Pei Ziyun carefully absorbed Yamada Shinji's memories and tried to figure out the strength of this world. However, Yamada Shinji's memories were very few. He only had daily habits, language, and primary school lessons. So this is how Japanese education is. The curriculum of primary schools in Japan was very different from that in China. Grades 1 to 2 basically did not teach basic knowledge, but life lessons. This was not so much to teach the common knowledge of daily life, but rather to teach order. Yes, many educators say that Japan emphasizes the importance of community, but in fact, community is order. If taken a step further, it can be called military education. The cultural curriculum of Japanese primary school graduates was only equivalent to that of a fourth grader. However, there were a lot of group activities, and every primary school student became a part of the group. Pei Ziyin continued to use the underscore emoji. He was now a primary school graduate, and visiting the History Museum was part of the group's activities. He had no choice but to participate. It seems to be a very safe society. Although the history is different from where I came from, it seems to be a purely technological society. Even my Tao techniques and divine power are concentrated in my soul, unable to interfere with the real world. Right now, I'm just a simple 12-year-old primary school student. No matter how I feel, I can't feel any supernatural power. But I know it's not a purely technological society. One of the reasons was that Yamada Shinji had died from a supernatural attack in his dream. His last memory before his death was of being surrounded by coldness, and his vision was pitch black. His body fell into a galaxy, passing through many stars, some of which were rich in color and sound. Suddenly, he appeared in front of an elevator. A blood corpse shrieked and attacked with its bloody claws. The elevator door was instantly smashed, and Yamada Shinji's consciousness turned to ash. Under normal circumstances, this body should have gradually stopped moving. However, after 10 minutes, it was replaced by Pei Ziyin. No one noticed it, including Yamada Shinji's parents and sister. It had been 10 days since he had taken over the body. He had been trying to break the imprint left behind when he died, absorbing the memories and merging them together. Now, he was basically done. System. After absorbing the memories, a plum blossom appeared in front of Pei Ziyun's eyes. It quickly enlarged and turned into an information interface. Mission, legendary key. The tide of spiritual power has been revived, but not ordinary people can open the door. Please become legendary 0 of 3 as soon as possible. Legendary. Pei Ziyun was silent for a long time. Legendary. Was it something a 12-year-old child like him could achieve? Let's go home. After the event, a girl shouted. Pei Ziyin looked over in surprise and saw a high school, grade 1, girl standing in front of the group. The girl was very beautiful, but her tone was stern. She looked at the primary school student and said, "Those who are going to Bagocho, follow me. Greetings, Senior Fukada." The primary school students were very obedient and bowed. Only Pei Ziyin did not say anything and just followed her. It was about 3 in the afternoon. Don't be surprised, Japanese primary schools ended school at this time. There were no parents to pick them up, but they usually went in groups. The senior students were in charge of directing the junior students on their way home. Who was on duty and why they had to obey their seniors was how it came to be. In the blink of an eye, the tram arrived. The primary school students usually bought a monthly pass and swiped their card to enter the carriage. No one spoke in the carriage. Adults did not have to give up their seats to the primary school students. On the contrary, the primary school students would give up their seats to the elderly, pregnant women, or anyone else who needed it. Furthermore, the primary school students were too tall to grab the handrail. They would hold onto each other's bags. Originally, Fukada Anaha was a high school student and would not be in charge of this. However, this tour was arranged at the last minute. Hence, she focused all her attention on the children. She was very responsible and immediately noticed the distant Pei Ziyin. "You're student Yamada? Do you have any questions?" "Fukada-san, I'm fine." Pei Ziyin glanced at her and realized that there was nothing worth paying attention to. He closed his eyes and continued to check the system. "Oh, so it's not that legendary's intention. Is it just to let the people around me think that I'm a legend? But that's not easy." Pei Ziyin closed his eyes and pondered. The tram continued to move and stop. After an unknown number of stops, the tram stopped again. A person with a wooden blade boarded. Pei Ziyin suddenly had a thought. He turned around and asked Fukada Anaha, "Fukada-san, what's this?" "Oh, this is a member of the Kendo Club. Student Yamada, are you interested in Kendo too?" Fukada Anaha bowed as she spoke. Although Yamada Shinji's body was that of a Shoda, he already looked like a little fresh meat. Kendo Club? Pei Ziyin suddenly thought of something and wanted to confirm that. Fukada-san, can the Kendo Club dominate the country? Hearing this, the youth with the wooden blade laughed bitterly. Yamada, you're such a lucky primary school student. When you get to middle school, you'll know how tough it is to be in a club. He wanted to continue speaking, but Fukada Anaha stopped him and bowed. Of course, if student Yamada works hard, it's not impossible for you to dominate the country. Pei Ziyin nodded his head, expressing his gratitude, and continued to ponder. What a kid who loves to fantasize. The youth with the wooden blade spoke softly, but Pei Ziyin heard him clearly. At this time, they had reached their stop. Pei Ziyin waved goodbye and got off the tram, heading straight for a house. I'm back. Pei Ziyin changed out of his shoes. Welcome home, a female voice replied. It was his mother, Yamada Izumi. Before she could take a closer look, Pei Ziyin rushed into the living room and switched on his computer. In the living room, there was only Luo Li watching an anime. This was very normal. Japanese men often worked overtime. Even if they got off work, they would still go to bars, nightclubs, or izakaya to drink. Don't even think of seeing a man at home before 10 o'clock. If there was nothing special, a man who went home after work would be ostracized by his colleagues. This was the collectivism of Japan. Pei Ziyin turned on his computer and searched for relevant records. Gradually, he fell into deep thought. In summary, Japanese education, starting from primary school, emphasized on collectivity and order. Because of this, primary school did not carry out much knowledge education. In junior high, there were clubs. These clubs were almost forced to join. This was to prevent students from having any personal freedom. Other than going home to sleep, they had to be in the group. For example, starting from primary school, there were rules for eating. Washing your hands before eating and brushing your teeth after eating. Many people were used to carrying a toothbrush with them when they went to work. Even sports required all students to participate. Most of the events required cooperation, and there was little emphasis on individual competition. Even a child prodigy could not skip grades to enter university. This was because such a child prodigy would be separated from the group. Furthermore, once a student entered a club, they could not leave at will. If they did, they would be looked down upon by the members of the club. If there was no special reason, they would not participate in club activities. They would be seen as traitors and ostracized. They would be isolated in school. In a long process of learning and growth, everyone would become a real screw. Even in society, as mentioned above, if you went home after work instead of participating in group activities, even if you went to a bar for a drink, you would be ostracized by your colleagues. This is the real education system of the worker ants. This is the biggest secret of Japan's success: organization over individualism. But because of this, people are famous for worshiping the strong who can surpass the worker ants. This is really a paradise for the strong. Pei Ziyin searched for relevant information and murmured. If in Desu, a person who was strong would be ostracized by the group. But in Japan, such a strong person would be worshipped by the group. Therefore, they could quickly rise to power, at least in the club. In other words, to become a legend in Japan, you only need to do something that is beyond the imagination of most of the worker ants. Conquer the group, and you can become a legend. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyin left the computer and went straight to the attic to look through the cabinet. Hey, Shinichi, what's wrong with you? Yamada Izumi felt that her son was acting strangely and chased after him. Behind her was his timid sister, Yamada Nanako. She put her right index finger in her mouth and sucked it, hesitantly looking at her brother. At this time, Pei Ziyin had already found what he wanted, a wooden sword. He immediately grabbed the wooden sword, turned to look at his mother and sister, and said, I have decided I want to use this wooden sword to dominate the whole of Japan. Note 1. The little yellow hat is a must for primary school students. One reason is for safety, and the other is for collectivism. This book was originally intended to be written about modern China, but everyone knows that it is now a disaster area. It is very easy to get rid of it, so it had to be moved to Japan. Chapter 678. Her 12-year-old son, brother, who had always been obedient and even a little timid, suddenly said such words, which was really shocking. Yamada Izumi and Yamada Nanako were both underscore. Nanako even bit her index finger and stared blankly at her brother. Pei Ziyin did not mind and looked at the wooden blade carefully. This was a memory left behind by the head of the Yamada family, Yamada Kazuhiko. During his time in the country, he was the leader of the sword department. He could not bear to throw away the wooden blade that had left him with so many beautiful memories. Pei Ziyin raised the wooden blade and saw that on the hilt of the blade there were 2 words written by Yamada Kazuhiko when he was in his 2nd year of high school. Looks like father has the ambition to dominate the country. Pei Ziyin admired the wooden blade. Although it looked old, its weight and weight were outstanding. One look, and one could tell that it was a high-quality item that could be used for generations. Who knew how much effort Yamada Kazuhiko had put in to find this wooden blade? I want to dominate the country. Pei Ziyin repeated his words. Whether it is my studies or the wooden blade, everything started when I graduated from primary school. Although she did not understand, Yamada Izumi still understood. Her beautiful eyes turned into crescent moons as she revealed her joy. This is a good thing. With such ambition, Honokuen will definitely become an outstanding man in the future. But for now, let's go eat. All right, I'm starting. Pei Ziyin started eating. His dinner consisted of rice, eggplant tempura, a fish, and a bowl of miso soup. This was considered good in Japan. Damn it, this is all. Pei Ziyin looked at it with disdain. However, this was the custom of Japan, and the portion was very small. Pei Ziyin finished all the dishes and even ate 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of miso soup. He then said to Yamada Izumi, I'm done eating. Mother, I want to use the computer to check on my study trip. Yamada Izumi heard Pei Ziyin and reminded him, be careful, don't destroy the information your father has stored in the computer. Pei Ziyin nodded and went back to the computer, deep in thought. Although the world restricts my Tao arts and divine powers, my martial arts skills are at the level of a master. Furthermore, after the Greek world, my skills have improved. Pei Ziyin glanced at the system and was not surprised to see the data. Martial Tao, Master, 79%. If I join the Kendo Club with my foundation, it won't be difficult for me to dominate the country, but the difficulty lies in how to let everyone know. It would be strange if a legend could be widely spread. Also, this 0/3 also has a deep meaning. Isn't it better to have 3 legendary items? We can even combine the 3 to form the best legendary key. Pei Ziyin was deep in thought, but could not think of a good idea. At this point, Yamada Izumi, who had just finished washing the dishes, walked over. Shinichi, where are you planning to go? Does the class already have a route? Pei Ziyin's eyes lit up. Learning tours were a part of the education system in Japan. It started when one graduated from primary school. It was said that the great General Shinkawa had decreed that the successor of the House of Wu would have to travel around the world once. In the modern era, because of the different types of learning, it was divided into different categories. Learning about history was mainly done by visiting historical sites to learn about history. This type of learning tours usually went to Kyoto, Nara, Tokyo, and other places to visit historical sites. Touring the entire country. That's a good idea. This would be a perfect fit with the idea of dominating the country. There are 3 school holidays every year: winter break, summer break, and spring break. The shorter holidays are 15 days, the longer holidays are 25 days, and the longer holidays are 60 days. We can use this time to travel the entire country, and at the right age, we can challenge all the dojos. For a middle school student to travel the entire country, that would definitely be a legend. Pei Ziyun's eyes lit up and then dimmed. But if I work so hard, how do I let others know? Or rather, how do I prove it? Pei Ziyun frowned. At this point, Yamada Izumi asked, Shinichi, if you go to Kyoto, will you visit the Yoshida Shrine? The Yoshida Shrine had 1,000 years of history and was established by the owner. However, it was located just beside the main entrance of Kyoto University. Every year, during the entrance examinations, many parents would bring their children to visit the shrine, praying that their children would be able to enter Kyoto University. Pei Ziyin did not feel that he needed this protection. Suddenly, he thought of something related to the shrine. As he searched, his eyes stopped at a spot. Vermilion Seal Tent. Vermilion seals referred to worshipping in shrines and temples, where one would be given a seal. This was known as the Imperial Vermilion Seal Tent. As for the purpose of collecting the Vermilion Seal, it was known as the Vermilion Seal Tent. Not only would there be a seal on the tent, there would also be the name of the shrine and the date of worship. Location, time, footprints. This is the perfect proof of dominating the country. Furthermore, worshipping shrines throughout the country would increase one's legend. That's a good idea. However, most shrines would only give out the Vermilion Seal after receiving the first sacrifice. There would be 300, 500, or even 2,000 Vermilion Seals. It's not a huge amount, but if you add it up, you would need at least a few 100,000 Vermilion Seals. It's best if it's 1,000,000 Vermilion Seals. However, 1,000,000 Vermilion Seals is not a small amount. In addition to the travel expenses, the value would be even higher. Although the Yamada family is not bad, they would not be able to afford such expenses. The unique characteristic of Japan was that to most people, the gap between the rich and the poor was very small. Many people might not know this, but those who were familiar with Japan would know. Yamada Kazuhiko's annual income was 9,000,000 Vermilion Seals. He was the head of the company, and it would be very difficult for him to get any higher. However, if he and Yamada Nanako were to attend a prestigious private school, it would cost them 3,000,000 Vermilion Seals. Where can I get this money? Pei Ziyin thought for a while and asked, Mother, how much money will you give me for this trip to the capital? Mother will pay for the travel expenses. Yamada Izumi noticed Yamada Shinji's expression and seemed to understand. She smiled and said, Shinji, don't be discouraged. I believe that your good friend Yuyama will reconcile with you. This is your chance. I will give you more money. On the way, I will give you another 10,000 Vermilion Seals. You can reconcile with him on the way. Pei Ziyin did not consider this good friend Yuyama. 10,000 Vermilion Seals was enough pocket money for a 12-year-old Shota. However, it was far from enough for him. At his current age, how would he be able to earn enough money? Let's complete the plan first. Break down a map of Japan. Using Tokyo as the center, I will divide Japan into 10 parts. This will correspond to our country's third year of middle school. Including the primary school graduation holidays, there will be a total of 10 holidays. This was not difficult. He just had to divide the holidays according to the length of the holidays. He would strengthen the short holidays and focus on the nearby and small areas. He would strengthen the long holidays and focus on the distant and large areas. He cut the map and checked the traffic. After some simple calculations, he was done. After sending the email to himself, Pei Ziyin did not turn off the computer. He moved to the sofa in the living room to watch the television. Nanako had already finished watching the anime. She casually switched to the channel and saw the news. A group of people surrounded a man. On the screen, the flashes were exploding and the voices were shouting. Nagasaki Police Station, Nagasaki Police Station. Have you found any clues? Pei Ziyin looked over. This Nagasaki police station looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was tall and straight, wrapped in a trench coat. He looked solemn and did not speak. This police station is not simple. Not only is he young, he also has martial arts experience. His luck is not bad. With just one look, Pei Ziyin could tell that this person had good martial arts experience. Although he looked gloomy and tired, his brows were full of determination. This kind of person was an elite in the police world. The first rank of the Japanese police station was inspector, followed by inspector chief, and then police superintendent. The above ranks could be directly called criminal. From the beginning of the police station, one could directly call him by his position or rank. This was the starting point of a real police officer. But at this time, the media had no scruples and kept asking, is this a series of cases? Is it a supernatural case? There are witnesses who said they saw a ghost. Please answer. The people have the right to know the truth. As he spoke, he even turned on the camera. Pei Ziyin took one look and suddenly gasped in surprise. He raised a small head. There is Chi, is it in Hakone? Hakone was located in the southwest of Kanagawa Prefecture. It was 90 kilometers away from Tokyo. It was the home of hot springs in Japan and a health resort. It was surrounded by green peaks, gurgling streams, and beautiful hot springs. Due to the endless flow of tourists, Hakone was also known as the National Park. This was the first time Pei Ziyun felt supernatural power. He couldn't help but frown. What's the theory behind this? I'm a deity, and even I can't manifest my divinity. How can it interfere? What are the rules of this world? At this point, the Nagasaki police station said that they had no comment. They broke through the encirclement and left. Some of the reporters stayed where they were, while others chased after them. Most of the Japanese television stations were controlled by corporations, and the government was prohibited from controlling them too much. The reporters weren't afraid of the police at all. At this point, they pointed to the camera and pointed to an apartment that had been cordoned off, explaining the situation. One of the tenants had his entire family killed. There were even people who claimed to have seen a black shadow wandering around. Nowadays, reporters are willing to say anything for the sake of viewership ratings and advertising fees. Shinji, don't read such news. Yamada Izumi, who was walking past, took a look and said, "It's true now. Not only reporters, but even authors are writing ghost stories and claiming that it's real. For the sake of money, they'll do anything." Pei Ziyin suddenly felt a flash of inspiration. Just as he was about to think, the light was extinguished and something else lit up. Authors earn money. Pei Ziyin looked at the bookshelves on the side. These bookshelves were filled with books bought by the head of the family, Yamada Kazuhiko. He immediately realized something. Hence, Pei Ziyin said, "Mom, I understand. I won't read this news anymore." As he said this, he went back to the computer and eagerly used the mouse to search for keywords. Takashima Rintaro, Kamisuk, Onishi Kazuki, Mizutanaka. Note 1. Note 1. Like the Shinagawa shogunate, they are all fictional authors. However, the original form of Shinagawa was the Tokugawa shogunate. They also have a historical basis. Another note. The outline has been set. Updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 679. After searching for a while, Pei Ziyin did not find any news about these people. He waited for a while, then entered the keyword Japanese great writers into the search engine. The entries appeared, and he clicked on one. After reading for a while, he stopped and murmured, "Dark and beautiful, the feeling of drinking alone in a rainy autumn night. It makes one shudder." Indeed, the Shinagawa shogunate is different from the era that I know of. The world that has been changed naturally doesn't have the people and works that I know of. But it's not that there aren't top-notch authors and works. Thinking about it, every era has its own heroes. How can there be no works without someone? It's still difficult to rely on the works from my memory to dominate the world. The only thing I can do is to stack the works, but there's also the problem of the difference in style. Many people did not know, but those who were familiar with literature knew very well that a person's writing style had its own habits and characteristics. The more outstanding the author, the more it was like this. Readers who were familiar with literature would be able to tell whose work it was at a glance. At most, I can mix up a limited number of styles that are relatively similar. Things that are too different cannot be placed side by side. But I don't want to be a plagiarist for life. I just want to earn some royalties and make my writing the best in the country. When it's revealed, it'll just add to my legend. There's no need to stack the works of several great authors to fight for first place in the literary world. But even so, I'm only 12 years old. If I don't want to shock the world, I can't copy those works that require a lot of experience. Creativity and writing style are fine, but I can only choose young authors who have won awards and have obvious signs of youth. It's best if it's a martial artist's work. Legend has it that Ibuki Mitsuki made his debut at the age of 15 and won the Newcomer Award with Samurai Under the Cherry Blossoms. Although it's not very strong, it's the most suitable. Moreover, He has a deep impression of Watanabe. He already has the unique beauty of samurai depicted in Watanabe. It's tempting, but his writing style and experience are relatively weak. Watanabe is famous in Japan for its short and medium-length stories about samurai. But this world doesn't have Watanabe. If we extrapolate it backward, it'll make people feel that Ibuki Mitsuki's writing is a natural evolution from childish to mature. This is the beginning of the Samurai series, and it doesn't have many words, only 3,500. As for who to submit to, only fools in Japan would submit articles online. The Japanese network's royalties were 0, 1, or 0, 2 yuan per word. 1,000 words were only 100 yuan, and a short story was only 450 yuan. A temporary job in a convenience store was also paid 900 yuan per hour. This made it so that no one would submit quality manuscripts to the internet. In traditional literature, the fee was calculated by the number of pages. For a typical author, a page of 400 words would be worth about 5,000 yuan. If the article just now had been accepted, it would be at least 40,000 yuan. Of course, with such a high remuneration, the editorial review was also very strict. First, second, and third reviews were the norm. But for a copywriter, even the lowest grade of manuscripts was the result of a bloody battle between the elites of history. They might be afraid of anything else, but they weren't afraid of the review. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyin no longer hesitated and started typing. If it was just copying, he could just write from memory. Although he had lost his Tao arts and godly powers, with the speed of his heart and hands as one, he was able to type at least 250 words per minute. With a series of clicking sounds, the words appeared on the computer screen. It was said that the highest input speed was 500 words per minute, so there was no need for that. Yamada Izumi, who was busy for a while, sounded anxious. "Shinichi, are you all right? What are you doing?" As she spoke, Yamada Izumi came over and looked at him carefully with her bright eyes. Pei Ziyun, who had just finished writing from memory, clicked on save. He didn't check if there were any typos. He was full of confidence in himself. If he were to make a mistake, would his cultivation be for naught? He clicked on the email and sent it to Shiroishi Institute Publishing House. Before Yamada Izumi could see anything, Pei Ziyin stood up and grabbed his wooden knife. He shouted, "Mom, I'm going to look for a convenience store." Without waiting for Yamada Izumi to react, he ran out. The convenience store was not far away. As soon as he entered, he heard a voice saying, "Welcome." Pei Ziyin headed straight for the photocopying area. From what he could see, the convenience store in Japan was actually a condensed version of the multi-purpose shopping malls in Shanghai. There was shopping, dining, daily services, utilities, insurance, taxes, delivery, and everything else. Everything was there. Printing was naturally very convenient. However, when he reached the photocopying area, Pei Ziyun was stunned. He saw a familiar person, Fukada Anaha. Fukada Anaha was smiling and bowing to the customer. "Hello, customer. Welcome. May I know what service you would like?" She had a smile on her face, but her heart was filled with bitterness. She had good grades, but her father had temporarily lost his job. Hence, she came out to do odd jobs. Odd jobs were not hard work, but the sad atmosphere at home made her worried. Just as she was thinking, she saw a Shoto walking over and saying, "I want to print. If it's black and white, 10 for 1. Although she was a primary school student, she was still very polite and bowed slightly. However, in a blink of an eye, she was stunned. "Your student Yamada? Fukada-san, I want to print these. Can you help me?" Pei Ziyin rolled his eyes and asked as he took out a thumb drive. Of course. Fukada Anaha was very patient. Besides, this was not considered troublesome. She inserted the thumb drive skillfully and printed it. She then noticed the map of Japan. "I'm planning to travel the country. This is my travel plan," Pei Ziyin said. Instantly, Fukada Anaha was shocked. She had not expected this. She said, "Student Yamada is so young, and yet you're planning to travel the country. That's amazing. Also, help me find a route to the second-hand bookstore. I'm planning to go there tomorrow." "All right, please wait," she said and asked casually, "What books are you buying?" Junior high textbooks. Pei Ziyun said, although I'm planning to travel the country, I don't want to delay my studies. Hence, I'm planning to finish my compulsory and elective classes in advance. I'm planning to buy these secondhand books at 1/3 of their original price. Junior high included Mandarin, society, mathematics, science, music, art, health and physical education, technology, and family. The elective was foreign languages. I see. Fukada Anaha's heart was moved. She said with some embarrassment, how about this? I'm changing classes soon. If you're willing to wait for a while, I can sell my textbooks to you at 1/5 of the original price. Moreover, if you don't know anything, I can tutor you. As she said this, Fukada Anaha felt very ashamed. If not for her father losing his job and being a little tight on finances, she would not be like this. If you can do it within half an hour, Pei Ziyun said as he paid. He took the wooden knife and went to the newspaper section to flip through a few pages of magazines. In convenience stores, it was okay to stand and read magazines until one felt embarrassed. After a long time, the culture of reading while standing became a unique feature of Japanese convenience stores. At this moment, a man walked past him. The moment he walked past this man, Pei Ziyun suddenly froze. The other party probably felt the same. He squinted his eyes and looked around. Finally, he saw Pei Ziyun holding the wooden knife. For some unknown reason, this man in his 30s lowered his head and exchanged a few words with Pei Ziyun. He even introduced himself. This man who called himself Shirdu had short hair and looked very tired. He said, "Oh, so you graduated from elementary school. Have you decided to enter junior high school? Milan Private High School? That's a good school. What club are you going to join? Kendo? Not bad. It can train one's willpower. You want to travel around the country and visit shrines everywhere. What a great ambition." Shirdu was long-winded. He did not care about the feelings of the people around him and started talking about his own matters. Tomorrow, I'm going to visit a shrine or temple nearby. It seems like we have the same interest. Shirdu took out a blue leaflet and gave it to Pei Ziyun. The leaflet looked like a shrine. Pei Ziyun did not have time to look at it. Unknowingly, time passed by. Sorry to keep you waiting. Fukada Anaha came over and looked at the man suspiciously. I'm really sorry. I don't know why, but after talking to you, I feel much more relaxed. Shirdu forced a smile and lowered his head. Sorry to disturb you. I'll take my leave now. What a strange man. Classmate Yamada, don't talk to strangers, especially those who might be homeless. Fukada Anaha was very vigilant. If Pei Ziyun was Luo Li, she would have called the police. Even if he's a homeless person, he's still a Ronin. Pei Ziyun said with his eyes wide open. In Japan, there were many homeless people. There were those who were lazy, those who could not bear the pressure, those who were unemployed, and then there were Ronins. The so-called Ronin referred to samurai who left their citizenship during the shogunate era. Only those who were samurai could be called Ronins. Unemployed farmers were naturally not Ronins. Nowadays, it referred to those who had received higher education and had an annual salary of tens of millions. Due to various reasons, they were banished or self-exiled. The difference between them and ordinary homeless people was that they had talent. Don't be fooled. Fukada Anaha continued to be vigilant. And that strange sentence, after talking to you, I feel much more relaxed. What kind of man would feel relaxed just by talking to a primary school graduate? Pei Ziyun said, it's also possible. However, he did not finish a sentence because the suspicion on Fukada Anaha's face deepened. She suspected that she had been fooled. He kept quiet and followed her out of the brightly lit convenience store. They walked towards Fukada Anaha's apartment. Under the streetlight, Fukada Anaha was still instilling the idea of guarding against strangers. Pei Ziyun nodded repeatedly, finally satisfied. Pei Ziyun, who had just been released, turned back to look at the night. This man has a deep aura of darkness on him. Strange, when I first arrived, I carefully sensed for a few days, but there was no supernatural aura. Why did I meet him twice now? Chapter 680. The next day, Pei Ziyun woke up early and rolled out of bed. He could not afford to waste time. He woke up early to study. He took a look at the textbook and frowned. The power of God cannot directly interfere with the cerebral cortex of the human body. I cannot understand it instantly. Even so, my comprehension ability has made up for my shortcomings. It is not difficult to learn. Besides, I have the memory of a teenager. Not to mention, although I cannot directly interfere with it, I can subtly influence it. If I were to add points in games, I would at least be able to gain 10 points in all aspects. Teenagers had the best memory. Furthermore, every adult knew that it was difficult to learn by oneself in primary and middle school. However, when one became an adult, it was very easy to learn from these textbooks, even if they did not have a particular field of study. This was the difference in the depth and breadth of thinking, as well as the difference in methodology. Knowledge is connected. The correct way to learn is to first determine the overall framework, then fill in the blanks through the connections. Mandarin, society, mathematics, science, music, art, health, physical education, technology and family, etc. The elective was foreign languages. Pei Yin only flipped through the textbooks once before he managed to create a web of knowledge for the science subjects. Based on this speed, I will only need half an hour a day to finish learning the knowledge for middle school within a year. I will have to think about the ones that require skills. Time passed quickly when studying. Unknowingly, Pei Yin heard sounds coming from the kitchen. It was Yamada Izumi making breakfast. He washed up and went downstairs. Yamada Izumi saw Pei Yin coming down and greeted him with a smile. "Shinichi, did you sleep well last night?" As a traditional Japanese family, Pei Yin bowed slightly and replied, "I slept well, mother." He then greeted Yamada Kazuhiko, who was sitting at the dining table and reading the newspaper. "Good morning, father." In reality, unless it was a holiday, it was only at this time that he could see the head of the family. Yamada Kazuhiko put down the newspaper and said, "Shinichi, I heard that you want to learn kendo. Have you thought about joining the kendo department when you go to middle school?" "Hi, that's right. I visited the Great General's Hall of History, and I'm very envious. I want to use my wooden blade to rule over the entire Japan and become a great general," Pei Yin said loudly. Yamada Kazuhiko laughed when he heard that, but he immediately felt that something was wrong. He couldn't discourage his son's enthusiasm, so he immediately said seriously, "Very good, Shinichi. With this determination, you will definitely become an outstanding Japanese man in the future, but you can't lag behind in your studies." Kazuhiko Yamada had paid a price to get Yamada Shin into a famous private school. He wanted to have a bright future. In Japan, the primary schools were all about fostering teamwork. It was so important that knowledge gave way to knowledge. However, as one entered junior high school and higher education, learning became more and more important. Even if they had to join a club for the sake of teamwork, good students could also join the study club, a club that specialized in studying after class. "Don't worry, father. I will definitely dominate the entire Milan private high school in terms of academics. But since I've made up my mind, I can't retreat or run away if I'm a man. I can't be afraid of hardships and be a member of the home division and the Spectre Society." Don't worry, Pei Yin naturally understood. With collectivism, there would naturally be people who couldn't adapt to collectivism or people who were ostracized. It could be said that before the era of the internet, otakus didn't exist. Because without the internet, if you were alone, you would really be ostracized to death. Before the internet came, these people became delinquents and bikers. To a certain extent, they were losers huddling together to make themselves comfortable. Many delinquents and bikers became yakuza when they grew up. When the internet came into being, individualism spread in Japan. Those who couldn't stand collectivism and were ostracized found connections and friends on the internet, becoming otakus. Most of the members of the Home Division and the Spectre Society were otakus. Although this group continued to expand, they were still rejected and hated by the mainstream of Japan. It could be said that if people thought that Japan had changed in the past 20 years, they had only changed from delinquents and bikers to otakus. He was someone who wanted to conquer Japan with his wooden sword. How could he be a failure? Very good, very good. I'm relieved to hear that. Yamada Kazuhiko suddenly felt that all his hard work was worth it. His tone became gentler. Sit down and eat. Peizian sat down and said loudly, I'm starting. He picked up his bowl and ate. Seeing that Yamada Kazuhiko had finished eating, he quickened his pace and said to Yamada Izumi, I'm done, Mom. I'm going to turn on the computer to study. At this moment, his sister Yamada Nanako walked down the narrow stairs and sat in front of the table. Yamada Izumi didn't eat with them. Instead, she was busy serving the family. When she heard Pei-Zi-Yun's words, she hurriedly said, Even if you're studying, you can't work too hard. Pei-Zi-Yun nodded and turned on the computer. He skillfully searched for kendo videos. With Pei-Zi-Yun's level, it was easy to tell if there was any real talent. Very quickly, he found a video of two men, Muto Yuya and Watsuki Takashi. Modern Kendo? Pei-Zi-Yun paid for the video and opened the online course. He fell into a daze. Hey. Hearing this voice, Yamada Izumi finished her work. She didn't make any sound as she approached slowly. She saw Xin sitting in front of a small square table, staring at the computer screen. After looking at the content, she heaved a sigh of relief. In the video, there was a man waving his sword, making all sorts of standard movements. Gradually, Pei-Zi-Yun regained his senses. He moved his body and lowered his head to understand. Currently, there are no schools of kendo in Japan. This is from the Shinagawa shogunate. They broke down the techniques of various schools and formed the official kendo. After entering the modern era, they formed the Japanese Kendo Alliance. The movements have been broken down and made more scientific. On one hand, it's more comprehensive and standard. On the other hand, the direct killing techniques have been diluted. All the techniques that were built on the body were interlinked. Pei-Zi-Yun only had to watch it once to understand all the basic movements. That's enough. Japanese kendo is just a framework. Even if there are so-called killing techniques, it's just an extension of this foundation. Now it's time to train the body so that it has muscle memory and can keep up. Xin. To learn kendo, you can't just watch online courses. You have to practice by yourself. Yamada Izumi observed and said, You're right, mother. Pei-Zi-Yun smiled confidently and nodded his head. He picked up his wooden blade and said, I'll go to the park to practice. There were small parks everywhere in Japan. Pei-Zi-Yun quickly arrived at the nearest one. He found an empty space and picked up his wooden blade. 1,100 yuan. Would you like anything else? In a shop not far from the park, the cashier smiled and asked Ishida, even though he looked like a homeless person. No, I don't want anything else. Ishida was eating noodles for breakfast. The noodles were very chewy. After cooling, they were placed in a soup base to eat. One could tell that it was cooked with bones and dried fish. This was a rare delicacy. One had to know that there was basically no breakfast on the streets of Japan. For those who did not have breakfast at home, they could only buy rice balls and sandwiches in coffee shops or convenience stores. It was rare to see a chain store selling noodles for breakfast. Furthermore, it was the luxurious version. How long has it been since I've had a good night's sleep? It was just a bowl of noodles, but Ishida felt his entire mouth awaken. His taste buds opened up. It was as though rain had arrived in the desert after a long period of drought. With this feeling, Ishida felt energized. His internal organs were also awakened. In the end, he felt even hungrier. He could not wait any longer. Ishida ate the noodles and even drank the soup at double the speed of light. He felt blissful. Was it that primary school student? Ishida whispered. Was he the one who got rid of the nightmare that haunted me? He's even more effective than many shrines. Only a few big shrines can allow me to sleep so peacefully. All of a sudden, his gaze turned towards the park. What a coincidence. Shidu Chung and the others saw someone whom they had just met, but left a deep impression on them. It was a 12-year-old boy with small hands and feet. He was practicing his sword skills. His movements are very accurate, and the connection is not bad. Is he a person who has been practicing kendo since he was young and has put in a lot of effort? The Japanese Kendo Alliance had broken down kendo and laid the scientific foundation of modern kendo. It could be said that the movements had been tempered and tempered. Although they had diluted the killing skills for the sake of competitions and training, it was actually very good as a foundation. Ishido Sito was an expert himself. He could tell a glance. At this level, he has almost perfected the ping method. One level is more than enough. Even if he were to take the test, he would have at least 3 levels. The so-called killing skills in Japan were the art of war. The so-called ping method had the same meaning as the art of war. It also had the meaning of the art of peace. As for the test standards, it was divided into 10 levels and 10 levels. The so-called 10 levels were the basic skills. One had to first obtain the highest level to qualify for the beginner level. The first level was a novice with a very solid foundation. If he can get an excellent teacher, he might become another super-class swordsman. When Ishido Sito saw that, he instinctively wanted to stand up and move over. But the next moment, he stopped in his tracks. "Sito, have you fallen?" Although there aren't many outstanding instructors, they aren't few either. As long as he continues to practice, he will naturally appear in the sights of outstanding teachers. You clearly know that mortals should stay far away from them and shouldn't approach them. In fact, even approaching them might cause trouble and bring misfortune upon them. Even if it's a shrine, it can only be protected for a short period of time. If it's too long, there might be changes. You've already borrowed the luck of this primary school student and obtained a Knight of Peace. Do you still want to continue being greedy and destroy others? Thinking to there, Du Chung turned to leave. Just at that moment, he heard a boom, and his vision went black. Chapter 681. Du Chung fell into an unprecedented darkness. An icy coldness enveloped him, making it hard for him to breathe. He screamed, but his screams could only be heard by himself. His limbs struggled, but he couldn't even move his fingers. The suffocation became more and more severe, and Du Chung's consciousness started to blur. He gritted his teeth, and suddenly, all the pressure was released. In an instant, Du Chung pulled out his sword. Although it was just a bamboo sword, it cut through the air, emitting a shrill sound as it slashed towards the student. Killing technique, Soaring Dragon Slash. Almost at the same time, Pei Ziyun's wooden sword slashed horizontally, creating a strong impact. The 12-year-old body was forced back, and he landed on the grass. Die! Du Chung leapt up again, charging towards his enemy. Pu Piu, the two of them crossed paths, and the wooden sword and bamboo sword clashed 6 times in the air. Although it was impossible, Pei Ziyun could feel the sparks from the metal clashing. The bamboo sword broke, but Du Chung used the remaining half of the sword to deliver an even more fatal blow. Pei Ziyun could see his eyes turning white. Thick qi was boiling around him, burning at all costs. When the bamboo sword was 5 centimeters away from Pei Ziyun's throat, Pei Ziyun shouted. Boom! Du Chung howled like a beast, as though he had been struck by lightning. The two of them stared at each other. Pei Ziyun's expression remained the same. Stony Du Chung bared his 2 sharp canine teeth, fell down, and fell unconscious. He had a dream. He dreamt that the snow outside was getting thicker and thicker. His vision was blurry, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He felt his limbs go numb, and his feet hurt, but he continued swinging his sword in the open space of the clubroom. After some time, a young girl appeared. Mako, is that you? The young girl didn't answer, but asked, Chung, do you like children? She was holding onto a child, but he couldn't see the child's face. Du Chung opened his eyes. It was a dream, but it wasn't. He saw the sky and saw trees not far away. He realized that he was lying on the grass. He was confused and moved slightly. Then he saw a woman's face. Was I saved by you? How long was I unconscious? Only 5 minutes. She was the one who called me. The woman did not seem to know what had happened. She showed a concerned expression. Why did you suddenly collapse? Are you feeling unwell? The woman looked to be about 25 years old, and she looked familiar. After a few seconds, he remembered that she was the cashier from the chain store. Please go inside to rest and drink some water. The cashier handed him a bottle of water as she spoke. Ishidu Serene turned around and saw Pei Ziyun and immediately sobered up. Sorry for bothering you. I'm fine. I just need some rest. Ishidu sat on a block in the park and said sincerely, If you need anything, please call me. The cashier bowed slightly and retreated. It was obvious that she didn't know what had just happened. That's right. Although it was an intense battle, the entire process only lasted for a few seconds. It was easy to overlook. Has it already reached this point? Ishidu Sito thought. I didn't hurt you just now, did I? I haven't asked for your name yet. I overexerted myself and pulled a muscle. Pei Ziyin said as he lowered his head. I am Yamada Shinichi. Please take care of me. I am Ishidu Sito. Please take care of me. Ishidu Sito also lowered his head to show his respect. I'm sorry for causing you trouble just now. It's all right. What happened to you? After apologizing, Ishidu Sito straightened his back and replied, AI, it's nothing. I'm a weak person who tries to live without purpose and brings trouble to everyone. However, to be able to see a young man like you here, it's a great comfort to me. How long have you been practicing the way of the sword? Pei Ziyin hesitated for a moment. If it was the way of Japanese martial arts, it should have been 2 days since yesterday. He then raised 2 fingers. 2 years? It's not easy to learn to this extent. I can see your talent. Although it's embarrassing, can I ask you for a favor? Please tell me. Give this to Meiko Takamori. There's an address on it. Ishidu Sito had long eyes and spoke calmly as he handed over an envelope. He then tore off a protective talisman. It was made of cheap brass, but the workmanship was exquisite. There was a mark on it, and he said, If there's no other reward, this is for you. Take it, and you'll be able to learn the way of the sword. All right, goodbye. Ishidu Sito stood up and spoke calmly. After saying this, he turned around and left. Very quickly, he found a traditional Japanese hotel. This kind of hotel was usually more expensive than a hotel. Not only that, traditional hotels didn't even accept casual customers. They only accepted members, as well as guests recommended by members. Of course, this was no longer the case these days. The moment Ishidu Sito entered the door, a lady in a kimono greeted him, bowed, and let him in. Ishidu Sito swiped his card and booked a room. Someone let him in and personally helped him change into a pair of wooden clogs and thick socks, allowing him to enjoy all the privileges a guest should have. After tea and snacks were served, the lady boss then stood up and led her people away. Please enjoy your meal. If there's anything you need, please let me know. I shall not disturb you any further. Ishidu Sito brought a white towel to the hot spring and ordered a bottle of sake before entering the hot spring. The environment was pretty good. Although it was in the Tokyo district, the hot spring was filled with steam and rocks were scattered all over the place. The hot spring was low in alkalinity. Ishidu Sito washed his body seriously before putting on his kimono and walking into his room. He then took out a pen and wrote a simple letter. His handwriting was very elegant. When he was done, he tossed the pen aside and sat down. He then pulled out a knife and sighed. It's finally time to use you. You've been waiting for a long time. At this point, Pei Ziyin had already returned home. He touched the envelope and realized that it wasn't sealed. He then opened it up and saw a contract and a letter. He didn't read the letter, but took the contract and flipped through it. He paused for a moment before stuffing it back into the drawer in his room. He then said, Bastard, you didn't even pay me a single cent and want me to run errands for you. However, I can't be calculative with you. I agree. As soon as he said this, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It enlarged rapidly and turned into an information interface with a faint light. Mission: protect his wife and daughter out of tacit understanding between warriors. Incomplete. Pei Ziyin didn't think much of it and closed the information interface. As he had trained for the entire morning and had even gone through a short fight, his back was covered in sweat. He took a shower and cleaned up before going back to his computer. He then said, I have to buy a computer for myself. He turned on the computer and focused on the screen, searching for the local forum. There wasn't anything at first, but after half an hour, there was suddenly a post. Pei Ziyin took a deep breath and opened his eyes to look at the screen. He then clicked on it. Indeed, the title was Bastard Bastard. Scare Me to Death. Someone committed seppuku in Hiroka Hotel. Clicking on it, there was a picture of the seppuku. Although the picture wasn't very clear, he could clearly see that the man was leaning forward and not facing the sky. Is this a traditional seppuku? The most traditional seppuku was to first cut from the left to the right, followed by a cross cut from top to bottom. The internal organs would then flow out until death due to excessive blood loss. This kind of seppuku was called cross-character seppuku. However, the death was extremely painful. Usually, the wrong person would be decapitated, but not completely, so that the head and neck would be slightly connected. After studying the historical records, many of the seppuku in history were false. Most of the time, the so-called seppuku was symbolically cut across the abdomen with a wooden knife, bamboo knife, or a fan. Then, the wrong person would be decapitated. There were even cases where the wrong person would be decapitated after taking the medicine, claiming that it was seppuku. However, this man had really seppuku. It was said that he had left behind a suicide note, saying that he had caused a lot of trouble for the hotel. There was also a thick envelope with 5 million yuan inside, claiming that it was compensation for the hotel's losses. However, the title, picture, and content of the forum were deleted after 3 minutes. Is it because it was too bloody, or did the police intervene? This man probably thought that he was possessed and could no longer fight back against evil. In order not to become a sinner who went around killing women and children, he decided to seppuku. Actually, this has nothing to do with you. Understood it just now? The evil spirit in your body smelled something scary and tempting. That's why it risked its life and used your body to attack me, right? What a joke. Pei Ziyin was indeed amused. His divine power was locked in his soul. How could an evil spirit pry into it? If his physical body was really killed, the power of a god would be enough to destroy tens of thousands of evil spirits. It wasn't just this soul that was destroyed. But if that's the case, it's not as safe as I thought. I have to quickly recover my legendary status, and this cannot be done without money. If only that man had given me the 5 million yuan. I wonder when the White Rock Institute will reply to my previous article. Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he placed both his hands on the keyboard. After thinking for a long time, he typed the words "The Incident of Futaba" in the middle of the blank page. This was Ibuki Mitsuki's second novel after The Samurai Under the Cherry Blossoms. There were not many words. The main theme was the struggle and sacrifice of low-level samurai, as well as the significance and meaninglessness of it. The historical significance was that it was a turning point for the Shinagawa shogunate from the modern era to the modern era. A dozen or so ronin brought inspiration and courage to the revolution. The martyrs who died in this incident did not even have a feather. But the meaninglessness was that the wife was determined to keep her chastity and never remarried. However, she remarried the following year. The daughter of the martyr could not stand the cold treatment and wrote a suicide poem in the 3rd year to hang herself. This article was the sublimation of Ibuki Mitsuki's work. It was praised as having half the charm of the water and the fields. There were 30,000 words. Although Pei Ziyin typed very quickly, he still took 1.5 hours to finish writing. Pei Ziyin saved it after he finished writing and did not send it out. At this time, another mail arrived. The title was Class Graduation Tour. It requested to arrive at school in 3 days. How troublesome. Pei Ziyin saw Yamada Izumi walking in and said loudly, "Mama, I'm hungry. Give me some food." Yamada Izumi did not seem to know what was happening nearby. She said, "All right, Shinichi, it seems like you've been training hard. Please wait for a while. Let's have curry rice for lunch." Chapter 682. The next day, just like the day before, Pei Ziyin arrived at the park and was greeted by a shout. Pei Ziyin took a look and saw 2 policemen and a cashier. Is this a case investigation? Pei Ziyin turned around and saw the head of the patrol division. The cashier lowered his head and said, "Student Yamada, don't be nervous. This is the Ishiban Police Department. We're just asking. Student Yamada, are you training in the park? Kigo Ishiban looked like he was in his 40s. Perhaps it was due to the pressure. His hair was slightly white and his body was plump. He looked very amiable. A police officer from the quasi-professional division. Pei Ziyin pursed his lips and did not speak for a long time. The reason why Japan wanted to get into a famous university was simple. It was because of the imperial examination system. The ranks of the Japanese police consisted of patrol division, police 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 division, and so on. However, if one was from a famous school, even if he became a high scholar, he would still be a police division. If one was from a normal university, he would be an elementary scholar. Even if he started as a patrol division, he would still be a police division. It could be said that in Japan, if one could not get into a famous school, regardless of whether it was the government or a company, there would be very little room for advancement. Even if he had some talent, he would only be able to be a middle or lower level officer for the rest of his life. It could be said that in Japan, if one could not get into a famous school, regardless of whether it was the government or the company, there would be very little room for advancement. Even if he had some talent, he would only be able to be a middle or lower level officer for the rest of his life. Pei Ziyun cursed silently. Kigo Ishiban did not find it strange. It was natural for a child to be nervous. He smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Can you tell me what this man talked about with you?" What was interesting about Japan was that the Japanese rarely moved. Most of them lived in the same place and worked in the same company. They were surrounded by people they were familiar with. Hence, the Japanese did not have a unified identity card. Every morning, the police would greet them at the entrance of the police station. It was only because Tokyo had a large migrant population that it was a little special. This attitude was rather normal. Pei Ziyun then lowered his head and explained the situation to him. Kigo Ishizaka nodded his head and recorded it down. He then stood up and bowed. "I've troubled you, student Yamada." Seeing Pei Ziyun leave, one of the young patrolmen looked at him suspiciously. He then asked, "Team leader, this case isn't a murder, it's a suicide. It's very clear. Do we really need to do this? It is indeed suicide. If you want to commit suicide by poison, you just have to go through the procedure. But it's a disembowelment. It's very professional and frightening. Who knows? There might be trouble in the future. There's no harm in doing things properly." Kigo Ishizaka replied, "You don't understand how to perform abdominal mutilation. This kind of pain isn't something an ordinary person can endure." He wasn't wrong. Maybe he's a martialist. You're a police officer, and you've seen the photos. That was a standard circumcision. He only died 20 minutes after the circumcision, but the man didn't make sound. Even the waiters nearby didn't notice. This is too scary. Let's not talk about the fact that most of the martialists nowadays are just acting. Even traditional martialists would find it hard to endure this kind of pain. Do you know why there's a mistake in performing abdominal mutilation? It's this kind of pain that even the fiercest warriors in ancient times couldn't endure. This matter might not be over yet. We have to finish it before we bear any unnecessary responsibilities. Yes, I understand, the young policeman said as he lowered his head to express his gratitude for his senior's teachings. Pei Ziyun returned home after an hour of training. To a true scientific practitioner, training for more than an hour was akin to slow suicide. Most people did it for the sake of their grades, but to a martial arts grandmaster like Pei Ziyun, there was no need to sacrifice his life. An hour was enough for the body to maintain a proper metabolism and continue to grow. Pei Ziyun, who was sitting cross-legged in front of a square table, turned on his computer and saw an email. Taking a closer look, it was an email from the editor of Baisher Institute Publishing House. Pei Ziyun's eyes lit up. He clicked on it and looked at the screen. The editor replied, "I'm honored to inform you that it's not just me. My colleagues and the chief editor all agree that your short story, The Samurai Under the Cherry Blossoms, has considerable literary talent. It has been accepted by our publishing house and will be published in the next few days." After reading the reply, Pei Ziyun stood up and walked around a few times. The internal integrity of Japanese society was not bad. Beischer Institute Publishing House was also a reputable publishing house. They would not purposely lower the remuneration. However, he was a new writer, and the remuneration he received was not very high. Is one short story not enough for your expenses? I do have a manuscript, but Japan doesn't like job hopping. Not to mention submitting more than one manuscript. Even if one person submitted more than one manuscript, it would be easy to be seen as having integrity problems. Everyone in Japan likes stability and loyalty. Stability and loyalty were important factors in employment. Temporary workers did not matter, but it was a big taboo for regular members to change jobs frequently. More than twice in one's lifetime would affect their employment prospects. As for job hopping when the company was in trouble but not bankrupt, they were often regarded as the most untrustworthy job seekers. It would leave a stain on their resume that would be difficult to erase. Authors were better off, as they could work with more than one publishing house, newspaper, or magazine. However, submitting to more than one publishing house at the same time was also not popular. Plagiarists can't submit to more than one publishing house. Even if it's for money, they can only use a pseudonym. Furthermore, they can't do it frequently. After all, the circle is very small. Moreover, if I submit under a pseudonym, even if it's an excellent work and is accepted, I will still be paid a newcomer's remuneration. That's a pity. Forget it. This time, if I publish it in a newspaper or magazine, I will send the change of Fujimoto to them. If it is accepted again, I will publish Ibuki Mitsuki's best novel, Who is the Second Man. This novel won the 7th Hirakawa Prize, and the first edition sold 20,000 copies. In the following year, it was reprinted 5 times and sold 90,000 copies. If I can get 6,000 yen per manuscript, the remuneration for 180,000 words will be 280,000 yen. If it can be published, even with the 8% tax rate for newcomers, it will be 4 million yen. That's enough. I don't rely on my works to make a living. Besides, this is my debut novel. If there are more, I will let go of the godly work of Watanabe. Watanabe's works are killing machines. As long as the social environment in Japan does not change much, they will definitely not fade. They will still be classics. If I publish Watanabe's 11 classic novels, I can eat for the rest of my life. However, I am thinking too far ahead. If I publish Who is the Second Man, the editor will definitely pay a visit. Will he be surprised to see me? In Japan, publishing houses use the author's copyright. Even if the book could not be sold, the royalties would still be paid to the author. Of course, it was the publishing house's loss. However, there was no other way. Hence, publishing houses were very cautious about publishing. They would definitely send someone to visit the author and discuss the matter repeatedly. Thinking of the editor's surprised expression, Pei Ziyun could not help but smile. However, the most important thing for me now is to solve the problem of traveling alone. I am still too young. Let's not talk about other things. But the primary school graduation tour requires the whole class to move together. There is no reason for primary school students to travel alone. I have to think of a way. I have an idea. I can first contact Meiko Takamori and use her name to help me obtain convenience. Chiba, the tram was packed with people, and the smell of sweat and perfume was everywhere. Although the passengers were habitually silent throughout the journey, they were just enduring it out of habit. Meiko Takamori grabbed the handrail with a tired face, and sweat dripped down her temples. She looked out the window and said, "Grandma, Aoki from next door called. Kiko has a fever. How is she?" She was only 28 years old this year, but her face was haggard. She looked like she was in her 30s. At this moment, she really wanted to cry. At this moment, her phone rang again. Could it be Grandma, Aoki, or was it a debt collector? She hesitated for a while before she took out her phone from her bag. Fortunately, the phone was persistent and did not hang up for a full 20 seconds. It's not. An unfamiliar number appeared on the phone screen. Meiko Takamori was frightened. She was stunned for a while before she picked up the phone. "Hello, may I know who you are?" It's Takamori." The voice was quite young, but his tone was also quite calm. "I am Yamada Shinji." "Yamada-kun, you are?" Mako Takamori was very confused. She did not know this person. Judging from his voice, he might be a high school student. This shouldn't be a debt collector. I am contacting you on Ishidukin's order. Ishidukin? Is he Makoto? Hearing this unexpected name, Mako Takamori felt as if she was struck by lightning. She could hardly breathe. Yes, Ishidukin Makoto. The voice on the other side of the phone continued to speak calmly. As if he heard something, he said, "Is it inconvenient for you now? Then you can call me later. I'm free at any time." Hello, hello. It was indeed impolite to make a phone call on the tram. After the partition, Mako Takamori's body swayed on the last few stops. Her eyes lost focus, and she almost missed the train. She hurriedly got off the tram and arrived at a place. She turned around and turned into an apartment before she quickly ran up. "Kiko, what's wrong?" Seeing that the door was half open, her voice carried a little sob. She had nothing but Kiko now. The door opened, and a woman in her 60s appeared. "Ao Kiki-san, is it you who took care of Kiko? Thank you so much." Mako Takamori quickly bowed to express her gratitude. She quickly entered the apartment and saw an 8-year-old girl sleeping. She seemed to be in good condition. After touching her, she felt slightly relieved. "Mako, although you're very busy with work, taking care of Kiko is also very important." Sigh. The old woman wanted to continue speaking, but she looked at her and sighed. "Find a man who can take care of you and Kiko." Mako Takamori held back her tears and bid farewell to the old woman. Then, she closed the door and looked at her daughter. She slowly began to sob. She did not dare to be loud and could only sob in a low voice filled with helplessness. Chapter 683. Mako Takamori cried for a while before wiping her tears. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. A bell rang, interrupting Pei Ziyun's frantic typing of, "Who is the second man?" This book had 180,000 words. Even at a speed of 300 words per minute, it would take him 10 hours to finish. It was impossible for a human to type continuously for 10 hours. Pei Ziyun planned to finish it in 2 days. He stopped and picked up his phone. A female voice with a hint of hope and anticipation could be heard. "Yamada-kun, I'm Mako Takamori. Are you someone sent by Shida-kun? Is he preparing to come back?" "Yes, I've been entrusted by Shida-kun to pass a document to you. Were you free?" Pei Ziyun did not stand up. He turned around and spoke calmly like a family member. "Is your address still the same as before?" As he spoke, he recited the address. "Yes, the address is correct. If you are free, can I come on Saturday?" "Yes, I will definitely come on Saturday." Pei Ziyun looked at the time. It was Wednesday. There were still 3 days left. Then, Pei Ziyun searched the internet. After a while, he found the address. He could not help but smile. Japan also has a service that allows people to do homework, act as parents, and act as boyfriend and girlfriend. That's exactly what I want. He immediately sent an email. "I'm a 12-year-old primary school student. I don't want to participate in the school's graduation parade. I want to fight for 3 days of free time. Can you do that?" In just a moment, the other party's email arrived. Pei Ziyun and the other party had a serious discussion and came up with a plan. "Yamada-kun, I will call the school and say that I'm participating in a personal tour with my parents. I will also call your parents and give them a reasonable explanation. The total cost will be 5,000 yen. Thank you for your patronage." What a huge profit. It's just a matter of making a few phone calls, and it cost me 5,000 yen. Even though Pei Ziyun said that, he still agreed immediately. Then, he continued typing. In his heart, he thought, "I must buy a laptop. If it's a mid-range one, it will cost 60,540 yen, including tax. That's not cheap." Chiba. 3 days later, transportation from Tokyo to Chiba Prefecture was very convenient. One could take the Chiba Line tram. Pei Ziyun set off in the morning and arrived in Chiba before noon. Then, he took the tram to another address, complaining in his heart, "It's so close, yet I still have to run errands." Since it wasn't rush hour, it wasn't very crowded. Of course, there weren't any seats available. Similarly, no one was talking in the carriage. Pei Ziyin scanned the area and realized that it was dangerous. He closed his eyes and rested. He had typed 180,000 words in the past 2 days and was very tired. But they're all preserved. If you need it the next time, just tap on it to send it. Pei Ziyin thought to himself. At this point, the train seemed to have crossed a fork in the road. It shook violently, and a person fell over, knocking into him. I'm sorry, please forgive me. The person who bumped into him was a young girl. She spoke in a fluster as she hurriedly got up and leaned against the wall of the carriage. When she took a closer look, she realized that it was _emoticon. Pei Ziyin felt even more awkward. 12 years old could only be considered child. The girl blushed and bowed as she said in a worried voice, "I'm sorry. Are you hurt?" "No." Although the distance was very close, and it happened so suddenly, Pei Ziyun's martial arts instincts allowed him to stand firmly. "Oh." The girl believed him easily. Very quickly, she became lively and asked, "Are you a middle school student? Did you just come back from a sword arts club?" She saw the wooden blade on Pei Ziyun's back. "No, I'm carrying out man's will. Although this man is an idiot who is easily fooled and even committed seppuku, I'm here to carry out his will. This blade is for me to defend myself. As someone who will rule the country with a wooden blade in the future, a wooden blade cannot be easily left." Pei Ziyun's face was very serious as he lowered his head and asked the young lady, "Am I right?" When the collision happened, a young man looked at him with an amused expression. He didn't say anything, but when he heard Pei Ziyun's words, he couldn't help but laugh. This. The girl didn't know what to say. She opened her eyes wide and said awkwardly, This, Before she could think of an answer, the car stopped. Pei Ziyun had already arrived at his destination. Without waiting for a reply, he got out of the car. It was an old apartment. He muttered, "An apartment that doesn't even have an entrance guard? It looks very down and out." But the cherry blossoms are not bad. There were 2 cherry trees in the courtyard. They were almost white in color and looked very beautiful. Only then did Pei Ziyun realize that it was the end of March, the season for cherry blossoms. After admiring the scenery for a while, he went upstairs. When he reached the 3rd floor, he could faintly hear angry voices. Pei Ziyun didn't go up immediately. He listened from the stairs. The door was being smashed, and a few people who were obviously Yakuza's men were scolding him. "You owe us 2 million. It's only right that you return the money you borrowed. Or you can change your loan contract, usury. If you don't have the money, it's okay if you don't change your contract. You're still young. You could be a soup girl. Don't be afraid. We're very humane. We won't force you to film. You can repay your debt after 3 years." Everyone in Japan knew what a soup house was. There were faint sounds of crying coming from inside. The people around closed their doors and didn't make a sound. Mako Takamori was trembling in fear and hugged her daughter tightly. In Japan, a mother who got pregnant before marriage would be discriminated against by society. She could only work as a cashier or cleaner in convenience stores, and it was only a temporary job. Naturally, she couldn't make money. Her daughter was weak and often fell sick. Hence, she borrowed some money, but the creditor failed several times and sold the IOU to Yakuza. Yakuza urged her every day. Every time he knocked on the door, her body would tremble. She was in despair. At the door, a few people were still threatening to splash paint if she didn't return the money. Besides, "Miss Mako, your daughter still has to go to school." After saying that, the leader was ready to go to the next house. "Are we going to let her go just like that?" A subordinate who had just joined asked. The leader grinned. "We're very busy with our business. We bought a lot of IOUs at a low price. How can we just waste our time here? Besides, there's the police and the law. Unless we have no other choice, we won't break in." Seeing that his subordinates were confused, the leader, who had received some benefits, thought for a while and revealed something. This woman's IOUs were deliberately accepted. Don't be fooled by her haggard appearance. She's actually quite pretty. What's the use of forcing her to return the money? At most, she can earn a few million. Hence, we can't be too forceful. We have to harass her as much as possible to increase her psychological pressure. When she gives in, we can pull her into the company and earn a few hundred million without a problem. If we force her into a corner and she decides to sell her house or commit suicide, we'll be a loss. Women have to be tortured, and we have to torture her gently until she breaks down and surrenders. Also, look at her daughter. She's not bad too. In a few years, she might be the company's cash cow. After listening to this sincere teaching, everyone was convinced. They lowered their heads and said, yes. When they went downstairs, the three Yakuzas and Pei Yin looked at each other. Without saying a word, they walked past each other. The leader even nodded politely. Japan's Yakuzas were very complicated. Now that they had changed, most of them were involved in the gray industry. They were quasi-political organizations and quasi-economic companies. They tried their best to avoid violence against the people, and they also had the obligation to protect the people. In some ways, they were the nemesis of the left wing. This was something that not many people knew. Yakuzas were very thorough in managing their territory and had deep roots in the grassroots. Outside ideas, especially those of the left wing, could not gain a foothold at all. They were quickly uprooted by the government. It was precisely because of this that Yakuzas were legal in Japan, and not just on the surface. Pei Ziyun's gaze was cold as he looked at the people downstairs. He walked up the stairs and saw that the door sign was indeed Tokosen. Without knocking, he took out his phone and made a call. The bell rang. Now, she was like a frightened bird, suspecting that this call was also a debt collector. Mummy, there's an Oni-san outside. The Oni-san is very bright. It's glowing. Her 8-year-old daughter, Kwoko, was also very afraid earlier, but now she was not. She accidentally broke free from her mother and ran to open the door. Kwoko, what are you doing? Before she could finish speaking, the door opened. However, the person who entered was not Yakuza's, but a person with a serious face. He looked like a primary school student. He looked at her, lowered his face, and asked, "Are you Mako Tokosen?" When Mako Tokosen heard this, she could not help but take a step back. There was a small sofa behind her, and she fell onto it. "Don't be afraid. I'm someone entrusted by Ishidukin." "Ishidukin? Where's Seigo?" Mako Tokosen suddenly woke up and reached out to grab Pei Ziyun. She hissed, "Where is he? Did he forget about me and Kwoko?" His expression was as though he had just found a straw to hold on to. Pei Ziyun lowered his head and bowed deeply. In a low voice, he said, "I'm so sorry. Stone Dujuan, I have already committed seppuku." Pei Ziyun waited for a while, but did not hear anything. He looked up in surprise, only to see the woman trembling in front of him. Her face was ashen, and her eyes were filled with despair. Pei Ziyun took a step back and softened his voice. "However, Ishidukin has entrusted me to deliver a letter and a contract. This is a contract worth 1.5 billion. Tokosen, please accept it. 1.5 billion. Mako Tokosen finally had some reaction. Her eyes gradually brightened, and she trembled as she tried to stand up. In the end, she collapsed back onto the small sofa. Pei Ziyun hurriedly stopped her. "Tokosen, you can sit down." As he said this, he took out an unsealed envelope and a contract. "Tokosen, this is a certificate of 5,000th of the shares of Tokyo Nichiro Corporation. I've already checked it. This is a very stable company, and its total assets will not be less than 300 billion yen. This is worth at least 1.5 billion yen, enough for you to apply to be an independent director. Your annual dividends will not be less than 30 million yen. This document has been fully authorized. As long as you sign it and find a lawyer, you can proceed with the transfer of shares. I just heard that you owe 2 million yen. To you, this is a small amount. 1.5 billion yen? 30 million yen? Mako Tokosen's body unknowingly began to tremble. She mumbled a few words, and suddenly her head tilted to one side as she fell into a coma. A vein popped out on Pei Ziyun's forehead, but Mako was not afraid. She ran over to take a look, then turned around to pour a cup of tea for her big brother. She whispered, "Mama is asleep. Here, Mako will pour you some water." Pei Ziyun glanced at it and drank a mouthful. He was very satisfied and asked, Aren't you afraid? Mako is not afraid. Mako, thank you. Mako said. After a while, she lowered her head, and tears slowly welled up in her eyes. Onison, is Mako's father really dead? Mama said that Papa went into exile. Mako is very obedient and listens to Mama. Every day, she waits at the door for his return. Will Mako never see Papa again? As Mako said this, her tears fell. Paizi narrowed his eyes and did not speak. After a long time, Mako raised her head and wiped her tears. Onison, you have a wooden sword. Are you a martial artist like Papa? Papa is gone. I want to become a martial artist too. Mako must protect Mama. Chapter 684. Mako Takamori was woken up by a fragrant aroma. She looked around in a daze and saw the young man who claimed to be Yamada eating with Kawako. There was sushi on the table, bought from a sushi restaurant not far from here. There were 150 pieces and 450 pieces according to the ingredients. He didn't buy the most expensive 850 pieces and was wolfing it down with Kawako. Although she was immersed in the delicious food, Kawako immediately noticed Mako Takamori and shouted, "Mommy is awake. Come and eat." Mako Takamori gradually woke up and immediately sat up. She looked around and saw an envelope on a small table not far from the sofa. She rushed over and opened it with trembling hands. After a long time, she covered her face with her hands as tears seeped through the gaps between her fingers. She didn't know what Yamada said, but Kawako didn't disturb her and allowed her to calm down. She wiped her tears and looked at the letter and the contract again. Gradually, she started to have doubts. Yamada-kun, I was rude just now. How did you get a no, Shida-kun? Mako Takamori hesitated and asked. The person in front of her was at most a junior high school student. He was so young, and yet he was willing to take on this responsibility? Actually, what she wanted to ask was the document worth 5 billion yuan, and it only lacked a signature? Pei Ziyin swallowed another piece of sushi and sighed. It's delicious, but it's too small. Just 2 mouthfuls and 450 yuan was reimbursed. He turned around and lowered his head. Let me introduce myself again. I am Yamada Shinichi. When school reopens, I will be a student at Milan Private High School. Ignoring the shocked Mako Takamori, Pei Ziyin slowly stood up and wiped his mouth. You don't have to mind me. In my opinion, you should quickly contact a lawyer to confirm the validity of the document. Mako Takamori hesitated for a while and felt that it was right. She lowered her head and said, Then Yamada-kun, please wait for a while. Pei Ziyin also lowered his head and said, Of course, I have to do my duty. I'll go outside and take a look. Call me when you're done. Kawako immediately said, Mommy, I'll go with Oni-san. Mako Takamori was a little hesitant. Pei Ziyin said, Kawako, why don't you stay with Mommy? You can play after Mommy is done, okay? Quozi was still very sensible. She bit her thumb and did not say anything. Pei Ziyin stood up and bade farewell. Mako Takamori hurriedly sent him to the door. She was extremely anxious and didn't try to persuade him to stay. She waited for him to go down the stairs before picking up the phone. Pei Ziyin looked up at the sky and saw that the clouds had covered the sky. The sky was dark and gloomy. At this point, a beep sounded out from his handphone. He looked down at it and his mood improved. Is it a clock-in message? Let's find an ATM. Pei Ziyin easily found an ATM machine not far from the apartment. He took out his bank card and inserted it into the machine. He followed the instructions, and, a moment later, the number 58,600 appeared on the screen. I originally had $15,000, but the fee for the first short story is $43,000, right? Pei Ziyin counted and had a rough idea of sum. He then sent a message to the editor. Soon, there was a reply. Yamada-kun, have you already thought of a new work? Pei Ziyin's pen name was Yamada Shinichi. Pei Ziyin paused for a moment and saw a man getting off the tram and walking towards the apartment. It seemed like he was a lawyer. He smiled and sent the 30,000 words of the change of cattail gate over. According to the original manuscript of 350 to 400 words, he would be able to collect $380,000. There was no reply from the other side. Pei Ziyin didn't mind and strolled around. However, not long after, the other side sent another message. Yamada-kun, I have seen your new work. It is very good. Compared to your first short story, it is much better. I have already applied to the chief editor to list it as a new writer to focus on. Our publishing company is interested in discussing some long-term cooperation contracts with you. This is for your future development and to protect your interests. We hope that you can come and talk to us in person. I am really sorry. I am on a business trip to carry out a man's will. Pei Ziyin smiled and closed the message. At this point, he heard a sound, and a strange feeling came over him. Pei Ziyin turned around and saw that the apartment building was shrouded in darkness and looked a little eerie. Pei Ziyin looked carefully, but there was nothing there. Impossible. I can't be hallucinating. As Pei Ziyin was thinking, he saw something strange. 2 cars came over, and 3 people got off. In the middle was a young girl wearing a kimono embroidered with a family emblem. Behind her were 2 young men holding swords. The scabbards were clearly decorated with the family emblem. Are these real swords? When the Shinagawa shogunate was established, they issued the Japanese martial arts law. In the 3rd law, it was stipulated that the names of the bannermen and vassals were to be recorded by the generals. Other warriors were to be recorded by the vassals. Only warriors with a name could walk in public with a sword. If a rogue carried a sword, anyone could kill them, but they could carry a wooden sword. This law continued until modern times. In modern times, it was fine to buy a sword or store it. However, if one wanted to carry a sword on the streets, one had to apply for a sword holder registration certificate. The examination fee was not high, just $6,500. However, it was very troublesome to verify the qualifications. That was why it was popular for martial artists to carry wooden swords. Pei Ziyin turned to look at the young girl. The first thing he noticed was the kimono. At least it's a visiting kimono, and not a pretentious one. A visiting kimono was considered a more formal dress. It could be worn by both married and unmarried women. The price was not too high either. It could be bought for $50,000. But with a flick of the sleeves, it was completely out of the norm. It was purely a luxury item and was sold for millions of dollars. This young girl looks familiar. Just as he was thinking about this, the 3 of them arrived in front of him wearing wooden clogs. The 2 young men stood straight with their hands on the hilts of their swords. They looked very imposing. The passers-by on the road quickly made way for them. The young girl had already arrived. When she saw Pei Ziyin, she revealed a look of surprise. She bowed deeply. Are you Yamada-kun? Yes, I am. May I know who you are? Pei Ziyin asked in confusion. He realized that this young girl was the one on the tram. It was just that she had changed into a relatively formal dress and had put on some light makeup. As for the 2 young men who remained silent, they gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. Pei Ziyin could feel that they were actually a little hostile. I apologize for my abrupt arrival. I am Sakako Sanako, the witch of Jinchuan Shrine. The young girl now was not as cute as she was on the tram. She looked like she was welcoming a distinguished guest. The cherry blossoms are blooming in early spring. What a joyous occasion. I would like to invite you to come on time. Sakako Sanako sang as she bowed deeply once again. What time is it? Pei Ziyin asked. Tomorrow. I will be waiting for you anytime, she said as she handed over the invitation. I understand. I will definitely arrive on time. Pei Ziyin did not mind. Sakako Sanako took 2 steps back before turning to leave. Seeing her leave, Pei Ziyin picked up his phone and searched for the location. Very quickly, he found Jinchuan Shrine. Jinchuan Shrine was located on a small mountain in the middle of Chiba County. It was only 80 meters above sea level. However, the history of the shrine was not very long. It was only established after the Shinagawa shogunate. However, the environment was not bad. There was a patch of cherry blossoms, which was dedicated to the god Fukuchi. Pei Ziyin did not think much of it. However, his heart skipped a beat. He searched and frowned. This god is the god of calamity. However, legend has it that he helped the Shinagawa general to conquer the world. Hence, he changed calamity into a blessing. It has the meaning of eliminating calamity and protecting the people. Just as he was deep in thought, footsteps could be heard from afar. He turned around and saw Mako Takamori sending the lawyer out and bowing deeply. "Please return." The lawyer bowed deeply as well. He was very polite. The woman in front of him was no longer an unwed mother. She was the owner of 5 billion yuan. After the lawyer left, Mako Takamori bowed deeply to Pei Ziyun again. "Yamada-kun, thank you very much for bringing the will. Please allow me to be your host." It seems like the document is real. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. In the distance, the two cars did not go far. When they saw the group of people leaving, they slowly moved forward. When they reached the crossroads, Sakako Sanako suddenly took out her phone and made a call. "Hello, I'm Sanako." "Yes, I've already sent the invitation. Do you need me to do anything else?" "No, there's no need. To become the successor of the Sky Maiden Imperial Sword School, you'll have to face more than just human obstacles." A voice came from the other side of the phone. "Even if you're lucky enough to pass the test, you won't be able to accept it if you don't have the capability. Isn't Shidochung like that? What Mikoa Shrine needs is a successor who has passed the test. Regardless of whether this Yamada is Shido's illegitimate son or not, he has obtained the proof of inheritance. He has passed the test and is not greedy. He just needs to hand over the 5 billion yuan to Mako Takamori. Now, as long as he can pass the final test. This 5 billion yuan is not easy to obtain. From now until the end of the test, all private activities are prohibited. Keep a close eye on him. If anything happens, clean up the scene immediately." "Yes, I understand." Sakako Sanako could not bear to see this happen, but she replied respectfully. She put down the phone, still feeling uncomfortable. She took out her pocket watch to check the time. Turning around, she turned on the intercom and said, "Kimoto, Koku, contact the relevant people. Prepare the relevant teams in the police station as well. No matter who dies, clean up the mess quickly. Don't leak it, and don't cause panic among the people. Also, I know that you're feeling uncomfortable, but you gave up on the test and gave up on the right of inheritance. Now, please put aside your selfish thoughts and welcome the possible successor of Mikawa Shrine and the Sky Maiden Imperial Sword School." "Don't worry, Mississippi," a reply came from the intercom. Further away, a few cars drove over and surrounded the apartment. Looking out the window, the people inside were all wearing black kimonos. Everyone was silent and did not speak. Note 1 and Note 2. These are all fictional shrines and deities. Chapter 685. This was a Western-style restaurant with a good reputation and a decent environment. It was already the best restaurant in Mako Takamori's social circle. Fei Ziyun used a knife and fork to cut a small piece from the plate and placed it in his mouth to slowly chew. His attention was focused on the restaurant across from him. Mako Takamori put on some light makeup and draped a silk shawl over her shoulders. Kawako's face was slightly red, and a few drops of tears fell from her watery eyes. Naturally, it wasn't because she was sad, but because Kawako had eaten too much food and was too full. She usually looked like she lacked food, but just now, she was practically wolfing down her food. Fei Ziyun couldn't help but take a few more glances at her round belly. "I'm done. It's too delicious." Kawako rubbed her belly and felt bloated. Mako Takamori stood up and asked, "Yamada-kun, are you done?" Fei Ziyun wiped his mouth and said, "I'm done." When Mako Takamori heard this, she went to pay the bill. The uniformed waiter placed his hands on his abdomen and slightly bowed with a professional smile. "Thank you for your patronage. The total is 35,300 yen. Mako Takamori looked at the bill and felt her heart ache. After all, the Takamori mother and daughter usually lived frugally and had never spent so much money on a single meal. However, Mako Takamori immediately realized that she was no longer a poor woman. She was the owner of 5 billion yen. Although the shares still needed a few days to materialize, she was finally rich. Looking at Kawako's happy expression, Ishido Sito's shadow flashed in her heart, and she felt even more guilty. Mako Takamori asked herself if it wasn't for Yamada Shinichi, how long would it be since she had let her daughter eat a good meal? Thinking about this, Mako Takamori swiped her card and signed her name on the receipt before turning around and bowing respectfully. Yamada-kun, please rest at my place for the night. If it wasn't for the fact that the money hadn't arrived yet, and she was spending her last bit of savings, she would have definitely asked Yamada Shinichi to stay at a more comfortable hotel. Phasian lowered his head and said seriously, "Then I'll have to thank you for taking care of me, Takamori-san." The restaurant was not far from the apartment, a 10-minute walk away. However, when he stepped into the apartment, Fei Ziyun felt a little strange. There were 2 cars parked at the entrance of the apartment. Usually, the parking spaces were not here. They could stop for a short while, but they would not stop for a long time and affect the traffic. However, this doubt disappeared in an instant. With a pa sound, the room was illuminated by an orange light. Fei Ziyun had just sat down when Mako Takamori expressed her gratitude to Fei Ziyun again. Under the light, it could be seen that although Mako Takamori was only 28 years old, she looked haggard under the long-term pressure, making her look like she was in her 30s. But if one looked carefully, it could be seen that she was quite pretty. Otherwise, Yakuza wouldn't have schemed to make Mako Takamori become a suit maid. Yamada-kun, thank you so much. If you didn't deliver the contract, we wouldn't know what to do. Mako Takamori bowed deeply to Fei Ziyun. At the same time, Wakako, who was standing beside Mako Takamori, also said, "Thank you, Onizan." Her petite body bent down and bowed to Fei Ziyun at the same time as Mako Takamori. Fei Ziyun had no choice but to follow Japanese customs and return the bow. "This is only what I should do. If you continue to be so polite, I'll be ashamed." The wind howled, and the rain came in waves. Pitter, patter, patter. The raindrops hit the window. A man in a raincoat came over with a bento and handed it out one by one. When he reached a corner, he said in a low voice, "Sakagami-san, I'm really sorry, but there's only tempura left. Fujioji-kun, sorry to trouble you." The window opened, and Sakagami-san took the bento. Actually, she knew that many people only had sandwiches and rice balls. Hers was already the best food. When she opened it, the tempura was still warm and fragrant. She could tell that it was made from prawns, which were molded in hot oil with a thin layer of dough. At that moment, she was indeed hungry. She took a bite, and the texture was rich. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It didn't feel greasy at all. Not bad. Tempura wasn't just a simple, deep-fried ingredient. It was the most skillful Japanese food, and the technique was pretty good. After taking a few bites, she looked around and saw that the people in the cars were all staring at her with their eyes wide open. No one was slacking off. "It's here." Suddenly, someone turned on the walkie-talkie and reported. Sakagami-san was shocked. She quickly put down the bento and saw a kind of fog moving slowly in the rain. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. This black fog slowly spread in the corridor and gradually covered Mako Takamori's floor. Sakagami-san felt a chill in her heart. She took a deep breath and said, "All teams be ready. If necessary, directly intervene." "Understood." Everyone responded. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Mako Takamori got up and made the bed. In Japanese movies, it was common to see rooms without beds. People would just put a sheet on the floor and a blanket to sleep. In fact, the fundamental reason was that the room was pocket-sized and could not accommodate a bed. The floor was very cold, and the tatami was very smelly during the rainy season. It was still more comfortable to sleep on a bed. It could be said that those who slept on the bed were rich Japanese, and those who laid the floor or tatami every day were poor. However, the paper door was a very magical thing. It was only a small space of a few dozen square meters, and it was just separated by the paper door. It was a private space. The 3 of them crawled into their respective beds and turned off the lamp. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. For the first time, there was the smell of strangers in the room. Mako Takamori moved her body uneasily and subconsciously moved closer to Kawako. But Kawako was full, and the child was thirsty for sleep. The moment she touched the pillow, she fell asleep and let out cute snoring sounds. Mako Takamori's eyes quickly adapted to the darkness. Outside the window, the rain hit the glass, making pitter-patter sounds. In the darkness, she suddenly cried silently. Was it joy or sadness? She loved Sito, Ishido. Happiness was originally in her hands, but it suddenly disappeared. Was she abandoned? Actually, it wasn't just Kawako. Mako Takamori also dreamed that one day he would open the door and shout, "I'm back." But in the end, when she was at her wit's end, a 12-year-old child came with Sito Ishido's will. This child had a small face and legs, but he had a serious expression on his face. He gave 5 billion yen, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary, as if it was very normal for him. Was there such a huge gap between their worlds? In the darkness, she silently wiped her tears and listened to Fei Ziyun's steady breathing. She felt that Fei Ziyun had fallen asleep. Today's events made Mako Takamori experience great sorrow and great joy. She was very tired, so she couldn't help but fall asleep after she calmed down. It was late at night, and everything was dark in the rain. After an unknown amount of time, Fei Ziyun heard the sound of wind and rain. He couldn't help but be startled and sat up. The room was very dark, but he could still see clearly. The window was open, and because of the wind, the rain slanted in and soaked a part of the floor. Strange, the window was closed when he went to sleep. A thought flashed through Fei Ziyun's mind. Could it be that the window wasn't closed properly and was blown open by the wind? Fei Ziyun stood up and quietly walked to the window. Just as he was about to close it, he suddenly heard a pa sound. There were footsteps in the corridor. Fei Ziyun furrowed his brows and closed the window. He turned around and fell in a deep thought. It should be around 2 or 3 in the morning. Who will be coming back so late? Even if it was a Japanese man, after working overtime at 8 or 9 in the morning, they should be back by 10 in the evening, right? He opened the door and looked down the corridor. There was no one there, but a smell assaulted his nose. He couldn't tell what it was, but it was a little old. It feels like 10 years old all of a sudden. The corridor looked very long, and there was a wall lamp in the distance. It gave off a faint light, but it was even more unsettling than the darkness. Fei Ziyun furrowed his brows and turned around. The room seemed to be the same as when he got up, but he couldn't feel any breathing. He immediately called out, "Takamori, Kawako." There was no response. Fei Ziyun didn't hesitate and opened the paper door. Although the room was dark, he could vaguely see that there was no one in the quilt. Mako Takamori and Kawako were nowhere to be seen. Fei Ziyun touched the quilt and found that it was still warm. At this moment, he saw something in the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw that the lights of the Aoki family across the corridor were still on. Fei Ziyun took out his wooden blade and went to the Aoki family next door. The Aoki family wasn't far from Mako Takamori's house. It was only a few meters away, but Fei Ziyun walked in the dark corridor without a single sound. Fei Ziyun arrived at the Aoki family and knocked on the door, but there was no response. The Aoki family, which was originally lit, was now completely dark. Fei Ziyun pushed lightly, and the door opened. Fei Ziyun frowned and habitually tried to turn on the Aoki family's lights, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't light up. A gust of wind blew past, and Fei Ziyun felt a chill on his shoulder, as if someone was touching it. He suddenly turned around, but there was no one there. Fei Ziyun turned around again and was shocked to see that there was a faint light in the room. There were 2 corpses on the floor. One was wearing pink pajamas and was staring blankly. It was Kawako. The other was wearing purple pajamas. Her skin was pale, her eyes were dark, and her tongue was sticking out. It was Mako Takamori. When Fei Ziyun saw this, he bent down and touched Masako with his finger. He realized that Masako wasn't breathing. Just as Fei Ziyun was about to check on Mako Takamori's condition, Masako's eyes suddenly opened. Onisen, it hurts." Mako Takamori's corpse stood up and appeared behind Fei Ziyun. Its cold hand grabbed Fei Ziyun's neck and said resentfully, Why did you bring disaster?" As it spoke, its hands tightened. Underscore, Phasian felt his neck tighten, but he wasn't nervous. He said in a low voice, "Idiot, break." Boom. Everything in front of him exploded into nothingness. Chapter 686. Amidst the faint screams, like ink falling into water, everything in front of him disappeared. Phasian looked around and realized that he was still in the room, but Mako Takamori was there. She was in a strange situation. Even with her eyes closed, she could still sense Fei Ziyun's location. Her pale hands tightened around Fei Ziyun's neck. Strong enough to stimulate your body's potential? Phasian looked at Mako Takamori and without hesitation, chopped down with his hand. Mako Takamori, who had her eyes closed, fell. At this moment, with a bang, the door that was originally tightly shut was opened. A few people rushed in. The leader was one step ahead of the others, holding a short blade in his hand. At a glance, one could tell that it was a Japanese katana. It was shaped like a katana, but the blade was flat and no longer than a foot long. It was the weapon that Yakuza often used. The moment this person entered the room, he stabbed at Fei Ziyun. This stab was fast and ruthless, like a bolt of lightning. Hertz was using a killing technique. One had to know that in Japan, there were very few dojos that taught killing skills. Who could this person be? Based on his figure, was this the leader of Yakuza's team? Fei Ziyun had thought of this problem the moment the man stabbed forward. However, when Fei Ziyun saw this person's face, he realized that this short-haired man was Ishido Sito. Ishido Sito, who had committed suicide, was here. Fei Ziyun was shocked to see the dead Ishido Sito appear again, but his hands didn't slow down. In the face of Ishido Sito's dagger, he took a small step back without hesitation in the narrow room in Japan. He grabbed the wooden katana, and his body swayed as he passed through the room like a fish, causing Ishido Sito's attack to miss. Ishido Sito's attack missed, but his face was expressionless. He spun his hand and stabbed at Fei Ziyun again, this time with more force and angle. Fei Ziyun lightly leaned to the side and moved his feet slightly, dodging Ishido Sito's attack. With a pu sound, the dagger missed its target and stabbed into the floor. Just as he was about to pull it out, a circular arc appeared in the air as the wooden blade slashed down. The shape of the clouds, the change of the wind, perhaps without thought. This was the highest attainment of the Shun clan's 37 forms. At this time, Fei Ziyun was using a wooden blade, and it could be said that it was a level higher. With a pu sound, the wooden blade pierced through Ishido Chunrin's neck without any resistance. Ishido Sito's dull eyes suddenly showed a trace of emotion. He looked at the wooden blade and seemed to want to say something. Fei Ziyun's wooden blade twisted, and with a pu sound, blood spurted out like an arrow. Ishido Chunrin opened his mouth, but the words he was about to say turned into sounds. A large amount of blood uncontrollably spurted out of his mouth and nose, and he fell down. The exchange of blows between Fei Ziyun and Ishido Sito seemed long, but in fact, it happened in an instant. The eyes of the remaining 3 people who entered the room turned black and then red. One of them brandished a white blade and charged at Fei Ziyun. Fei Ziyun's attack was fast and ruthless, but this time it was full of openings and was no threat at all. Fei Ziyun took half a step forward and the blade pierced thin air. Then he pulled out the wooden blade, and with a pu sound, the wooden blade pierced through the opponent's ribs and through his heart. With just one pull, there was a pu sound, and a large amount of blood splattered all over the floor. The person fell on his back, dead on the spot. In an instant, 2 corpses were lying in the room. After the blood spurted out, the last person seemed to wake up a little. He opened his eyes and saw the wooden blade coming down. Unsurprisingly, Fei Ziyun's wooden blade once again pierced through his neck, blood spurting out. After the second spurt of blood, the last person seemed to have woken up and screamed, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" At this moment, the unconscious Mako Takamori and Kawako were woken up by the screams. Fei casually pressed a light switch and found that the light that couldn't be turned on previously had turned on with a paw sound. When Mako Takamori woke up, she felt that her neck was a bit sore. She sniffed and found a strong smell of blood. She looked again and saw 3 bloody corpses. She immediately screamed and vomited. She looked at Mako Takamori and Mako Takamori. The 8-year-old Kawako's eyes were wide open, completely different from her mother's. Kawako's eyes were shining as she shouted at Fei Ziyun, "Onison, did you do this? You're really, really amazing." As Kawako spoke, she used her short legs to turn over and look at the corpses. Of course, seeing this scene, Mako Takamori reached out and hugged her tightly. She couldn't believe her eyes. A 12-year-old child had killed 3 people in just a few minutes. Under the light, Fei Ziyun looked and said, "There's killing intent. I couldn't hold back." He wasn't lying. If he had held back, he could have held back. But even with swordsmanship, he was still an ordinary 12-year-old child. If he held back in this situation, he would be dead. Mako Takamori wasn't in the mood to listen to these words. After all, she was the daughter of the Wu family. She stood up shakily and rushed into a corner to take out a stack of money. "Here's some money. Leave immediately. This has nothing to do with you." Fei Ziyun looked at it and felt a little relieved. He walked to the door and saw that the corridor was silent. The doors on the opposite side and to the left and right were tightly shut. When he looked back under the light, he realized that he had seen the 3 people who had been killed before. They were Yakuza's group of 3 and a lawyer. Ishido Chun wasn't among them. What was going on? A question popped up in Fei Ziyun's mind. He kicked the knife as he pondered. He then looked at the trembling lawyer and asked, "Tell me, what happened to you? Spare me, spare me." The lawyer had completely broken down. His face was covered in tears and snot. There was no need to force a confession out of him. It turned out that the lawyer, Daji Kitayama, had been in a good mood when he received the call yesterday, especially after he confirmed the big deal. The competition in the law firm was also relatively fierce. If he could help Mako Takamori with the transfer of her inheritance, he could take the opportunity to develop a relationship with her. She looks really good, and she has so much money. If I can marry her, I'd be very happy. Daji Kitayama was drooling over Mako Takamori's appearance and money. To him, she was a first-class client. As long as he could marry her, he would have to work harder for more than 30 years. A successful lawyer's annual income was no more than 20 million, and her dividends were more than 30 million a year. Even if I can't marry her, I can become her private lawyer. It could be said that Daji's thinking was still normal. I don't know why. I really don't know. Beishan Daji cried out, "I want to look for the people of the Qiaoshan group, and I even came with them to rob them. This isn't me, it's not me." Daji Kitayama, who had woken up, said regretfully. As a lawyer, of course, he knew that this kind of robbery was useless. He wouldn't spend a single cent and would instead become a prisoner. But at that time, he only felt that this was the only way to become rich. Daji Kitayama begged for mercy with tears and snot running down his face. He had been scared out of his wits by the blood and death. His heart was full of regret, and he could feel the murderous aura of the child in front of him. His teeth kept chattering. "Apartment, Crossroads, Miss Sakakami. The ghost fog is dissipating." A voice came from the communication device, and one could hear the shock in it. "Connect the video." Sakakami felt her palms sweat slightly. In fact, there was a video just now, but she couldn't watch it immediately. It was purely mechanical and wouldn't attract its attention. If someone watched it, their spiritual sense would be triggered. This was the lesson of the blood coagulation. But now that it was dissipating, it was fine. Hearing a ding, she quickly turned on a screen in the car. There was a snowflake on the screen before her eyes, and then an image appeared. Although only 3 people had died, the image was very tragic. Blood splattered all over the ground, and even the camera was splashed a little, making the image even more terrifying. Sakako Sanako only took a glance and asked, "What happened just now?" A voice came from the other side, and it was obvious that it was saying with its head lowered, "Miss." The first one to appear was Mako Takamori, who tried to strangle Yamada Shinji. Sakakami was expressionless. This was very normal. Ghosts loved to use the hands of their loved ones to kill their enemies. There were many records of the wives of police officers and samurai killing their husbands in the middle of the night. She waited for a few seconds, but there was no reply, so she asked, "What else?" And Yamada Shinji woke up and broke free. Then, the possessed Yakuza broke in. The timing was very precise. Sakakami was still expressionless, but her expression darkened slightly. Evil ghosts couldn't kill people directly, so they always used living people. Even if they woke up and broke free from the illusion, there would still be physical assassinations. Next, Yamada Shinji used a wooden sword and killed 3 people in 5 seconds. Sakakami could hear the fear in the other side. Even if they were samurai, this result was too terrifying. She didn't say anything, but looked at the screen. Seeing that the questioning was about to be completed, she said, "Let's go up." Yes. All the cars quickly arrived in front of the apartment and stopped. There were more than 10 people in uniform, and everyone had their lips tightly shut. Then, there was the sound of orderly footsteps in the corridor. Sakako Sanako was still wearing a kimono and wooden clogs. Her clothes were neat and tidy. She was not surprised to see the situation in the room. She bowed deeply and said, "Yamada-kun, please leave the rest to me. I won't bring you any trouble." Fei-Ziyun wasn't surprised. He looked at Sakakami, who had just entered with a sullen expression. "Sakakami, what's going on? You have to give me an explanation." "Yes, of course, Yamada-kun." Sakakami bowed to Fei-Ziyun again and said, "Yamada-kun, please take a rest. We will solve these matters immediately, and I will give you a clear explanation." As she said this, Sakakami turned to Mako Takamori and bowed slightly. "Miss Takamori, you can't stay here anymore. Please leave. Our housekeeping and cleaning company will clean the house. Give us 3 hours, and we guarantee that you won't see any traces when you go home in the morning. We will bear all the expenses." Sakakami wasn't lying. This kind of business was common. If the scene of martial artists being killed was leaked to the public, it would cause panic and give them a headache. After all, it was no longer the shogunate era. Chapter 687. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a group of people appeared in Mako Takamori's house. These people were wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night, which made them look out of place. However, their movements were agile and without hesitation. Fei-Ziyun sensed a murderous aura when they entered. Without a doubt, this group of people had blood on their hands. Fei-Ziyun looked at their skillful movements and knew that this group of people must have dealt with such things often. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so skilled. This thought flashed through Fei-Ziyun's mind as he looked at Sakanu Sanako. Sakanu Sanako held her hair with her left hand and wore a small red string bracelet on her wrist. Seeing that Fei-Ziyun was covered in blood, she said again, "Yamada-kun, please leave. There's a hotel nearby. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble." Fei-Ziyun nodded and turned around. Someone handed him a coat. The coat wasn't big, but for someone with short legs, it was enough to cover the bloodstains. Fei-Ziyun left Mako Takamori's house and went to the hotel. When he left the apartment, he saw that there was an ambulance and no one was watching. When Fei-Ziyun left Mako Takamori's house, Sakanu Sanako's smile quickly disappeared. She invited the mother and daughter out and walked to the side of the corpse to observe the condition of the people killed. What shocked Sakanu Sanako was that there was only one knife wound on each of them. Seeing this, Sakanu Sanako, who had dealt with many cases, was stunned. She said to someone, "Yashima, you're a professional. What do you think?" Tomoya Yashima was a middle-aged man who was best at treating wounds. He could deduce the assailant's weapon, personality, and other relevant information from the victim's wound, and the accuracy was relatively high. Therefore, even though Tomoya Yashima was an ordinary person, he had a certain status in the system. In this operation, Tomoya Yashima was Sakanu Sanako's assistant. At this time, Tomoya didn't care about his image. He squatted beside the corpse and carefully examined the wound. At the same time, he waved his hand in the air and muttered, "Amazing. You see, the scariest thing about evil spirits is that they can pull people into nightmares, and only warriors with a strong will can rely on themselves to get rid of them. So far, there are not many warriors who can do it alone. Based on the situation at the scene, I'm afraid that the evil spirit has already pulled Yamada-kun into the nightmare. But what's surprising is that the nightmare only trapped Yamada-kun for a very short time. Moreover, for malevolent spirits, even if they get rid of the nightmare, they still have other ways to hunt them down. It's common for them to possess their loved ones and assassinate their targets. The most helpless thing is that many people who are killed by evil spirits will be controlled by evil spirits and become their puppets. They will be manipulated by evil spirits at will. From the looks of it, Shido-kun has been possessed by an evil spirit. However, even someone as skilled as Shido-kun was killed by the 12-year-old Shido-kun with a single slash, who was the one who single-handedly killed an evil spirit as a child. You're the #1 samurai of the Seiguchi group during the shogunate's change of regime. You assisted the shogunate in the battle, fought against various vassal states, and killed the traitors who brought down the shogunate. You're Shinmi Hidemi, known as the Thousand-Man Killer. That's why Kofong Sensei is rewarded with 1,100 stones. Now, is the legend of that year repeating itself? That's unbelievable. Moreover, if you look carefully at the wound, I'm afraid that the moment the victim couldn't resist, he was killed with a single slash. His swordsmanship was firm and decisive, and Yamada-kun was only 12 years old. There's no doubt that he's the most outstanding warrior I've ever seen in my life. Yashi Michiya turned around and congratulated Sakako Sanako. The Managawa Shrine really has the best air this time. His name will definitely spread all over the world in the future. Hearing this, Sakako Sanako revealed a look of joy and said to the corpse on the floor, "Makoto, you're really useless. How could you be devoured by an evil spirit? But you still did a good deed. You finally chose a good heir before you died. Whether it's your illegitimate son or your disciple, you've made a great contribution." Saying that, Sakako Sanako stood up and turned around to order, "Continue to clean up the scene. Make sure no one sees any traces before dawn." After saying that, Sakako Sanako turned around and left. Not long after, she arrived at the hotel. This was a traditional Japanese-style hotel that rose during the era of the Shinagawa shogunate. According to the 6th detailed rule of the Japanese warrior law, the succession of vassal lords in marriage had to be approved by the shogunate. Moreover, they had to visit Edo every 3 years. When they returned to the territory, their wives or children had to stay in Edo as hostages. The vassal lords were all rich people. During the journey in Edo, there were hotels that served high-level warriors and vassal lords. At that time, they were known for their simple and elegant beauty. The service was caring and tried their best to make the distinguished guests as comfortable as they were at home. At that time, unless you were above 1,000 stones, you would not be directly received. If you needed to check in, you would need 2 old guests to introduce you. It was very stylish. However, in modern times, with the rise of the hotel industry, this kind of traditional hotel had no choice but to open to the public. Even so, many traditions were still maintained. As soon as Sakako Sanako entered the door, a woman in a kimono immediately greeted her. Without saying anything, she only bowed to her and turned around to lead the way. After passing through a small path, they arrived at a house with tatami mats, soft cushions, a snow-white checkered paper door, a tea set on the shelf, and paintings on the wall. Although this was simple, it was not something that ordinary people could adapt to quickly. However, at this time, Feiziyun had obviously taken a shower and changed into a loose kimono and wooden clogs. He was sitting and playing with his phone, looking through his mailbox. She heard the sound of footsteps and saw Sakako Sanako walking in slowly. She didn't care and flipped through the mail. She asked seriously, "Sakako, do you think publishing and authors are sunset industry?" Strictly speaking, calling Sakako Sanako was a little impolite. It was usually a superior addressing a subordinate, but Sakako Sanako did not care. After listening to it, she thought about it seriously and said, I don't know much about this industry. However, I heard that with the spread of the internet, the flow of information has changed greatly. Bookstores have been greatly affected, causing the entire industry to shrink. You're right. 23,000 bookstores have decreased to 17,600, a decrease of 7,000. Book sales have decreased by 13.8%, and magazine sales have decreased by 29.2%. Sales have fallen into a difficult situation. Phasian looked through the information he had found and said emotionally, authors nowadays do not earn as much as before, but publishing companies have been affected even more. No wonder they are so enthusiastic. Do you like a manga author? Sakako Sanako was not in a hurry to get to the point. She bowed to Fei Ziyun and kneeled in front of him. No, I don't read many manga anymore, but I still read novels. However, I can also be considered an author now. Shiroishi Academy Publishing House has been contacting me, inviting me to meet them. Ah, that's amazing. Have you become an author? Sakako Sanako was truly shocked. She covered her mouth and said, Japan does not have a 12-year-old author. Because of her profession and education, she was very serious about bloodlines and surnames. Apart from that, she placed great importance on great authors, educators, and thinkers. Disregarding everything else, the banknotes in Japan all had their portraits printed on them. They were very influential. In terms of degree, they were great authors, great educators, and great thinkers. Authors created the spiritual life of humans, and education was the source of spirituality. As for great thinkers, they could guide society forward. Respect for them came from the bottom of the heart. As for simple samurai and bureaucrats, they had never been on Japanese banknotes before. It's just a short story and a medium story. It hasn't been officially published yet. Fei Ziyun replied to the email and put down his phone. He then bowed and asked politely, Miss Sakako, what's going on? Can you tell me now? Yes, Yamada-kun. Sakako Sanako silently noted this down and then returned to the main topic. She bowed and said, Yamada-kun, do you know about evil spirits? Have you heard of the legend of evil spirits? Actually, evil spirits really do exist. And the reason why there's peace now is because most of the evil spirits have been suppressed. I'm currently at Mikawa Shrine. And Mikawa Shrine is one of the Yu family members who suppress evil spirits. The Yu family members are samurai who don't have the right to participate in the royal court. Fei Ziyun searched and asked. Sakako Sanako paused for a moment before replying obediently. Yes, there used to be 52 clans in Japan. 2 of them had 900 stones, 2 of them had 800 stones, 4 of them had 700 stones, and 6 of them had 600 stones. Our Mikawa Shrine had 600 stones. Sakako Sanako narrated the history of Mikawa Shrine. Although we've entered the modern era, the Kofo Shrine still exists, and the Yu family members who suppress evil spirits are still around. After the fall of the Tabaku, there are only 31 clans left. But because of this, our Mikawa Shrine has risen from 11th place to 3rd place. Sakako Sanako explained the history of Mikawa Shrine to Fei Ziyun with a proud expression. The history of Mikawa Shrine sounded impressive, and there was a lot of hidden information. Fei Ziyun knew that although this world had also experienced the fall of the Tabaku, it had been suppressed. However, the shogunate's reforms had saved the world for a time, and it had to go back to democracy. However, Fei Ziyun, who had just experienced a battle, didn't have the patience to listen to Sakako Sanako explain the history of Mikawa Shrine in detail. The battle had seemed simple, but it had ended in a matter of seconds. Fei Ziyun had used the highest level of the Shun family's 37 techniques: shape of clouds, change of the wind, or thoughtless, with a wooden sword. Although this wasn't enough to hurt Fei Ziyun's spirit, it had consumed a lot of his energy. After all, he had concentrated all his energy in his spirit and was only a 12-year-old child. To Fei Ziyun, the easiest and most direct way to recover energy was to sleep. Fei Ziyun, who had just finished his bath, wanted to have a good rest to recover the energy he had expended. Seeing that Sakako Sanako still wanted to explain the history of Mikawa Shrine, the originally lazy Fei Ziyun straightened up, and his face tensed up. His expression turned serious as he shook his head and said impatiently, "Miss Sakako, please get to the point." Chapter 688. Sakako did not expect Pei Ziyun to interrupt her. She could not help but frown, but seeing Pei Ziyun's serious face, she lowered her head and said, "Hey, for our shrine, suppressing evil spirits is the most important job. Therefore, for a shrine, samurai are the most important wealth. Having a samurai who can kill evil spirits will allow the shrine to continue and grow. Samurai have a very high status in the shrine. Even the successor of the shrine must be a samurai who has killed evil spirits. Samurai kill evil spirits, and the relationship between samurai and evil spirits is a bit complicated. Although samurai can kill evil spirits, they will also be chased by evil spirits." Speaking of this, she did not think that Pei Ziyun was too young. She poured him a glass of sake and said, "Yamada-kun, do you understand this?" Pei Ziyun nodded silently. "I understand. Please continue. Not to mention the principle of gazing into the abyss, being watched by the abyss. In fact, the frontline police and soldiers themselves may be unstable factors and need special attention and supervision. Hey, it's good that you can understand. The deepest connection with evil spirits is the shrine and the inheritance of blood payers. The former is the land of samurai, and the latter is the reward for killing evil spirits. Yamada-kun, the shrine has 600 stones. In fact, the land ownership includes the entire mountain, and there's also the worship of the Bujin Chokai, but the money is not a lot." Pei Ziyun nodded his head. "Consecrate." Before the Shinagawa shogunate, the power of Buddhism was twice that of Shinto. After the Shinagawa shogunate, Shinto grew stronger. Although in the modern era, the separation of church and state was implemented, Shinto was twice as powerful as Buddhism. In Japan, when a child was born, according to tradition, it was necessary to go to the shrine to pray for blessings. The people believed in geography and believed that people in each land had to go to the local shrine to pray for blessings. This was the 7-5-3 festivals. Other major events were the same. For example, when a house was built, there would be a shrine to pray for blessings. This was already a part of the construction company. Marriage was the same. Only death was not managed by the shrine. Because of the traditional concept of Shinto, death and corpses were considered unclean. They did not care about funerals. This was managed by the temple. Logically speaking, this was enough for the basic expenses of a shrine, but looking at the extravagance of the Mikawa shrine, this amount of money was far from enough. Yamada-kun, it's not that our Makawa shrine wants to put on a show. Just take the Takamori family incident as an example. Without a team, there's no way we can deal with the aftermath of killing the demon. Sakako seemed to have seen through Pei Ziyun's thoughts and said, "You don't want to be chased by the police and the public who don't know the truth, right? That's why it's necessary to earn blood payers. It's not enough to just rely on the offerings from the believers." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun nodded his head, deep in thought. If that was the case, then everything that had happened made sense. He frowned and asked, "Who are these blood payers?" Blood payers are warriors who solve problems and kill or exorcise evil spirits. The 1.5 billion is Stone-dun's reward over the years. Because he obtained it by killing evil spirits, he is a blood payer. Blood payers and evil spirits have a lot of karma. It's not that Stone-dun doesn't want to send it to Mako Takamori and her mother, but he can't. This will directly involve Mako Takamori and her mother in the revenge of the evil spirits. Sakako said softly, "Generally speaking, Mako Takamori and her mother will have the shrine allocate funds from the believers. This is cleaner. But Stone-dun has self-exiled for some reason, so Mako Takamori and her mother have led a hard life these years. If that's the case, why did Stone-dun ask me to give the 5 billion to Mako Takamori and her mother this time? If I didn't kill the evil spirits, Mako Takamori and her mother would probably die. Pei Ziyin asked, tapping his fingers on the floor. This should be because Stone Dune was already half bewitched by the evil spirits at that time. Sakako squinted and thought carefully. She sighed and said, before Stone Dune died, he missed Mako Takamori and her mother, and the evil spirits twisted his thoughts. As long as Mako Takamori and her mother died, they could be together as a family. This is a common thing. After saying this, both of them were silent for a while. Pei Ziyin sighed. Is that so? It seems like it's not easy to be a samurai. Yes, the shrine constantly trains samurai, and the samurai kill the evil spirits. When the samurai are in decline, it's the best time for the evil spirits to bite back. Therefore, the inheritance of the shrine and the blood payers became the test for the successor of the shrine. Only by successfully killing the evil spirits can one inherit the shrine and the blood payers. Of course, this time, the two are separated. Yamada-kun, actually, you have the right to half of this one. 5 billion Mako. Sakako glanced at it and said. Pei Ziyin understood a little. Sakako wanted to ask if he had any thoughts on the inheritance left behind by Sito, but he really did not have any thoughts. He said, if the blood payers are the reward for killing the evil spirits, isn't it natural for Stone Dune to leave it to his wife and daughter? Sakako smiled brightly. She said, if you say so, I'm relieved. The most dangerous part of these two rituals is karma. Karma is related to the evil spirits. The more evil spirits you kill or come into contact with, the deeper the karma, and the easier it is for problems to arise. Some powerful evil spirits or even unknown existences will hunt you down. The most famous incident is recorded in the books of the Jin River Shrine. In history, White Fox Prince Abe no Saimai was besieged by several unknown existences in his later years because of the deep karma. Although he managed to escape, he was seriously injured. From this, one can see how terrifying karma is. Sakako's expression changed as she said this. She smiled. Yamada-kun, now that you've passed the shrine inheritance test, you've become a young master of the Jin River Shrine. As she said this, Sakako bowed respectfully. She had already changed the way she addressed him. Yamada-kun, you're now the young master of the Jin River Shrine. If there's anything else you want to know, I'll tell you. Pei Ziyin didn't reply immediately. Seeing that Pei Ziyin didn't move and seemed to be in a daze, Sakako continued. If possible, Yamada-kun, please come to the Jin River Shrine tomorrow. We'll help you with your attire, inherit the Jin River Shrine, and become a samurai. Pei Ziyin looked at the system, and a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: protect his wife and daughter out of tacit understanding between warriors. Completed. After resolving this crisis, the rescue mission would be completed, right? Pei Ziyin pressed the button and looked at it. Including his savings from the previous world, he now had 6 fate points. He then stood up and looked outside. Seeing that the sky was already bright, he then said to the 3,000 Sakako, I did not agree to be the successor of the Makawa Shrine. When I was visiting the Great General's History Museum, I thought that I must become someone like the Great General. I want to rule the entire country with my wooden blade. That's my true dream. As he said this, Pei Ziyin bowed and lowered his head. He said to Sakako with a serious expression, I'm really sorry. I'll take my leave. Shiraishi Gakuin Publishing House. This was a relatively good publishing house in Japan. Although it couldn't be compared to the Juing Society, it was still quite famous. Its magazine sales were among the top of many publishing houses. Especially in the past few years, Shiraishi Gakuin Publishing House had been in the limelight. Akiyama Zuchi had contributed the book Tokyo Strategy, which was published by Shiraishi Gakuin. It talked about the story of Tsunain Ryosuke, a samurai who arrived in Tokyo to study and find a job, as well as his struggles. This reflected the Japanese samurai's code of conduct and philosophy. It was discussed on the levels of righteousness, courage, benevolence, propriety, honesty, reputation, loyalty, self-restraint, and so on. It was analyzed layer by layer, showing the spiritual motivation of the rise of Japan. The book caused a huge reaction when it was published. In a short period of time, it was translated into Japanese, French, German, Russian, Polish, Norwegian, Bohemian, Hungarian, and many other languages. It made Shiraishi Gakuen Publishing House famous. However, in the past few years, Shiraishi Gakuen Publishing House was getting worse and worse. There were no more refreshing works. They could only rely on the previous accumulation of fame to barely support themselves like ordinary publishing houses. Nagano Narimi had been working for several years. She worked in Shiraishi Gakuen Publishing House. She was mainly responsible for reviewing new manuscripts and signing contracts with new authors. Although she was busy, the salary was still very good. It was enough for Nagano Narimi to live a comfortable life. However, in the past 2 years, with the decline in sales of Shiraishi Gakuen, Nagano Narimi's treatment was not as good as before. Nagano Narimi didn't know the root cause of the decline in sales. She had to work more seriously, hoping to unearth excellent authors and inject new vitality into Shiraishi Gakuen. This morning, when Nagano Narimi arrived at the publishing house, she heard someone shouting, "Nagano-san, the minister wants you to go to the office." When Nagano Narimi heard this, she hurriedly put down her lunch and went to the minister's office. When Nagano Narimi opened the door, she saw the minister. The minister was in his 40s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, sipping tea, sitting in a chair, and looking at the neatly arranged manuscripts on the table. After Nagano Narimi entered the door, she bowed to the minister. The minister raised his head, put down the teacup and manuscripts, and said to Nagano Narimi, "You've worked hard. I've read the manuscripts. This time, the authors you unearthed all have some potential. Especially Yamada Shinji. He is indeed a very good new author. In terms of writing, he has some of the style of Akiyama Zuchi. I'm not saying that Yamada Shinji's style is similar to Akiyama Zuchi's, but that kind of feeling." Nagano Narimi didn't speak, she just bowed. She actually felt the same way. She felt the potential to become a great writer. And it seems that Yamada Shinji is very young. Our Shiraishi Gakuen Publishing House has suffered many blows and difficulties. Every time, we rely on excellent authors to bounce back. It's the same now. If we want to be more stable, we have to constantly have excellent authors to join. You go and contact Yamada Shinji. You have to be gentle. If he is not satisfied with the conditions, you can appropriately increase the weight. It's best if he can directly sign a contract with us. Yes. Nagano Narimi immediately agreed to the minister's request. This was originally the work of Nagano Narimi. Chapter 689. In April, the weather gradually turned hot. The next day, Nagano Narumi arrived at the address on the tram. She got off the tram, flipped through the notebook, and found the address was correct. She searched along the road and found the nameplate of Yamada. This was the custom of Dongying. There was even a time when there was a law that every residence must have the nameplate of the owner. It seemed that the Yamada house was built by one family. The wooden door and courtyard walls were a bit old, but there was a cherry blossom nearby. It was beautiful and elegant. Nagano Narumi confirmed again and pressed the doorbell. Soon, a woman opened the door and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Nagano Narumi looked at the woman in front of her, turned her head, and looked around again to confirm that Yamada Shinichi's address was correct. The woman in front of her was Yamada Shinichi. She looked like she was in her 30s and looked a bit beautiful. Was she writing because she was lonely at home? Did she have such a talent? Nagano Narumi thought. She subconsciously thought that the woman in front of her was Yamada Shinichi, so she directly bowed to Yamada Shinichi's mother. "Are you Yamada-san?" "I'm sorry. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nagano Narumi, the editor of Shiraishi Gakuen Publishing House. This is my business card. It's an honor to meet you. Because we saw your new work, The Change of Fujimoto, and we agreed that it was a very good work. We decided to publish it in the newspaper, so we came to visit. If possible, we would like to ask you to sign a column contract. Please take care of us in the future." Nagano Narumi took out her business card and handed it over with both hands. But to Nagano Narumi's surprise, the woman in front of her frowned slightly, bowed slightly, and took the business card with both hands. After looking at it, she bowed slightly and said, "I'm Yamada Izumi. I'm really sorry. You must have found the wrong person. Although I like reading novels and have heard of your publishing house, I didn't write this article, nor did I send it to your publishing house. But this address is here. Yamada Shinichi, or is this your husband?" Nagano Narumi asked. Her eyes couldn't help but jump. Suddenly, she was a little worried. If she was wrong, deducting the bonus was a small matter. Delaying things and disappointing the minister was a big deal. Yamada Shinichi does live with me, but he is my son. He just graduated from elementary school this year. He is only 12 years old. Yamada Izumi listened to Nagano Narumi's words and replied with doubt. "Ah, Yamada-kun is only 12 years old?" Nagano Narumi was also startled. Is there really a mistake? The Yamada family emoji appeared on Pei Zi-yun's face again. This time, she had changed into a simple yet elegant kimono. Upon closer inspection, Pei Zi-yun realized that she was actually very young. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and she looked very pretty and cute. She also had the gentleness of a traditional girl. Pei Zi-yun walked to the door and said to Sakako, "I told you, I'm not the young master of Jinchuan Shrine. Why are you following me like this?" At this moment, the door opened and Pei Zi-yun saw his mother. Yamada Izumi then turned to Nagano Narumi and said, "This is my son, Yamada Shinichi." Before Pei Zi-yun could react, Sakako bowed to Yamada Izumi and said softly, "Madam, how do you do? I am Sakako Izumi. I will be Yamada Chi's maid from now on. I will take care of Yamada Chi's daily life. Please take care of her." Yamada Izumi's face was about to crack. When she opened the door, an editor from Hakoseku Publishing House came looking for her. That's right, the address and name were indeed. There were 100,000 surnames in Japan. Other than the main surname, the possibility of having the same surname was not high. Even if it was the main surname, the number one surname, Sato, was only 450,000 people. In addition, Japanese people often had two names. If this was a coincidence of a pen name, what about the address? It couldn't be that the head of the Yamada family, Yamada Kazuhiko, had used his son's name as a pen name to write the article. Even if this was impossible, Yamada Izumi had called to confirm that her husband did not write the article, nor did he use his son's name. It was not easy to clear things up and send Nagano Narumi out. Coincidentally, her son had returned. Not only did he return, but there was also a young girl with him. At the same time, this young girl said that she was her son's maid. What's going on? Yamada Izumi was confused. Also, when did my son become Yamada Chi? This was not a polite remark. Looking at the tone and the situation, it was true. The two people were speechless and did not know what to say. Nagano Narumi was even more speechless. Just now, when she talked to Yamada Izumi, she could see that the Yamada family was not very rich. They were just a middle-class family. But did the middle class have a maid? Was it because she was too backward and did not understand the rapid development? No wonder Mayumi always said that she was too unsophisticated. No, she had to go home and understand the relevant information so that she would not make a fool of herself again. And was Yamada Shinichi, the author of The Change of Fujin Gate, such a child? It was hard to believe. The few of them looked at each other. Yamada Izumi was stunned for a while before she calmed down and said, "It's going to rain. Please come in and talk." She had to clarify the matter, so Yamada Izumi led Nagano Narumi and Sakako inside. At this time, Nagano Narumi woke up from her shock and asked Pei Zi-yun, "I'm really sorry. Are you Yamada Shinichi?" "Of course it's me. If you have any questions, you can look at my computer. I have the original manuscript of my new novel, Who is the Second Man? And I can also send it to you." Pei Zi-yun simply explained to everyone, turned on the computer, and began to operate it. As he said that, he sent it to the editor's mailbox. At this time, Nagano Narumi's phone also emitted a notification sound. Nagano Narumi looked at it and bowed slightly. I'm really sorry. Please allow me to look at the computer. Everyone understood, so Nagano Narumi went over and sat cross-legged. She moved the mouse, clicked on the folder, and clicked on the document inside. Nagano Narumi looked at the document very seriously. At this time, Yamada Izumi brewed a pot of tea, poured 2/3 of the tea into a porcelain cup, and handed it to Sakako. She asked, "This is Miss Sakako, right? Why do you call Shinichi that?" "Madam, a Miyagi Kagawa shrine." Sakako stood up and handed her name card. "I'm also the director of the Chiba County Shrine." Miyagi Kagawa Shrine? How disrespectful. The ranks in the shrine varied according to the size and tradition. Generally speaking, the Miyagi Kagawa was the representative of the shrine. The Kagawa was the deputy representative. The Miyagi Kagawa was the assistant of the Miyagi Kagawa. And the Miyagi Kagawa was the general clergy. In addition, there were Diensher, musician, counselor, technical supervisor, guard, and so on. In fact, the Miyagi Kagawa was not included in the clergy. As women had their periods every month, they were considered to be filthy. Therefore, even if they joined the clergy, they would not be able to become Miyagi Kagawa. Being a Miyagi Kagawa was already an incredible thing. Yamada Izumi took the name card and looked at it carefully. She hurriedly bowed. She did not doubt it at all. The internal integrity of Japan was not bad. Besides, it was easy to find out that no one was lying. "Yamada-san, you're too polite. In fact, it was the former Miyagi Kagawa who chose your son. We naturally have to carry out his will." Sakako explained briefly. What she meant was that Sito was seriously ill and had no heir. Therefore, Yamada Shinichi was chosen. Is there really such a thing? Yamada Izumi listened in disbelief. Wasn't this a plot that only existed in novels and fairy tales? "Mother, I didn't agree," Pei Zi-yun said. "Therefore, I have to ask you to do some thinking. No one would be willing to inherit a shrine." That was what Sakako Kagawa was thinking. Yamada Izumi could not make up her mind. At this moment, Nagano Narumi, who had finally finished reading the paragraph, was excited. She did not hear the conversation at all. She turned around and said emotionally, "What a rare piece of work. Yamada-kun, your style is still cold, but it is not lacking in delicacy. Compared to the past, you have improved significantly. It's incredible. One look, and I'm deeply shocked." Nagano Narumi only had one question in her mind. These words, this style, is it really written by someone who has not entered junior high school? If there was a problem, it would be a huge scandal. Nagano Narumi lowered her head and said solemnly, "Yamada-kun, is this really written by you? It's not that I doubt you. It's just that the writing is too good. I can't believe it. Of course it's written by me. Do you think you can find the original manuscript somewhere else?" Pei Zi-yun knew that others could not believe it. In fact, this was Ibuki Mitsuki's most outstanding novel. He had only written it when he was 35 years old. After that, no one else had ever written a better novel. This was the so-called painstaking effort, and he had done his best. But even so, it was only half of what he had written. The gap between the top and the top was insurmountable. "Yamada-kun, I'm sorry. Please accept my apology. I have to say that you are a genius. You will definitely win this year's Baronwood Prize. It's not impossible for you to win the Oka Prize. You will definitely become a legend among newcomers." The Baronwood Prize did not choose famous authors for their awards. Instead, they paid more attention to newcomers and unknown authors. Furthermore, the winner would only receive one award, and the prize money was 3 million yen. It was not considered high, but once the author received the award, he could use this title to easily earn a high salary. The Oka Prize was a step further. It was an award that affirmed the status of a newcomer in the literary world. "Please, you must sign a contract with our White Rock Academy, please." If it weren't for Yamada Shin's young age, Nagano Narumi would have fallen. Become a legend? Pei Zi-yun was still very tempted. Originally, he wanted to become a legend in swordsmanship. But now, the road to becoming a legend was open. Baronwood Prize, Oka Prize, Oka Prize. This was a grand slam. Pei Zi-yun was immediately tempted. He said, "Well, For this contract, are there any requirements? Nagano Narimi said, after signing the contract, our White Rock Academy will publish and pay you. You will also bear the corresponding obligations. You must submit 3 or 2 articles to us every week. Pei Ziyun frowned and asked, so many requirements. Pei Ziyun immediately felt that it was not possible. If he became a columnist or contracted writer for White Rock Academy, he would always have a specific theme or essay. Actually, his writing was not bad, but the difference in style was obvious. People would definitely suspect him of ghostwriting or stealing. Even if no relevant evidence could be found, it would still have an impact. In fact, if one did not care about the doubts, it did not matter. After all, the work was more important than anything else. In the end, people would definitely think that Yamada Shin was a versatile writer or that he was not good at certain aspects. But if he wanted to create a legend, there could not be any flaws. Most importantly, he wanted to complete it in a short period of time, so he could not allow for such variables. I'm really sorry. I still have to go to school. I don't have time, and I will only write novels that I want to write. I won't write anything else. Pei Ziyun weighed the pros and cons in his mind and was about to refuse. Nagano Narimi was still thinking about how Yamada Shin would create a reputation after joining White Rock Academy. At this moment, she was shocked. Was the little cabbage that she had her eyes on about to fly away? She hurriedly said, Yamada-kun, please do not refuse. The conditions can be discussed. Let's talk about it in detail. Sakako Sanshiko had been watching coldly. Seeing that Pei Ziyun's expression was a little impatient, she said, Yamada-ki, you don't have to worry about such a small matter. Leave it to me to handle. Please rest assured, Yamada-ki, I will handle this matter properly and will not bring you any trouble. Pei Ziyun didn't reply to Sakashi Ko. Sakashi Ko saw that Pei Ziyun was still hesitating, so she stood up and said slowly, Yamada-ro, even if you're an ordinary author, you can't take care of everything. There's always a manager. As for famous authors, there will be a studio that provides all kinds of services for them. And you, Yamada-ki, have a lot of things to deal with in the future. Do you still want to divert your precious time in this aspect? Even if it is difficult for you to accept the identity of the young master of Jinchuan Shrine, allow me to serve you personally. Just treat me as your manager. Hearing this, Pei Ziyun's heart moved. Indeed, he wanted to create a legend in a short period of time. He really did not have the energy to entangle himself in this aspect. How could an ordinary manager compare to Sakako Sanshiko? Although they had only met for a day, he did not doubt Sakako Sanshiko's ability. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun said, Then this matter will be handled by you. As he said this, Pei Ziyun stood up and said softly to Nagano Narimi, Sorry for being impolite. At the same time, he gave his mother an apologetic look. Then, he walked straight into his room. After Pei Ziyun left, there were only Sakako Sanshiko, Nagano Narimi, and Yamada Izumi left in the small living room. Yamada Izumi was fine, but Nagano Narimi was focused on reading her manuscript. She did not know what was going on with the young girl in front of her. At this moment, her eyes were staring straight ahead. Sakako Sanshiko ignored this pressure. At this time, she slowly raised her head and said to the two of them, Madam, Nagano-san, let's have a good talk now. Chapter 690. April. It had been a month since Nagano Narumi's last visit. Now that the school holidays were over, Milan Private High School had started. Each school year in Japan was divided into 3 semesters. The start time was April and September. There was winter break, spring break, and summer break. The first semester was April to August, the second semester was September to December, and the third semester was January to March. Today was the first day of school at Milan Private High School. Pei Ziyun finished his breakfast, packed his things, and rushed to school under his mother's urging. Milan Private High School was one of the best high schools in the area. The Yamada family had spent a lot of money to let Pei Ziyun study in this high school. Its schedule was the same as almost all high schools, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning and ending at 3:40 in the afternoon. Although it was not far from Yamada's house, it still had to take a tram to get there. Pei Zi-yun boarded the tram. There were many people on the tram, but it was relatively quiet. Generally, no one spoke. However, today seemed to be a little different. Some people boarded the tram and were whispering. Nakajima, have you read The Samurai Under the Cherry Blossoms in Shiroishi magazine? The style of this article is a bit cold, but it's really written in a good way, a man said in a low voice. Kogakuen, you haven't read the latest issue yet. Although it's the same author, The Change of Fujin Gate is more in-depth and more cruel. TSK, TSK, TSK. It can be said that it's as beautiful as cherry blossoms. Haha, you are all outdated. I heard that the author's third and first long story, Who is the Second Man, is ready to be published. Really? Is this considered an official debut? It's really smooth. For people with strength, isn't this a matter of course? As the three of them spoke, their voices became louder. At this time, a passenger coughed. Hearing the coughing sound, the three of them blushed and bowed their heads slightly to express their apology. They did not speak. When the three of them boarded the tram, Pei Zi-yun heard the conversation, but he did not expect to hear them talking about his published works. For a new author, to be able to cause a discussion was already very good. It seemed that Shiroishi Institute Publishing House still had a certain amount of influence. Speaking of which, although this period of time was not long, it was not short either. After Pei Zi-yun gave the authorization to Sakako Sanako, she helped him solve the problem of signing a contract with Whitestone Academy Publishing House. She successfully handed over Samurai Under the Cherry Blossoms and The Change of the Fujin Gate to Whitestone Academy Publishing House for publication. As expected, Samurai Under the Cherry Blossoms and The Change of Fujin Gate were well received. The name of the newcomer, Yamada Shinichi, also received attention. Many people were trying to find out who Yamada Shinichi was. Some people who were interested in literature and had some status directly called Shiroishi Academy Publishing House to ask about Yamada Shinichi. Fortunately, there was a 3-year confidentiality clause in the agreement between Sakako Sanako and Shiroishi Academy. The reason was very sufficient. Although in Japan, one could get married at the age of 16. If they were less than 16 years old, they were too young. They should be protected and not let the outside world disturb them. The Whitestone Academy expressed its approval. 2 days ago, Pei Zi-yun had officially handed over the rights to Who is the Second Man to Whitestone Academy. Baishur Academy, which had been recognized by the review and received a good response in the second phase, increased its investment in Yamada Shinichi. Therefore, after Who is the Second Person was approved, Baishur Academy did some publicity work. This was really delightful. Sakako Sanako is doing well, and Baishur Academy's work is really exciting. Pei Zi-yun was still in good mood. The speed of the tram was not considered fast, but he still arrived at the school in time. Pei Zi-yun came down and walked a few steps before he reached the Milan Private High School. Before he could even enter, someone rushed towards him and shouted, "Yamada, am I not your best friend? Why can't I find you this holiday? You're such a jerk." Pei Zi-yun looked at the boy in front of him. It was Yuta Yuta. He was Yamada Shinichi's friend. He had thick black eyebrows and big eyes. He was wearing a white shirt, shorts, and a hat as he complained. I'm really sorry, Yuta. I went to travel and practice my swordsmanship during the holiday." Pei Zi-yun said to Yuta Yuta. Is that so?" Yuta Yuta touched his head and realized that he had only touched his hat. He then put his hand down again. Yuta Yuta was Yamada Shinichi's best friend. To Yuta Yuta, it was unbelievable that Pei Zi-yun did not look for him a play during the holiday. Luckily, Yuta Yuta was an impatient person. His enthusiasm towards anything did not last more than 3 minutes. After a few perfunctory words, he no longer cared about this. Turning his eyes, Yuta quickly shifted his attention to his surroundings and exclaimed, "It's really lively here." At the main entrance of the school, there was a sign saying, "Welcome new students." Entering the main road, both sides of the road were already occupied by various societies. They were filled with introductions of the societies, their achievements, and their works. The seniors were all wearing the same uniform, holding a stack of things in their hands and handing out flyers for the societies. As Yuta walked, he faced Pei Ziyun and said, "I've asked around. Milan Private High School. Even if you're in the middle school department, you have to join a society. This is really troublesome, and not everyone is looking forward to it. There will always be people who are not interested in societies and only want to live a peaceful life. But since this is the school's rule, there's nothing I can do about it. You're good at your studies. Are you preparing to join the learning department? If you want to practice sword arts during the holidays, why don't you join the Kendo department?" Pei Ziyin did not reply. Looking at the excited crowd and the dazzling new students, he said, "Whether it's training or interest, isn't it the same? Do you know what a worker ant is? Although I don't understand what you're talking about, I feel that it's filled with evil intentions." Yuta said, Pei Ziyun's expression froze for a moment before he turned to Yuta and asked, "If it's about the Kendo club, do you think I can become the leader if I defeat all the seniors in the club?" "What? Yamada, why would you have such thoughts? Respect for the seniors is a must. Let's not talk about whether you can do it or not. Even if you can do it, the school and the seniors will view you as a delinquent. If it's a light punishment, you'll be isolated, and if it's a heavy punishment, you'll be expelled." Yuta opened his eyes wide and looked at his good friend, Yamada Shinji, with an astonished expression. At this point, a senior who was passing by said, "Hey, are you a new student who just entered the school? How about joining our poetry club? If you join our poetry club, you'll receive great benefits." As he said this, he took out 2 leaflets introducing the poetry club and handed them to Pei Ziyun and Yuta. Yuta looked at the person in front of him, who was dressed in a second-year uniform, and hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Greetings, senior. We'll take a look first. If we wish to join the poetry club, we'll contact you." Pei Ziyun lowered his head as he said this. When the second-year senior walked away, Pei Ziyun then said to Yuta, "Look, this is what a worker ant is, and seniors are like. If you don't understand, you can't do anything about it. Follow me." "AI, Yamada, what are you trying to do? Where do you want me to go?" Yuta asked curiously as he followed behind Pei Ziyun. "Also, Yamada, shouldn't we register to join a club first? Why are we walking around aimlessly now? Also, if it's too late, all the good clubs will be full, and that won't be good." Yuta followed Pei Ziyun for a while and realized that they had arrived at an activity room. Pei Ziyun pushed the door open and entered. At this point, Yuta saw the signboard of the student council. At that moment, Yuta was so scared that he started trembling. That bastard, Yamada, why did he come here for no reason? This was not a place for him to wander around aimlessly. If the student council found out that he was wandering around aimlessly, and the president found out, what would he do? Would he be forgiven if he apologized to the president immediately? These thoughts flashed through Yuta's mind. At this point, he wanted to tug at Pei Ziyun's clothes to stop him from entering. However, before Yuta could reach out, Pei Ziyun had already entered the room. The wooden floor was soaked in oil and had been wiped clean. The space was huge and was divided into offices. There were people working at the back, and occasionally there would be people walking in and out, whispering to each other. It looked exactly like a government or a company. Pei Ziyun was slightly impressed. In Japan, the student council in primary and secondary schools was guided by teachers and was organized by the students. There was a student council, an executive committee, a supervision committee, and various other committees in charge of coordinating and implementing activities related to the students. It was like a mini-government. To a certain extent, it could be seen as a preview of how the students would participate in politics and manage the community after they grew up. In other words, the basic principles of the student council were the same as in the adult world. Democratic elections, majority rule, school rules, and student council rules. If it was placed in society, it would be governed by the law and parliament. Primary schools would rather give in to knowledge and education in order to nurture order and recognition. Middle schools and universities would use clubs to allow students to spend most of their time in groups other than studying and sleeping. Just this alone would be like nurturing a group of worker ants. But from middle school onwards, outstanding people would be elected to their positions. They would be able to manage the affairs of the students in an orderly manner. Anime and Japanese dramas might be a little exaggerated, but it is true that one does not rely on pleasing the teachers and studying well to get to a position. Those who cannot stand out are trained to be obedient soldiers. Those who stand out are given status. Japan's education system is very clear and brilliant. Feeling emotional, Pei Ziyun bowed 15 degrees to the young girl. You must be the president. I am a freshman from Class A, Yamada Shinichi. And this is Yuta Yuyama. Sorry to disturb you. Please take care of me. Yamayama could only bite the bullet and bowed deeply. President, sorry to disturb you. Please take care of me. The young girl bowed back. Hello, I'm the 31st president of Milan Private High School, Seiko Harada. Please take care of me. After returning the bow, she looked at the two of them. What do you want? Pei Ziyun did not beat around the bush and said directly, President, I am here to apply to establish a new club. The student council was also responsible for the establishment of clubs, but this was mainly the responsibility of the president. Because clubs were very important to the school, it was not easy to establish a club. Not only did it have to be reviewed, but it also had to be considered in many other aspects. What kind of club do you want to establish? Yamayama did not get angry. Instead, he asked. Of course, Yamayama was also very curious. Generally speaking, those who established clubs were second and third-year students. This was the first time she had seen a first-year student wanting to establish a club. Because establishing a club not only required a specific activity program, it also required a certain number of people to join. It was very difficult for a first-year student to recruit members. President, please listen to my dream. I want to establish a club that dominates the entire country. Pei Ziyun did not care about her thoughts. After pausing for a while, he shouted loudly. Chapter 691. What are you doing here? Pei Ziyun looked and saw that it was a male teacher. He frowned and asked. This sudden question scared Yuta so much that he shrank back. Pei Ziyun saw the nameplate and bowed his head in greeting. Good day, Teacher Yamaguchi. This action was impeccable, but it was not appropriate for the situation. Yamaguchi was dressed in a black suit. From the looks of it, he was on his daily patrol. When he heard these words, his face turned stern as he scolded Pei Ziyun and Yuta. This is the student council. How can you be so reckless? Report your class and name. The student council's activity hall was on the right side of the main school building. Usually, people would not come here. Today was the first day of school, and there were even fewer people here. Today, the school had arranged for Yamaguchi Kenichi to patrol this large area. Yamaguchi Kenichi had already patrolled half the area and did not notice anything. However, he noticed that something was amiss. The two first-year students were not registering for a club or reporting to the new students. Instead, they were walking around. It felt weird, so Yamaguchi Kenichi followed them for a while. As the two first-year students walked towards the student council area, Yamaguchi Kenichi immediately followed to stop them. It's over. Yuta felt his vision darken and felt that his future was bleak. Was he going to be punished as soon as he entered the school? Bastard, I don't want this. Unlike Yuta's fear, Pei Ziyun lowered his head and said to the teacher in front of him, I am Yamada Shinichi from the first-year B class. Teacher, I am here to register for a new club. This is my application form. Pei Ziyun took off his bag and took out a stack of papers. This was the club's application form. He handed it to Yamaguchi with both hands. This is our club's application form. Our club's goal is to trample all the shrines in the country with our feet. Hearing this, Yamaguchi Kenichi's expression softened, but he did not take it seriously. He picked up the application form and flipped through a few pages, revealing a smile. His voice also softened as he said, Oh, so that's how it is. That's a lot of courage. Yamamuro Kenichi did not continue to comment on the application. This was the authority of the student union. However, everyone was surprised to see the change in teacher Yamamuro Kenichi's attitude. This was because Yamamuro Kenichi was usually very serious and rarely showed such changes. At this time, Yamamuro Kenichi also handed the declaration to the president. The president reached out with both hands to receive the declaration and said, "Hi, thank you, Teacher Yamamuro." Yamaguchi Kenichi didn't say anything and turned to continue his patrol. The president, Seiko Harada, was 156 meters tall. Although she was a girl, she managed the student union in an orderly manner. There were also rumors that she came from a good family background. At this time, she was flipping through the report with a serious expression, nodding from time to time. It didn't take long for her to reach the last page. Seiji Harada nodded and handed it to the club leader. The club leader took it and saw the words written on it. The basics of ruling the National Society 1. Etiquette when arriving at the department. First bow and then say loudly, "Hello, everyone." When leaving, do the same salute and say, "Excuse me, I'll be taking my leave." 2. Speak respectfully to your seniors. Smoking and drinking are strictly prohibited in the ministry. 4. Be sure to report to the ministry if you are late or absent. 5. Event time. Weekdays, March 5th, 16, 15, 18. 15 hold weekly event on Saturday 6. Clean once a day and maintain cleanliness 7. I accept your application. Please obtain 5 official members within a week. If you do so, we will consider approving the establishment of the society. Now you can go back. The president was in charge of handling the registration of the society. As he spoke, he placed Pei Zi-yun's declaration into a red envelope. This red envelope contained all the matters of the society, including the application for activities and expenses. "Thank you very much. I have caused you trouble." Pei Zi-yun and Yuta bowed deeply before turning to leave. After taking a few steps and leaving the corridor, Yuta had a look of disbelief on his face as he mumbled, "Yamada, this is too unbelievable. When did you become so powerful? And what's with that society? Hey, Yamada, when did you write the declaration? Also, did you intend to establish your own society from the start? When did you have such an idea?" Yuta regained his senses and asked Pei Zi-yun incessantly. Pei Zi-yun walked straight ahead, ignoring Yuta. In fact, before Pei Zi-yun went to school, he had made a few plans. One of them was to directly join the school's Kendo Society. If possible, he hoped to defeat all the members of the Kendo Society and see if he could become the leader. It was a pity that this simple plan would not work in Japan. As for the second plan, which was the one he was currently using, Pei Zi-yun decided to establish his own society. This way, it would be troublesome to recruit new members. One of the basic requirements for establishing a society was to have 5 members. Now that he had confirmed 2 members, one was himself and the other was Yuta. The remaining 3 members would require a lot of effort. Contrary to what many people thought, in a theistic society, it was not easy for the new religion to recruit new followers. Similarly, in Japan, because there were many societies and they were very important, it was not easy to establish a new society. Loyalty was very important in Japan. If one left a society halfway, he would be seen as an unreliable person by his classmates. He would be ostracized and even bullied. Hence, joining a society was not as easy as one might imagine. From a deeper perspective, it was difficult for Japanese schools to change their cold and violent attitudes. In fact, it was the foundation of maintaining a society. This was similar to how a country had armed forces. If there were no cold and violent attitudes, anyone could leave whenever they wanted. Then what was the point of talking about collectivism and assimilation of society? It would all become individualism and a loose sand doctrine. But it was precisely because of this that it was worth using a wooden sword to dominate the entire country. In front of the window, looking at Pei Zi-yun walking away, the vice president Shion Yachiharu looked at the president and said in a disdainful tone, "Dominating the entire country. What a shameless name." The vice president Shion Yachiharu was a very short boy with a few pimples on his face. He wore a pair of thick glasses. At this time, he felt a little unbalanced. Because of his appearance, although he had excellent grades, he was still secretly discriminated against and insulted. Only he knew how much effort it took for him to become the vice president of the student union. Xiangya Chiharu admitted that she had a prejudice against handsome people. Judging from Pei Ziyun's appearance, he would be a very handsome young man in the future. Moreover, the teacher of Milan Private High School, Kenichi Mashiro, also looked at Pei Ziyun in a different light. This made Xiangya Chiharu even more jealous. He's only in his first year, and he's already thinking of establishing a society? Isn't it too early? Xiangya Chiharu asked with a face full of doubt, especially the name of the society dominating the entire country's society. That's really shocking. I don't think it's just an ordinary society that studies the various shrines, designs the route of worship, and collects the red seal. Xiangya Chiharu said angrily, "That's just a whimsical idea." That Yamada Shinichi's application form divided the whole country into 10 parts. Is his goal to complete the route of worship in 3 years? That's too childish. Not to mention that there are at least 80,000 shrines in the country. It's impossible for one person to complete it alone. Xiangya Chiharu said as she looked at Harada Seiko. Harada Seiko was born into a prestigious family. Tokyo was originally the home of the Shinagawa shogunate. There were many prestigious families there, but that didn't mean that they weren't important. On the contrary, even with democracy, these families were still very influential. It was because of her that he worked so hard and even used some unspeakable methods to enter the student union. President Harada Seiko ignored Xiangya Chiharu's words. Instead, she took Pei Ziyun's application form and read it over and over again. After a while, she said slowly, "But I think this is very interesting." President is right. It's very interesting. The president pushed up his glasses and said, "The purpose of a society is to let the students get used to working together. From this point of view, dominating the entire country society's rules are very good. Although strict rules and regulations may seem a bit excessive, but when it comes to entering a university or entering society, both the government and corporations will be very satisfied. Those who join the society will also get bonus points. Secondly, the purpose of a society is to promote our culture. Shrines are a good starting point. I believe that every student will be influenced by their culture and history when they study the information of the shrine seriously. As for the 80,000 shrines, of course it's impossible for one person to complete it alone. Every region can only choose a few shrines for tourism and worship. Even if it's the same goal, everyone can complete it on a different route. But isn't this the purpose of a society? Think about it. Every member of a society can take different routes to travel around the country. They might not even repeat it for hundreds of years. How rich would a legacy be for every generation of members? After saying this, the president continued to work, leaving Xiangya Chiharu behind with a face full of red and purple. Harada Seiko focused on reading the documents and didn't say anything. Although Xiangya Chiharu didn't say anything, she still had a look of dissatisfaction on her face. She asked President Harada Seiko, "Even if that's the case, isn't Qing Lu's agreement a little too ridiculous? After all, he's a freshman. Shouldn't we discuss it with the school first?" Although Japanese students had a lot of authority, they were still influenced by the school in various aspects. Truly believing that students had independent authority was as naive as believing that a member of parliament would serve the people wholeheartedly. It doesn't matter. The school has no problem with it. Someone said hello. This time, Harada Seiko put down his pen and revealed a thoughtful smile. It's also a school board member. Bastard, this Yamada Shinji seems to have a strong background. Damn it, is it like this again? Xiangya Chiharu shut her mouth, but her heart was filled with even more anger. One day, Japan will be controlled by people of civilian origin like me. That is democracy. Chapter 692. The entrance of Milan Private High School was bustling with people, but there weren't many people walking around the main school building. Yuta Ryama, who was walking down the steps, seemed to think of the president's authority. He patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "I didn't expect the president to agree to your club application. Don't you think so, Yamada?" Pei Ziyin smiled, but didn't say anything. In order to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. Not to mention the power of the 3,000 sons of Ban Shang. He had spent a lot of time and effort just to come up with this plan. If he still failed, then Pei Ziyin had nothing more to say. Beep, beep. Pei Ziyin took out his phone and saw that it was an email from Sakanuko. He opened it and saw that Sakanuko was asking if the situation was going well and if she needed any further help. Speaking of which, ever since he handed over the contract with Shiroishi Academy to Sakanuko, she had been communicating with Pei Ziyin nonstop. Although Pei Ziyin didn't agree to become the young master of Jinchuan Shrine, Sakanuko still insisted on serving him. This made Pei Ziyin feel helpless. Moreover, Sakanokeo was indeed very capable. She had handled all the tasks assigned to her properly, which was admirable. Pei Ziyin replied to Sakanuko, "I've received permission. As long as I get 5 members, I can establish a club." As she said this, she sent an email. Not long after, she sent another message. "Yamada-ro, congratulations. You will definitely pass." It was true that clubs nurtured interest, but the main purpose was to integrate into the group. Japanese schools had strict rules for clubs. There was a strict relationship between superiors and subordinates. There was a clear division of labor, which was even more troublesome than working. The real purpose was already stated in the official documents. Through club activities, the students would have a sense of teamwork and dedication. In other words, follow the rules and be a worker ant, starting from young. If they understood this, they would set strict rules. The student council and the school would be very satisfied. In fact, there were no problems with the club application. Pei Ziyin smiled as he looked at the email from Sakanuko. Actually, clubs were an important part of Japanese society. This experience could even affect a person's entire life. In the process of being admitted to a university and finding a job in society, whether or not one had joined a club in high school, which club one had joined, whether or not one had been actively attending school, and whether or not one had obtained any honors were all part of the examination. Some students didn't want to join clubs and just wanted to study hard to get into a good university and find a good job. It was almost impossible. Who would want such an employee without the training of a worker ant? There were no rules, no clear distinction between superiors and subordinates, and no understanding of how to divide the work. What was the use of this? Not only would it be inefficient to recruit such employees, but it might also spoil the pot of soup. Therefore, the students who joined the homecoming club, the ghost society, or the casual and boring clubs lost their cool from the start. Of course, if their families had connections or power, they could choose any club or job they wanted. This was similar to most places. However, Pei Ziyin did not tell Yuta about this. Pei Ziyin looked at Yuta and said, "Now our club is still lacking 3 members. Don't worry, Shinichi. Since you've settled the student council, leave the rest to me." Yuta did not wait for Pei Ziyin to finish speaking before he thumped his chest and said loudly. He was a typical Japanese. Although he had many shortcomings, he still had the spirit of working hard for the team, even if it was a small team. Which boss wouldn't like this kind of spirit? Yuta Toniyama took out his phone, tapped on it, and pulled out a few pictures from his album. He pointed at them and said, "Look, these are the elementary school classmates who went to Milan Private High School together. I'll look for them, and I'll definitely be able to get their permission to join us." As he said this, Yuta rushed over excitedly. Pei Ziyin looked at Yuta's disappearing figure and smiled. Yuta was looking for a few classmates, and the ones he was closest to were Kana Hayano and Fukuoka Maya. Fukuoka Maya was also a good friend of Yuta's. This time, Yuta was very happy that Fukuoka Maya was able to attend Milan Private High School. He specially invited Fukuoka Maya out to celebrate. He also wanted to look for Yamada Shinichi, but unfortunately, he could not find him during the holidays. Fukuoka Maya was hesitating about which club to join. The club he wanted to join the most was the Kendo Club. It was a pity that the Kendo Club's recruitment requirements were too high. Not only was there an age limit, but they also required the students to have learned kendo. How could Fukuoka Maya have the spare money to let him learn kendo? In front of Fukuoka Maya were the Jiu-Jitsu Club and the Divine Arts Club. Just like the name of the club, the Jiu-Jitsu Club mainly taught Jiu-Jitsu and had discussions about it. Fukuoka Maya's father had some understanding of Jiu-Jitsu and was interested in it. He was hesitating whether he should join. The reason why Fukuoka Maya was hesitating was because of the Divine Arts Club. This Divine Arts Club mainly conducted research on legendary divine arts. Actually, this did not attract Fukuoka Maya. What attracted Fukuoka Maya was the beautiful girls in the Divine Arts Club. Yes, the most famous thing about the Divine Arts Club was not its research content, but its members. Most of the members of the Divine Arts Club were girls. Moreover, there were a few very beautiful girls. Because of this, the Divine Arts Club was nicknamed Beautiful Girls Club. Originally, the Divine Arts Club was very cautious in recruiting. There were many requirements to join the Divine Arts Club, and only women could join. But this year, for some reason, the Divine Arts Club not only expanded, but also relaxed the requirements. Boys could also join. Many new students were attracted to the Divine Arts Club, and Fukuoka Maya was one of them. I'll join the Divine Arts Club. Fukuoka Maya looked at the energetic girl who was handing out the Divine Arts Club's leaflets and finally made up her mind. But at this moment, Maya, you're here. I found you. Yuta Motoyama ran and shouted. Yuta, why are you in such a hurry? Fukuoka Maya saw Yuta Motoyama's red face and asked while gasping for breath. Nothing important. I just wanted to ask, Maya, have you joined club? Yuta Motoyama asked while gasping for breath. And not yet. I'm preparing to join the Divine Arts Club. How about you? What club are you joining? Fukuoka Maya asked. Not bad, not bad. Maya, do you know? How about Shinji create his own club? Join our Conquering the Nation Society. Is this true? Shinji is that powerful? Fukuoka Maya asked in shock. Of course, the president has already agreed. Yuta Motoyama said proudly. This is something I've never heard of before. How about it? Do you want to join our Dominate the Nation club? Yuta Motoyama asked again. But I want to join the Divine Arts Club. It's not like you don't know. The members of the Divine Arts Club are all. Maya, you can't be like this. A man can't choose a lover over a friend. Shinji is the president. No matter what, we have to support him. Yuta Motoyama tried to persuade Fukuoka Maya. All right. Don't say anymore. Since it's for the sake of friendship, then there's no other way. Fukuoka Maya had no choice but to give in to Yuta Motoyama's bombardment. That's great, Maya. Let's gather our fighting spirit and find new club members. Yuta Motoyama clapped his hands. Let our youth burn. After school, Pei Ziyin had just packed his bag when he received another email. This is the second man. Will be serialized in a magazine. 6,000 yen per page. The fee will be 8 million yen, and the publishing fee will be 9%. The first 10,000 copies will be distributed, and you'll be paid 900,000 yen directly. Congratulations, Yuta Yamada. With the previous 2 short stories, your income today will be 4 million yen. But because of the tax laws, your actual income is about 8 million yen. The average salary of a Japanese salaryman is about 4 million yen a year, which means I'm dragging the team down. Pei Ziyin couldn't help but complain. Works can be republished. I've seen your work, and it's definitely up to the standard of a second edition. The other party consoled him, and you're only 12 years old. At this point, Yuta Motoyama slowly walked towards Pei Ziyin with his head lowered. Pei Ziyin asked, What's wrong, Yuta? You didn't manage to recruit anyone. AI, don't say anymore. They all rejected me, saying they wanted to join a bigger club. I tried my best, but only managed to recruit 2, and one of them was even Maya. Kana Hayano. When we found her, she had already joined the Divine Arts Club. Maya, and I wanted her to leave and join our Conquering the Nation club, but she rejected us heartlessly. She was even mocked by the other Divine Arts Club members around her. What a bastard. Did she change the moment she entered the country? Yuta Motoyama said, "Shinji, there was another candidate, but I heard that she was unlucky and no one wanted to recruit her." The picture was of a young girl. Her name was Hayakawa Naomi. She looked like an adorable girl, but she had the nickname of Jinx. This was because she always brought misfortune to the people around her. Her most famous incident was that in a single day, all the family members who accompanied Hayakawa Naomi to school all met with misfortune. Her mother was accompanying Hayakawa Naomi to school when she sprained her ankle. Hayakawa Naomi's father continued to accompany her to school, but was hit by a car the moment they stepped out of the door. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. Finally, Hayakawa Naomi's grandmother accompanied her to school, but fainted at the entrance of the school. She said that she had a heart attack and passed away just like that. Later on, there were still people who didn't believe her, but after encountering similar incidents, no one dared to approach Hayakawa Naomi anymore. Such a person had long become famous in this area, and it was understandable that the school's clubs were not willing to accept Hayakawa Naomi. And now, Yuta Motoyama looked at this picture, feeling extremely conflicted. "Ask her to sign her name," Pei Ziyun ordered without even looking at the picture. He wasn't afraid of this. Chapter 693. Early in the morning, Pei Ziyun packed up everything related to the club and rushed to school after his mother had told him to have his breakfast. "I can't waste any more time. I have to speed up the process of conquering the country." Today was the second day of school. Yesterday, Yuta Hayakawa had succeeded in getting Naomi to join Pei Ziyun's new club. When Hayakawa heard Yuta Hayakawa's invitation, she was surprised. Her eyes were filled with desire. Really? She had been ostracized by many people and really needed recognition. She needed someone or a club to accept her, no matter how hard it was. But why would someone invite her to join a club? Could it be that no one had heard of her? The problem was that Yuta knew her, as they were once classmates. Hayakawa used her last bit of courage to ask, "Using Kuin, is it really all right to invite me to join your club? You know, the more you interact with me, the more unlucky you are." Hayakawa's face was pale as she spoke uneasily. It's fine. I'll tell you in the letter. Don't worry about it." Yuta's round face revealed a smile. "Is that so?" Hayakawa's last bit of conscience was hesitating. She was too unlucky. Using Kuin and the club leader were good people. What if she harmed them? But if she wanted to reject them, why couldn't she say it out loud? She really wanted to be accepted. Finally, her desire got the better of her. She lowered her head and said, "All right, thank you." Just like that, Pei Ziyun's new club had 5 members. Milan Private High School had 3 rules for forming a club. First, the club application had to be approved. Second, the club had to have at least 5 members. Third, after the application was completed, the club would be approved. To fulfill the first and second requirements, the club founder had to provide the relevant documents to the student council. During lunch break, Pei Ziyun took the documents that he had stayed up late to write and the 5 names that Yuta had given him. He then walked toward his office. It was a little depressing. Yesterday, when Pei Ziyun went to the convenience store to write the documents, he realized that the printer was broken and could not be printed. Pei Ziyun had to go to the second convenience store early in the morning to print the documents. Although this small matter did not affect Pei Ziyun's mood, he still felt that it was a little inconvenient. This caused Pei Ziyun to have some thoughts in his head. Should I improve my living conditions? Or ask my mother to stay in the dormitory? Pei Ziyun thought to himself, but that's not very likely. Only a high school will be able to do that. The law stipulates that only a high school student can work there, and the same goes for accommodation. Very quickly, Pei Ziyun arrived at the student council office. Pei Ziyun handed over the documents to the student council. Harada, Holy Son, looked at the documents carefully and said, very good. Your society will be allowed to use room 206 on the right side of the second floor of Building 3. Also, this is your initial funding. Please keep it well." It was an envelope. He didn't need to open it to know that it was filled with cash. In Japanese school societies, The student union sets the budget for each department and uses the relevant data as the basis for assessment to distribute funds for activities. The school would hand over the funds to the student union, and the student union would then hand it over to the clubs. Compared to public schools, private schools usually had a larger budget. Besides the envelope, Seiko Harada also handed him a key and reminded him, "This is the key to classroom 206. Remember to take care of it. Also, you have to come here every week to report on the situation of the classroom and the key. If the key is lost, you will need to pay a supplementary fee. The school will provide you with a new key. If the classroom is damaged, you will need to restore it. All the expenses will be handled by you from the activity funds. Also, you're not allowed to have keys outside without permission. If you're discovered, you will be severely punished." Milan Private High School still had some advantages. It was larger and had more free classrooms. The key to some of the activity rooms would be given directly to the president of the society. Because the student union had more activities, it was very troublesome to go and report to the president. Therefore, he directly gave the key to the activity room to the president. "Yes, I understand." Paizian took the key with both hands and bowed his head seriously. "Thank you very much." He bowed and turned to leave. When he opened it, he saw a $10,000 bill. 10,000? It's not a lot, but it's not a lot. It's enough for some daily activities. At this time, he sent an email to his club members to prepare for the first activity of his Dominate the Nation club. Soon after, school ended in the afternoon. It was drizzling outside, and the rain was drizzling. Pei Ziyin went to classroom 206, which was located on the right side of the second floor of Building 3. This classroom was where the society would be held. If everything went according to plan, the society would be in this classroom for a long time. After a while, Pei Ziyun arrived at classroom 206. He used the key to open the door and looked around. It was an old classroom. The area was very big, and there were a few tables and chairs. However, there was a lot of dust. However, the lights can still be used. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard. 2 people walked in. Although they knew each other before, they bowed respectfully. "President, you have worked hard. Please take care of me." "Fukuoka, Murata, you are here." Pei Ziyin nodded his head in return. This was actually the same as the Japanese company etiquette. When meeting the superior, they would usually bow 15 degrees. For the first time, they would bow 30 degrees. Generally speaking, the superior would return the courtesy. Therefore, this was a club. Because the students did not have much work to do, their etiquette was even more important than that of a company. Of course, this was a very formal club. Pei Ziyin had sent an email to them, requesting for them to do the same. From the looks of it, they were very obedient. After all, this was what they had been training for 6 years. After waiting for a few minutes, Yuta and Hayakawa did not come. Pei Ziyin looked at the time and said, "Yuta and Hayakawa have gone to buy some daily necessities. Let's start the meeting first. Everyone, our goal for Dominate the Nation Club is to build a legend of our own, to travel the entire country. We want to dominate the country. The mission of the club is to learn about the shrines every day. Everyone will go to the 10 districts in Japan and choose the shrine that they like the most. After that, we will vote on the route of our trip. How is it? Is there any problem with this mission? Are you confident?" Pei Ziyun asked. Fukuoka Maya replied, "Yes, no problem." Pei Ziyun said, "Now, let's start the cleaning ceremony. We have to clean up the club. There cannot be any filth." "Yes." Pei Ziyun picked up a mop, while Fukuoka Maya and Murata Saikairo picked up a broom and started to clean classroom 206. Before long, a beeping sound could be heard. Pei Ziyin realized that it was his phone ringing. He placed the mop by the side and answered the call. He then heard a sobbing voice. "Is this the minister?" Pei Ziyin replied, "Yes. I'm Hayakawa Naomi. We want to buy a water dispenser just now, but Yuta was hit. It was a car accident." When Pei Ziyin heard this, his heart sank. He then said, "What's the situation now? Where are you? I'll come over immediately." Hayakawa Naomi cried, "The ambulance has already sent us to Kubo Hospital." "I understand." Pei Ziyun did not delay and immediately told Fukuoka Maya, Yuta was in a car accident. I'll go and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ziyun ran out. When Pei Ziyun reached the roadside, he realized that there were no trams around. However, there was an express bus not far away. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyun boarded the bus. Kubo Hospital, hurry. My friend was in a car accident. Pei Ziyun hurriedly told the driver. Sit tight. The driver stepped on the accelerator and drove off. When Pei Ziyun reached the hospital, 20 minutes had passed. When he reached the emergency room, he saw a young lady standing there, wiping her tears. She wasn't tall, about 1.5 meters. Her black hair was tied into 2 ponytails. She had bright eyes and a pair of cherry lips. She gave off a cute vibe. Pei Ziyun wanted to walk up to her, but he frowned. He looked at the young lady and asked softly, Are you Hayakawa Naomi? Are you hurt? Hi, you must be the minister. I'm Hayakawa Naomi. I'm not hurt, but Yuta was hurt. Boo-hoo. I'm sorry. I know I've implicated him. Pei Ziyun asked again, What's going on? Can you explain it to me in detail? Hayakawa Naomi bowed and said, Hi. Yuta received your mail and wanted to buy a water dispenser. He bumped into me and decided to travel together. Originally, it was fine to go to the convenience store near the school, but when Toyama Yukino wanted to check out the price of the store across the street, a car suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slammed into Toyama Yukino. The driver who knocked into Yuta made a sharp turn and knocked into another car. He's now in the emergency room and is still in there. I don't know how he's doing. Yuta is better, but I don't know how he's doing. I only suffered some minor injuries and had to apply some ointment. Boo-hoo. I'm sorry. At this point, Yuta was wheeled out. A doctor came out. Hayakawa Naomi was trembling in fear. Pei Ziyun bowed and asked, Doctor, how's the situation? Yuta replied from his sickbed, I'm fine. However, nobody bothered with him. Are your family members here yet? Who are you? The doctor looked at Pei Ziyun, who had a serious expression on his face. I'm Yuta's minister, Yamada Shinichi. I'm responsible for what happened to your club member. Please let me know. Pei Ziyun bowed as he spoke. The doctor obviously fell for this and replied, You're the minister? No wonder. The driver's injuries are serious. As for your club member, he has multiple bruises and soft tissue injuries. There's even a slight fracture. As long as he doesn't have a concussion, his condition shouldn't be too serious. However, for safety's sake, we still have to do a CT scan. The doctor then turned to the nurse and said, The family members have arrived. Please proceed with the procedures immediately. The doctor then left. Pei Ziyun understood that this meant that everything was fine. He then frowned and mumbled, Was it an accident? Chapter 694. Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes, deep in thought. Hayakawa Naoichi stared at the jinx, but was this really the case? When Pei Ziyun first met Ishido Sito, he had noticed that he had a dark aura around him. It was also proven that Ishido Sito was possessed by an evil spirit. However, Pei Ziyun did not sense the same dark aura from Hayakawa Naoichi. This meant that her situation was different from Ishido Sito's. Was the strange thing that happened to Hayakawa Naoichi a coincidence, or was there something else going on? Pei Ziyun thought about it for a moment, and then followed Yuta into the hospital room. On the hospital bed, Motoyama Yuta was lying on the blue mattress. His body was covered in bandages, and his leg was hanging high as he was receiving in 4 drip. After he stabilized himself, Motoyama Yuta turned his head with great effort and shouted, Ah, Shinichi, it hurts. Yuta opened his mouth, but his voice was too loud, and it affected his wound, causing him to cry out in pain. Tisk, you're so weak. You're already screaming at this point. What if the samurai performed seppuku? The last time there was a great general who committed seppuku, he had to suffer in agony for 20 hours before dying. Pei Ziyun spoke as his expression turned serious. Tell me, what's going on? How did you get hit by a car? At this point, a nurse came to the bed and changed the bandages. She then said to Pei Ziyun, The patient needs more rest. Don't disturb him. I know. Pei Ziyin lowered his head and said, Kubo Hospital's medical facilities were excellent. Every floor of the hospital had a nurse's center, and all the information was managed by a computer. This way, the attending physician did not need to search for the patient and could use the information collected by the nurses to adjust the treatment plan. At the same time, the Japanese nurses were also very busy. All the treatments and care were done by them, including daily care. They were available 24 hours a day. Pei Ziyin was very respectful of these nurses. Yuta said, I received your mail and wanted to buy some daily necessities. I thought that since this was the first activity of the society, I had to be more thoughtful. I bumped into Hayakawa and Aoichi not too far away, and we went together. Originally, Hayakawa, Naomi, and I were fine, but when we went to a convenience store near the school, a car suddenly drove straight at us. I tried to dodge, but the car still grazed me, Yakina said with lingering fear. But the driver is even worse off. I heard that the scene was very tragic. The car was almost flattened, and the main artery was cut by the debris. I'm afraid it's very dangerous. When Pei Ziyin heard Yuta's words, he felt that it was similar to what Hayakawa Naomi had said. He then said, Yuta, if there's nothing else, don't be so depressed. Fukuoka Maya also want to see you, but I asked him to deal with the club's affairs first. Now you just need a rest. I think the hospital has informed your family. We have informed them as well. As Pei Ziyin finished speaking, he looked around the room. Ah, you're leaving just like that? It's so boring in the hospital, Yuta Toyama said reluctantly. You must remember to visit me. I'll bring you a book next time. Pei Ziyin nodded and turned to leave. Before leaving the ward, Pei Ziyin went to the center and paid 200,000 rubles. This money was all from Pei Ziyin's White Rock Institute publishing house. No matter what, this accident happened because of my club. Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he prepared to send Hayakawa Naomi back. At the door, Hayakawa Naomi's eyes were still red, and there were traces of tears in them. She looked at Pei Ziyin and took a step forward before retreating. She seemed to be very hesitant. Finally, Hayakawa Naomi made up her mind and took another step forward. She mustered her courage and said, I think I should leave the club, minister. If it wasn't for me, Yuta wouldn't have gotten into a car accident. Pei Ziyin waved his hands and said, This has nothing to do with you. If he wanted to become a legend, the club was very important. If he didn't have the domination of the national club, he would have to waste more time and energy to achieve his goal. Now, there was a problem with the domination of the national club. According to the school's rules, in the initial stages of establishing a club, there could only be 5 members. After 3 months, there would be another assessment, and the club would have to have 10 members. The car accident that happened to Yuta wasn't a big deal. However, if Hayakawa Naomi was to be implicated in this incident, it would have a negative effect. This was because Hayakawa Naomi was known as a jinx. Pei Ziyin had just recruited Hayakawa Naomi into the society when such a thing happened. This would only further solidify Hayakawa Naomi's bad reputation. What's worse was that his domination of the nation society would become famous, causing others to stay away from him. In fact, his own members might even leave the society because of this. In that instant, Pei Ziyin thought of all these things. What kind of situation was this? Was it because of Hayakawa Naomi's mysterious power that caused Yuta's car accident, or was it caused by someone else? Pei Ziyun's face froze as he repeated, Leave what club? Hayakawa, don't let your imagination run wild. You've suffered a shock as well. Go back and rest. At this point, the tram arrived. Pei Ziyun pulled Hayakawa Naomi up. Let's go home. I'll send you home. Hayakawa Naomi wanted to say something. Yamada-kun, I still want to. Listen to me, Pei Ziyun said. This. Hayakawa Naomi wanted to retort, but when she looked up, she saw Pei Ziyun's serious face. She couldn't bring herself to say anything. In Japan, not only did children have to go to school alone, but junior high schools were also segregated according to population density. Most children would only need to take a 15 to 20-minute bus ride to reach their school, and were not allowed to go to another school. If a student were to move further away, they would still have to stay at their original school. This required strict approval, and the student had to ensure that he or she could walk or take the tram to and from school on his or her own. If not, he or she would have to transfer to another school. In other words, other than going to university, junior high schools, and high schools, senior high schools, were all based on the nearby area. Students could choose a school based on their financial status and results. Hence, Hayakawa Naomi's house wasn't too far away. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Very quickly, he found Hayakawa's nameplate. He rang the bell, and a woman opened the door. "Mrs. Hayakawa, how do you do?" Pei-Zi-Yun bowed and spoke in a serious tone. He glanced at the house and then at the servants. Mother Hayakawa was wearing light makeup and looked gentle and polite. However, she looked tired. Perhaps she was under a lot of pressure. She looked at her daughter and then at the young man in front of her. "You are?" "I am Yamada Shinichi, the leader of the club. Hayakawa has joined our club and is late for the first event. Please forgive me, Mrs. Hayakawa," Pei-Zi-Yun said. "Ah, Naomi, you've joined a club? That's great. Japanese girls could get married at the age of 16. Hayakawa's mother thought that Pei-Zi-Yun was in love and was a little angry. However, when she heard Pei-Zi-Yun's words, she said politely, "Yamada Shinichi, thank you for taking care of me. Please come in and have a cup of tea." Japanese people were most afraid of being ostracized. Hayakawa's mother was very worried. Now that a club had accepted her, it was a good thing. "Mrs. Hayakawa, you don't have to be so polite. Hayakawa is already home, and I shall take my leave. Please stay." Pei-Zi-Yun bowed again, his attitude firm. "I'll have to trouble you then." Hayakawa's mother was a little regretful. However, since it was her first time, she couldn't enter the club. After bidding farewell, he took a few steps and heard a joyful voice. "Naomi, you've finally joined a club. That's great. Your father will be very happy." Pei-Zi-Yun smiled, and his face tensed up. He squinted his eyes, revealing a cold glint. "Something's not right. I can't feel anything from her body, but there's a faint aura in the house that can't be concealed. It might not be an evil spirit. It's a familiar aura. Not only that, there might be someone else involved." When Pei-Zi-Yun returned, he was walking alone. At this point, the sky started to darken, and the street lights turned on. All of a sudden, a few people appeared and blocked Pei-Zi-Yun's way. One of them was wearing a black suit and tie. It was obvious that he was the leader of the group. He said to Pei-Zi-Yun, "You must be Yamada Shinichi?" The eyes of this person staring at him from above made people involuntarily think of a reptile. "What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Hurry up and expel Hayakawa Naomi from your club. If not, don't blame us for being rude." Pei-Zi-Yun looked at the few people in front of him, who were obviously looking for trouble. He knew what was going on and asked, "Are you Yakuza? You're the ones harassing Hayakawa Naomi, aren't you? Tell me, why are you doing this?" Hearing this, the expression of the leader in the black suit changed. His originally casual expression turned into anger, and he suddenly had the temperament of a fugitive. His muscles bulged, and his eyes shone with a murderous light, faintly revealing a hint of blood. He shouted, "Bastard, you dare to scold me? Do you want to die? Also, where did you hear about this? Who told you?" Yakuza represented the extreme way, but it was not a nice way to put it. It referred to the worst card in the Japanese Hanazaka card game, and it had the meaning of being impoverished. Even those in the extreme way would say, it's just the Yakuza to show disdain for someone they look down on, but was actually an insult. Furthermore, this leader wanted to scare the junior high school student. This was not the first time. Generally speaking, in Japan, if an adult scolded a minor, the minor would apologize and back off. Of course, it was different if there was a difference in social status. In the past, they would be scared witless and immediately kneel down to beg for mercy. They would even expel Hayakawa Naomi the next day. Unexpectedly, the junior high school student in front of them was not only unafraid, he even said such words. Instantly, the nature of the situation changed. The intention of his own organization could not be revealed. He immediately scolded the junior high school student harshly. If it was an ordinary Japanese, even an adult, they would have been scared out of their wits. However, Pei Ziyun did not respond. He only touched the hilt of his wooden sword. When the leader saw this, his expression became even more ferocious. He shouted, "Bastard, looks like I have to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the few of them surrounded Pei Ziyun. Note 1. This is a real person's alias. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.